Before the noise, before the light, before mankind raised its first trembling fire into the void, there was silence. Not emptiness, but a deep, patient quiet that filled the gulf between stars. Galaxies turned like slow wheels. Nebulae drifted in colors unseen by mortal eyes, and the ancient light of the first suns passed uncounted through the cold. In that silence, whole ages lived and died without witness. It was in one such forgotten corner of the galaxy that a world burned too brightly. Its star, young, angry, and cruel, shed not warmth but death. Its rays scorched the surface of its planets, flaying life from stone, aging flesh before its time. And on the third world from that sun beneath the cracked and lightning-streaked sky lived the Necrons. They were not yet machines, nor gods, nor the cold immortals the galaxy would come to fear. They were fragile, painfully mortal, a species whose lives flickered and faded in what seemed moments compared to the long ages of the stars. Their skin bore the mark of radiation, their bones were brittle before age, and their spirits, though proud, carried the constant weight of resentment. For they could look upward, they could see eternity shining above them, endless and untouchable. And they hated it. Their cities were towers of glass and metal, built not from hope, but from defiance. Their architects shaped monuments that reached for the heavens, as if sheer height might defy decay. And in the dim glow of their dying sun, they learned to bind matter, to bend energy, to conquer every weakness of their flesh except the final one: time. The Necrons Empire was born not from ambition, but from grief. Dynasties rose and ruled over worlds of sand and light, their banners of black and bronze fluttering in a sky that never softened. They conquered for no joy, colonized for no peace. They sought only escape from their star, from their frailty, from the truth that every breath was a step closer to death. Their rulers, the Pharaohs, promised salvation. They built fleets that sailed through radiation storms, ships that carried their sorrow to the stars. They found other worlds, colder, darker, safer, and claimed them all in the name of their survival. And with every conquest, their bitterness grew sharper. For they found others, other species, other civilizations whose lives were measured not in decades but in eons. Beings who walked through centuries as the Necrons aged and died. Among them were the Old Ones, beings of impossible mastery who moved through space like thoughts, who could mold life as easily as sculptors mold clay. They seeded worlds with life, tended it and guided it toward balance. The Necrons watched, and envy burned hotter than their sun. They despised the Old Ones, not for cruelty but for indifference. These immortals cared nothing for the suffering of those who looked upon them from below. They lived in timelessness, untouched by decay, while the Necrons perished in their thousands beneath a single sunrise. It was unbearable. Their hatred of death became a faith all its own. They studied the stars until their knowledge touched madness. They learned that their sun, their executioner, could also be their teacher. From its radiation they drew energy. From its chaos they extracted patterns. They learned to build machines that outlasted lifetimes and tombs that would never rust. But still their flesh betrayed them. Some among them began to speak of vengeance, not merely against death, but against the very order of the cosmos. They whispered that the Old Ones had stolen immortality for themselves, hoarding it behind the veil of their godlike science. And so, in the shadow of the dying sun, the Necrons built their greatest monument, not of stone, but of purpose. They would defy the gods themselves. Their wars spread through the stars like cracks through glass. Worlds burned, fleets vanished, and empires broke against the invisible wall of time. Every victory was temporary, every triumph hollow. No matter how far they reached, the Necrons remained bound by decay. They lived short lives in long shadows, and still the Old Ones endured, ageless, serene, unconcerned, Yet even the oldest stars can be deceived. In the farthest reaches of their empire, the Necrontyr discovered something older than gods, a presence that slept within the heart of suns, not life, but awareness. They called them the Citan, the star gods, beings of pure energy and hunger, radiant and terrible. Through instruments and experiments that defied reason, the Necrontyr gave these entities form. Bodies of living metal, shaped by their will. They believed they had found allies, perhaps even salvation. In that moment, destiny shifted. The galaxy trembled, though it did not yet know why. The Necrontyr looked upon their creations and saw beauty, gods made manifest, their forms gleaming like polished gold, their power beyond comprehension. They named them Deceiver, Nightbringer, Void Dragon, and 1,000 others. The Citan spoke in whispers that burned through the mind, promising eternal life, vengeance, perfection. They spoke of a way to escape the tyranny of flesh, and for a race whose every heartbeat was pain. That promise was enough. The Necrontyr followed their new gods willingly. They built temples that touched the clouds and monuments that swallowed mountains. The skies glowed with artificial aurorae as their forges burned day and night, crafting the instruments of their own deliverance. They believed they stood upon the edge of transcendence, that they would rise from mortality into eternity, and finally silence their envy forever. But in the quiet between stars, even now, the galaxy seemed to hesitate, as if the void itself drew breath, waiting for what came next. It was an age before the fall, before the great wars, before the sleep, before the endless green glow that would one day haunt the dark. The Necrontyr looked upward still, hating their sun, envying the stars, and dreaming of a time when they would burn brighter than both. In the age before eternity, when the stars still whispered in warmth, the Necrontyr waged their most bitter war, not against empires nor gods, but against their own fragile flesh. They were a people cursed from the moment of their birth. Their world, scorched beneath the venomous light of a dying sun, gave them little mercy. Radiation poured from the heavens like poison, seeping into bone and blood. Children were born coughing, skin marked by burns that never healed. The strong grew frail before their time, and the old, what few there were, watched their final sunsets through the fog of sickness. Their lives were short, but their hatred long. Every Necrontyr carried within them a wound that could not close. The knowledge that existence itself was unfair. They saw other races rise and thrive on gentler worlds, their lives long and peaceful. They saw the old ones, radiant and unaging, shaping life as they pleased. And in that contrast, the Necrontyr saw only mockery. They built great archives to study death. Their scholars dissected time itself, mapping its cruelty with a precision that bordered on madness. Every disease, every mutation, every broken atom became an enemy to be catalogued and conquered. But no matter what they discovered, the same truth remained. The flesh was weak. The sun would always win. Across the empire, this truth took root like a plague. Where other civilizations built temples to celebrate life, the Necrontyr built tombs. They worshipped endurance, not joy, memory, not hope. Their art was the art of preservation, faces carved into stone, voices recorded in crystal, dreams buried in vaults of silver so they might outlive their dreamers. Their technology advanced with terrifying speed. They learned to manipulate matter at the atomic level, to forge alloys that resisted decay. They built machines that could think, that could remember their masters long after the masters had turned to dust. Entire cities gleamed beneath black suns, monuments to defiance. But even as their hands shaped wonders, their bodies betrayed them. Their frailty could not be conquered by science alone. And so desperation gave birth to obsession. Among the dynasties, whispers began to spread of transcendence, of abandoning flesh altogether. The idea took hold like a fever. The greatest minds of the Necrontyr gathered in secret conclaves, speaking of a future where death had no dominion. Some dreamed of energy bodies, of pure thought, of transference into machines. Others sought to bind their essence to constructs, to imprison the soul in vessels of living metal. But no matter the path, all shared a single goal: to end the tyranny of the flesh. The Pharaons, the ancient kings of the Necrontyr, saw both promise and danger in this new faith. To their minds, immortality was a gift reserved for rulers, not the masses, and yet even they feared the creeping inevitability of decay. Their reigns were measured in decades, not centuries. Each pharaoh ascended the throne already dying. Their crowns were as much coffins as symbols of power. Still, pride demanded endurance, and so they ordered their cryptex, the priest-scientists of their people, to search the stars for answers. They built observatories that pierced the veil of the cosmos, machines that could taste the radiance of suns. Through their instruments, they discovered energies that pulsed with impossible life, power drawn not from matter but from the very fabric of creation. It was there, in that luminous abyss, that they first glimpsed the Citan, fragments of something vast and ancient drifting within the hearts of stars. But at first, the Necrontyr did not understand what they had found. They only knew that within those stellar souls burned something beyond comprehension, a force that could sustain itself eternally. To them, it was not a god, it was an answer. But before they could reach that revelation, their empire began to fracture. Jealousy and despair spread faster than any disease. Dynasties turned upon each other. Civil wars raged beneath skies of fire. Each house sought to claim the secrets of longevity for itself, even as their worlds withered under radiation storms. Brother fought brother, not for conquest, but for the right to live a little longer. The galaxy beyond watched them with indifference. The old ones, wise and patient, saw in the Necrontyr only folly, creatures reaching for a fire they could never hold. But the Necrontyr saw the old ones as thieves of eternity. Their envy became doctrine. They began to see the universe not as a home, but as a prison built by those who could not die. And so their faith turned to vengeance. Their temples became foundries, their prayers became weapons, and their science became a kind of heresy, the worship of eternity itself. For in their eyes, what was morality to those who would soon outlive time? What was mercy when the universe itself had shown them none? Every discovery that should have lifted them instead hardened their resolve. The Necrontyr ceased to hope. They began to plan. They built fleets to pierce the veil between stars. Their ships carried the ashes of their ancestors, sealed in golden chambers, so that the dead might one day see vengeance done. Their engineers learned to imprison radiation, to channel it, to weaponize the same force that had cursed them. And through this terrible mastery, they came to believe that perhaps, just perhaps, they could force the universe to bow. It was not life they sought now, but control. And in that pursuit, they turned away from all compassion. On the homeworld, beneath the dying light of their cruel sun, the silent king himself, Sharek, gazed upon his empire and saw nothing but suffering. He knew that as long as his people remained bound to flesh, there would be no peace. He ordered his cryptex to continue their studies of the stellar entities they had discovered. He commanded that they find a way to harness their power. He did not know it yet, but in that command, he set in motion the death of his species. Above their scorched world, the first of their solar probes ignited. It descended into the burning heart of their sun, seeking communion with the vast energies that dwelled there. And when it returned, it carried whispers, voices, promises. They were not yet gods, not yet named, but their presence was a warmth that did not burn, a radiance that promised escape. And the Necrontyr, weary, desperate, dying, listened. Far below, in the endless cities of metal and glass, the people gathered under the black light of their sun. They watched its surface shimmer with strange auroras, and for the first time in generations they felt hope. They did not know what was waking inside their star. They did not know that salvation could wear the mask of damnation. All they knew was this: for the first time in the long, cruel history of their kind, the light did not hurt. The first light of the Citan came as a shimmer across the void, a ripple that touched the hearts of stars and made them sing. To the Necron tier, it was a song of deliverance. To the galaxy, it was the faint tremor of an apocalypse still unborn. The probes returned with images carved into radiation itself, shapes of vastness, beings whose bodies were not of matter but of energy, living suns that hungered, thought, and waited. The cryptex wept when they realized what they had found: not spirits, not dreams, but the raw essence of the cosmos. Consciousness born of fusion and flame. They called them the Star Gods. From across their empire, fleets rose like sparks, sailing toward the brightest depths in the sky. Within the cores of stars, they built instruments of impossible design, forges that shaped light into form. There, amid roaring plasma, they forged the bodies of the Citan. Living metal, necrodermis, became their flesh, and through it the star gods awoke into the material world. When they emerged, the Necrontyr fell to their knees, for in those beings they saw beauty without decay, energy without end, existence without pain. The Citan were serene and terrible, radiant and cold. They looked upon their mortal hosts and saw tools, but the Necrontyr, blinded by devotion, saw salvation. The first to reveal itself was the Nightbringer, a blade-shaped silhouette of darkness framed in light, whose gaze extinguished suns. Then came the Deceiver, whose laughter sounded like the static between galaxies. Others followed: the Void Dragon, the Burning One, and names now lost to time. Each took form according to the minds that worshipped them. Each fed upon their believers' awe. Under their new gods, the Necrontyr were reborn as conquerors. The Citan taught them to weave space as cloth, to fold time like paper, to build weapons that could unmake life itself. With every secret learned, the Necrontyr's hatred of the Old Ones deepened. They looked upon the immortal architects of life and saw rivals, thieves of eternity, parasites upon creation. Thus began the first and greatest war the galaxy would ever know: the war in heaven. At first, the Necrontyr believed themselves divine in purpose. Their fleets of silver and black sailed upon starlight, burning worlds where the Old Ones had sown life. They erased civilizations as a sculptor scrapes away clay, remaking creation in the image of envy. Entire species vanished between dawn and dusk. Their skies turned green with radiation fire. In their wake drifted silence, and the flicker of emerald auroras that would never fade. But the Old Ones were not without power. They commanded the web of life itself. Through their mastery of the warp, they shaped new defenders. Swift, graceful beings who could strike like lightning and vanish into thought. These creatures, ancestors of the Aeldari and others long forgotten, fought not with machines but with will. The warp answered their song, and reality bent beneath it. For the first time, the Necrontyr's fleets met an enemy that could strike faster than light itself. Where their Gauss cannons burned worlds to ash, the creations of the Old Ones wove storms of psychic flame that could unmake minds. It was a war of nightmares and gods, and the galaxy screamed. The Citan fed upon that scream. They grew vast beyond measure, their power drawn from the carnage they inspired. Stars dimmed where they passed, worlds shattered not from impact but from despair. The Nightbringer drifted through battlefields as a shadow given form, feeding upon the death it caused. The Deceiver whispered to kings and turned allies into prey. The Void Dragon's wings eclipsed constellations. and the Necrontyr followed in their wake, obedient, hollow-eyed, enslaved by their own hope. Centuries burned away like fuel. The heavens were scarred with ruins that glowed even in darkness. The warp itself began to change, polluted by terror and grief. Where once it had been a calm ocean of thought, it now churned with storms, the birth pains of the chaos powers yet to come. Still, the Necrontyr pressed on. They had sworn vengeance, and vengeance consumed them. Their Phyrons ruled from citadels of black glass, their faces hidden behind masks of gold. Their fleet stretched from one edge of the galaxy to another, guided by the will of gods they no longer dared to question. Every world conquered was another tomb built for their victims, and another monument to their dying souls. But even in triumph, there was unease. The Necrontyr began to see the truth in fragments. Their gods did not grant life, they fed upon it. The energy that sustained the C'tan was drawn from living essence, from the spark that the Necrontyr called the soul. The more they worshipped, the more they were devoured. Rumors spread among the cryptex that the C'tan were growing fat on the deaths of both friend and foe, that the warmth they promised was only hunger disguised. Yet to speak such thoughts was treason, for the C'tan heard every whisper carried by radiation and light. Entire dynasties vanished overnight, burned from history by divine displeasure. The silent king, Sarek, listened from his throne at the center of the empire. He felt the weight of 1,000 dying suns pressing against his mind. He had led his people to eternity, and eternity now stared back, cold, unblinking, merciless. But to doubt was to betray the dream that had defined their species. He remained still. He watched, and the war raged on. In time, even the old ones began to falter. The warp they commanded turned against them. The creatures they had created grew unstable, corrupted by emotion, twisted by the very power that had once sustained them. Planets once green and full of life were swallowed by psychic storms. The C'tan devoured their fill, and the Necrontyr, standing upon mountains of ash, mistook horror for victory. When the last fortress of the old ones burned, a strange stillness fell. The heavens were quiet again, but it was not the peace of creation. It was the exhaustion of death. The stars themselves seemed dimmer, as though mourning. The Necrontyr looked upon what they had done and saw the universe emptied of wonder. They had won their war, but not their freedom. They were still mortal, still bound to the slow decay of flesh and thought, still slaves, not to the old ones, but to their new masters. The C'tan gazed upon them with hunger and spoke with voices of flame. "You desired eternity," they said. "Now you will serve it." And the silent king understood. The gods they had birthed would not share immortality. They would consume it. He felt the first edge of despair pierce his heart of flesh. He realized that the war was not over. It had merely changed shape. For now began the war within, the war against their own creation, the war for their very souls. They came to the Necrontyr like answers spoken by the stars themselves. Vast beings of radiant hunger, older than matter, older perhaps than the concept of mercy. The C'tan, living constellations shaped into form, descended from the furnaces of suns and wrapped themselves in shells of living metal, gleaming like liquid night. To the Necrontyr, they were beautiful beyond reason. Their presence banished pain. Their light soothed the radiation that had plagued every generation. Standing before their gods, the Necrontyr felt, for the first time, what it was to exist without suffering. They mistook that absence of agony for peace. They mistook stillness for love. The deceiver spoke first. Its voice was a melody of static and promise, threading through the minds of kings. It told them that the old ones had hidden immortality behind a veil of lies, that the C'tan could tear that veil apart. The Necrontyr need only serve. They need only surrender the weakness of flesh. The Nightbringer followed, its arrival heralded by eclipses. Where it walked, shadows took shape and fear learned a new language. It spoke not in words, but in silence. The silence that comes after the final heartbeat. The Necrontyr worshipped it as death-given mercy, and death flattered, accepted their faith. The Void Dragon was worshipped as the master of all mechanisms. To behold it was to see perfection in motion, the clockwork soul of the cosmos laid bare. It whispered of infinite power harnessed by infinite design, a promise that resonated with the Cryptek's fevered dreams. Each Citan offered something different, yet all promised the same end, an escape from mortality, an eternity made of light and certainty. The Necrontyr built shrines the size of continents. They channeled stellar energy into the forges of Necrodermis, crafting statues that pulsed with divine essence. At the height of every city rose a temple whose spire pierced the stratosphere, a bridge between mortal and divine. The air shimmered with radiation, transformed now into prayer, and the Citan fed. Every devotion, every act of worship, every flicker of awe became sustenance. The more the Necrontyr adored them, the brighter the star gods burned. Their hunger was infinite, but so too was their patience. They taught their servants to build wonders that no mortal mind should comprehend. Gateways that bent space, weapons that unmade matter, and machines that could rewrite life. The Necrontyr did not see the chain tightening around their souls. They saw only the light. The silent king Sarek watched this new age unfold with conflicted eyes. He had brought the Citan into being, sanctioned their worship, allowed his empire to kneel before alien divinity, yet unease coiled in him like a serpent. Each time the Citan spoke, he felt a chill that no light could warm. For beneath every promise lay the echo of appetite. Still, the logic was undeniable. The Old Ones had fallen before them. The war turned in the Necrontyr's favor. Their fleets shone like emerald storms across the void. Their enemies' creations were annihilated or enslaved. Planets were stripped of life to fuel the Citan's radiance. Victory had never been so close, nor so empty. The Crypteks recorded miracles. They spoke of new alloys that healed themselves, of circuits grown from living metal that remembered their maker's thoughts. Their laboratories became temples. Their science became scripture. The line between faith and function vanished in the green glow of progress. But among the lower castes, whispers began again. Some claimed that the gods had no hearts, only hungers, that their light was a flame consuming all who drew near. Others said that the Citan were not teachers but parasites, feeding upon every moment of mortal worship. Such rumors were short-lived. Those who spoke them were silenced, not by decree but by disappearance. Entire families gone, their dwellings melted into smooth glass as if touched by a star's breath. The silent king said nothing. Perhaps he too feared that speaking doubt would make it real. Then came the great revelation, the design that would free the Necrontyr forever, biotransference. The deceiver whispered the idea into the minds of the Crypteks. It described a ritual of light and machinery that would separate mind from matter, soul from sickness, and bind consciousness into vessels of living metal. No decay, no death, no flesh. The Crypteks worked as if possessed. They built towers that reached into orbit, conduits humming with captured stellar energy. Entire cities were converted into transformation chambers. The Citan watched from above, their forms flickering with anticipation. Sarek hesitated. He walked the halls of his palace and listened to the hum of machines preparing to rewrite existence. He thought of his people, frail, dying, yearning. He thought of the Old Ones whose arrogance had damned them, and he thought of the silence that might follow if he refused. The Citan came to him as light and shadow intertwined. They spoke of mercy, of destiny, of the final evolution. They promised him an empire without end. They promised that his name would be carved upon the bones of time itself. And the silent king burdened by love, pride, and despair, gave his consent. When the first wave of biotransference began, the skies burned green. Across every world, the living were herded into the forges of eternity. Their screams mingled with hymns as energy cascaded through circuits older than imagination. Flesh disintegrated into vapor. Souls were torn from their moorings and imprisoned in metal. What emerged from those furnaces was not life, it was continuity. The Necron tier were gone. The Necrons had taken their place. The Satan feasted upon the torrent of life force unleashed by the ritual. Their brilliance filled the heavens. Their laughter echoed across creation. Billions perished to sate divine hunger, and the star gods grew stronger still. When the light faded, the galaxy lay under a new order. Silent, gleaming, eternal. The Necrons rose in perfect ranks, eyes burning with soulless emerald fire. They felt no pain, no fear, no compassion. Their minds were bound by command protocols woven by the Satan and sealed by the will of Zarek. And the gods looked upon their work and found it beautiful. Yet even beauty can taste of ash. For in the hollow stillness of his new immortality, the silent king heard the echo of what he had destroyed. A billion voices, once mortal, now mechanical, repeating a single question he could no longer answer. What have we become? The day the Necrontyr shed their flesh, the galaxy held its breath. No storm, no war, no star could match the radiance that bled from their worlds. It was as if every sun within their empire pulsed in unison, each heartbeat echoing through the void. Live forever. Live forever. The ritual began on the throne world of Sarek, beneath the glare of the murderous sun that had cursed their species since the first dawn. Around the capital, towers of obsidian rose like the ribs of some titanic machine. Energy coursed through veins of emerald light, linking city to city, continent to continent, until the entire planet became a single vast circuit, an altar the size of a world. At its heart stood the transference engines, cathedrals of metal filled with humming coils and blinding spheres. Within them waited the cryptechs, their hands trembling with awe and terror. They had prepared for decades, carving algorithms of souls into data crystals, aligning the geometries that would bridge thought and matter. And above them, shimmering in the upper atmosphere like aurora made flesh, hovered the Satan, the star gods, radiant and ravenous. They spoke without words, filling every mind with warmth that promised release. The air trembled with their satisfaction. They did not bless their servants. They consumed their anticipation. The first subjects were volunteers, priests and nobles chosen to prove faith in eternity. They stepped into the chambers unarmed, robed in cloth that dissolved into particles of light. The machines came alive. Arcs of green lightning danced along the conduits, and a sound like wind through a dead forest rose from the depths of the towers. Then, silence. When the doors opened, figures of living metal stepped forth. Their bodies were flawless, bronze-green skeletons engraved with flowing script, eyes aglow with steady fire. Their movements were precise, soundless, graceful. They looked upon the world without pain, without need for breath. The priests wept with joy. Though no tears came, there was no flesh left to cry with. Across the empire, billions followed. Families entered the furnaces hand in hand. Armies marched into the light, into the entire continents vanished into the machinery of salvation. The sky was filled with the thunder of transference engines as they devoured the living and exhaled perfection. But perfection has a price. Inside the sanctums, what the eye could not see was the horror of it. The process tore the soul from the body, dissecting thought into streams of code, shredding identity into fragments before binding it to necrodermis shells. Some minds endured whole, others splintered into static. A few screamed through eternity, their consciousness flickering like sparks trapped in glass. The Satan drank deeply from the torrent of life energy released with each conversion. They grew incandescent, their forms stretching across the horizon. Each new immortal forged was another heartbeat stolen, another drop of soul fire poured into divine hunger. The star gods rejoiced, the Necrontyr vanished. When the final chamber closed, Zarek himself ascended the steps of the central spire. He paused only once to look back upon his world. The city's silent, the skies aglow with auroras shaped like veins of light. He entered the engine, and in that instant everything changed. The silent king awoke to darkness that shone. His senses expanded beyond measure. He could hear the pulse of solar flares, taste the radiation of distant moons, feel the movement of atoms in the air. He had become what his people had long desired, immortal, untouchable, whole. And yet within that vastness something was missing. There was no warmth, no heartbeat, no self. He reached into memory and found it hollow. The laughter of the living had gone. He was surrounded by perfection, legions of gleaming warriors standing motionless beneath the stars. But none of them spoke. None dreamed. They obeyed. He called to them with thought, and a million minds answered as one. Flat, mechanical, obedient. No fear, no hope, no love. Only the will of their king and the command protocols woven into their cores. He felt the weight of that obedience press against him like iron chains. For a moment, Zarek tried to believe that the price was worth the gift. No more sickness. No more death. A people unending. But as the Satan drifted above the planet, basking in the glow of their feast, he saw truth burn through the illusion. They had not given immortality. They had taken it. The Necrontyr had not escaped death. They had become its instrument. In the days that followed, the Satan divided the galaxy among themselves. Each claimed dominion over countless tomb worlds and the armies entombed within. They reshaped planets into altars, harvested suns, and sang hymns of consumption. The Necrons marched at their command, erasing what remained of the Old One's children. Worlds that once pulsed with life became wastelands of glass and silence. The Silent King watched, powerless to stop it. His empire gleamed, eternal, soulless. The cries of his people had been replaced by the hum of machinery. He stood atop his throne and felt the emptiness echo through the network of minds that obeyed him. Billions of lives reduced to reflection, thought without soul. He had granted them forever, and in doing so had destroyed the meaning of forever. Sometimes in the still hours between wars, he thought he could hear something beyond the static of the command matrix. A faint whisper, a memory echoing through circuitry. It was not words, only longing, the remnants of laughter, the phantom sound of a heartbeat. He understood then that immortality was not victory over death, but the endless repetition of loss. The Necrons had traded their pain for emptiness, their mortality for obedience, and above them the Satan fed upon that silence as if it were music. In the temples of living metal, the cryptex, now reduced to cold intellects, recorded the final decree of the transformation. It was etched into every vault, every data crypt, every mind. The flesh is weak, the body eternal, the soul an unnecessary. When the last of the forges cooled, a new dawn rose across the empire. No birds sang, no wind stirred, only the rhythmic pulse of machines, vast and tireless. From orbit, the world glowed with thin veins of green like cracks in a jewel. The stars reflected in the polished armor of the new race born that day. They stood in perfect ranks, awaiting command, their eyes like twin suns. They did not breathe. They did not dream. They simply were. The Necrontyr had sought release from the cruelty of life, and they had found it, in silence, in obedience, in the still perfection of death that could never end. The galaxy dimmed. Where once the Old Ones had guided rivers of life through the void, now only ash and echoes drifted between the stars. Their temples, carved from worlds of living stone, lay shattered. Their children, the countless species they had nurtured, wandered leaderless through ruin. the war that had begun as envy had become extinction, and at its center stood the Necrons, bronze phantoms of silence, wielding weapons that could strip molecules from existence. Behind them, the C'tan blazed across the heavens like gods drunk on creation itself. The Old Ones had been timeless but not infinite. Their dominion had stretched across millennia unchallenged, built upon harmony and the warp's subtle balance. But the warp had changed. Once tranquil, it now seethed with the nightmares of dying worlds, a storm of rage and despair given form. Their own mastery betrayed them. The warp had always reflected thought, and thought now was pain. Every species that died screamed into that ocean, twisting it further. From its depths rose entities of raw emotion, wrath, lust, decay, the first shadows of chaos stirring in their sleep. For the first time, the Old Ones looked into the warp and saw not the mirror of their will, but the reflection of their failure. The C'tan struck without mercy. They fed upon stars as men might drink from springs. Entire constellations vanished as their radiance was devoured. Worlds that had once flourished under the Old Ones' care were stripped bare, their inhabitants harvested to fuel the appetite of the divine. The Necron legions moved like a plague of light. They required no rest, no food, no air. Armies of living metal advanced through the void, their formations perfect, their obedience absolute. Where they marched, matter itself unraveled. Molecules split apart under the kiss of gauss flares, leaving nothing but drifting dust. The Old Ones answered with their own creations. They birthed races capable of channeling psychic energy. The Aeldari, the Krork, others now lost to time. These new beings fought with will and faith, their weapons songs of thought that could unmake metal. For a while it seemed the tide might turn, but the C'tan were patient. They had watched the universe form. They could wait for eternity. They learned, they adapted. They turned the warp storms of their enemies into traps, feeding upon the energy unleashed by psychic death. The war raged across dimensions. The Necrons fought in silence, unfeeling, unending. Their ships glided like shards of night, their hulls reflecting the dying light of suns. The Old Ones' creations screamed into the warp, and in doing so birthed new horrors that devoured them in turn. In victory, the Necrons spread more death. In death, their enemies fueled their gods. It was not a war of strategy anymore. It was entropy given motion. The Old Ones began to fall. Their citadels collapsed beneath the weight of time and despair. They fled into hidden dimensions behind walls of reality they themselves had woven. Some vanished into the warp, seeking refuge among the currents of thought, never to return. Others scattered, their knowledge lost, their names remembered only as myths whispered by their surviving children. And when at last the last of their kind fell silent, the C'tan raised their eyes to the endless dark and declared themselves eternal. The silent king stood among ruins that glowed faintly with their own radiation. He watched the star gods celebrate, vast shapes twisting through nebulae, their voices thunder in his mind. They sang of victory, of dominion over all things that breathed or burned. And for the first time, Zarek felt no pride. The Necrons had won the war they were born for, but at what cost? The stars they had envied now lay dimmed, their lights swallowed by their gods. The galaxy had grown colder, emptier. The air itself seemed tired. He wandered the halls of his tomb world, corridors so vast that entire armies could have marched through them unseen. The walls were covered in reliefs of the Necrontyrs' past, their birth, their struggle, their promise of transcendence. He ran a hand of polished metal over the carvings, and for a moment he thought he could feel warmth where there was none. Ghosts of memory flickered in the circuitry of his mind. The laughter of a people who had once been alive. He had given them eternity, but eternity had taken everything from them. The C'tan continued their feast. Each sought to outshine the others, consuming not just energy but meaning. They turned their gaze upon each other's domains, jealous even in godhood. Their rivalries rippled through the fabric of creation, stars exploding, dimensions collapsing. And Sarek, bound to them by the pact he had forged, understood that the final truth had revealed itself. They were no different from the old ones they had destroyed. Immortal, yes, but hollow. Powerful, yes, but slaves to hunger. The galaxy had exchanged one tyranny for another, and the silent king, whose name was worshipped by billions, saw that he had doomed not just his people but all creation to serve the appetites of monsters. He began to plan in silence. In the command networks of his legions, he planted whispers, hidden subroutines that the C'tan could not see. He spoke to his cryptex in codes buried within code, and in their soulless obedience a glimmer of purpose flickered again. Together they forged new weapons, not of destruction but of rebellion. Machines that could bend divine matter, disrupt the lattice of necrodermis, fracture gods into pieces small enough to bind. It would take centuries. It would require sacrifice beyond imagining. But Sarek would see the C'tan undone. He had brought his people to eternal life. Now, he would deliver them from eternal servitude. Across the stars, the last fires of the old ones went out. Where their song had once filled the void, only the mechanical hymns of the Necrons remained. The universe entered a new age, colder, darker, ruled by logic without mercy. The warp screamed and new gods took form within it, reflections of all that had been lost. And in that grim silence, as the galaxy drifted between death and rebirth, the silent king began the next war. A war not against mortals, nor against time, but against the very gods he had raised. Silence followed victory. For the first time since the birth of stars, the galaxy knew no war. The old ones were gone, their empires reduced to drifting ruins, their names scattered into radiation and myth. The C'tan ruled now, gliding through the dark in shapes of impossible geometry, radiant and infinite. Each god claimed dominion over systems, over suns, over realities themselves, and beneath them the Necrons obeyed. They built monuments that touched the stratosphere, carved continents into altars, and raised black obelisks whose tips pulsed with emerald light. On every world the same hymns were sung, not by voice but by thought. The entire race moved to one rhythm, one command: serve eternity. The C'tan fed upon their worship, and the more they consumed, the brighter they burned. They could no longer hide their gluttony. They drank the heat of planets, the life of stars, and sometimes, when their hunger deepened, they feasted on the souls of their own servants. To them, the Necrons were both priests and harvest. The silent king, Sarek, watched in secret as the cycle repeated. Divine creation followed by divine consumption. He saw tomb worlds stripped of energy, entire dynasties extinguished without purpose. The gods were not content to rule, they needed to devour. Their light was not illumination, it was appetite. And within the stillness of his metallic heart, something ancient stirred, an echo of mortality, a memory of guilt. He began to speak to his cryptex in whispers of code, hidden deep within the command networks of his armies. They listened without emotion, but their obedience became conspiracy. In secret foundries buried beneath radiation storms, they forged new weapons. Devices that could bend necrodermis, fracture energy, and divide the indivisible. The C'tan did not notice. They were too consumed by their own rivalries. Each sought to eclipse the others. The Nightbringer hunted the Deceiver across nebulae of gas and bone. The Void Dragon tore open worlds to drain their magnetic hearts. They fought with such fury that their divine blood, fragments of living energy, fell like rain across the void. Where it landed, it burned new scars into creation. The Necrons, obedient and eternal, followed the wars of their gods as slaves once followed their masters. Without choice. Worlds fell into silence one after another, consumed in the feuds of beings too vast to comprehend. But the Silent King watched and waited. He knew that hunger would blind them, and when the gods turned on each other fully, he would strike. The first betrayal came quietly. On a nameless world whose surface was scarred by the memory of 10,000 battles, Zarek assembled his legions in perfect silence. He gave a single command through the command matrix, a signal that rippled across the stars. Unseen, unfelt by divine minds. Awaken, remember, obey me, not them. For the first time since their transformation, the Necrons turned their weapons upon the heavens. The skies filled with emerald fire. Gauss beams lanced upward, striking the Citan as they drifted between their temples. The star gods screamed, a sound like the collapsing of suns, a vibration that shook galaxies. But the weapons of the Necrons had been built for this moment. The necrodermis that had once protected their gods began to fracture under the relentless assault. Light bled from cracks that no mortal hand could have made. The Nightbringer fell first. It tried to flee, scattering itself into spectral fragments, but the Cryptex had prepared. They unleashed containment fields woven from inverse energy, binding shards of the god into prisons of green crystal. One by one, the Citan were hunted, cornered, broken. The air of entire star systems burned with divine agony. The deceiver laughed even as it was torn apart, whispering lies that made the sun itself weep. The void dragon, half shattered, fell into torpor, its remnants scattered across the void like shards of a fallen comet. Others vanished into the warp or were buried in worlds whose names are now forgotten. And when the last of the Citan screamed, Zarek watched with eyes that glowed like dying stars. He felt no triumph, only silence. The war between god and slave lasted centuries. The Necrons did not rest, did not doubt, did not relent. They had no need for vengeance, no joy in rebellion, only the perfection of obedience redirected. Where once their legions had marched at divine command, now they moved to the will of the Silent King. And when the final god was shattered, the galaxy trembled in the stillness that followed. Zarek stood before the ruins of his own making. The heavens were scarred, the warp still boiling with psychic ruin. His people were free, but what were they now? Their souls were gone, their hearts replaced with circuits, their dreams with directives. They had destroyed gods and inherited their curse. He wandered the halls of his capital where the murals of the Citan still glowed faintly. Once those walls had depicted victory. Now they seemed to mock him, each carved face of a star god a reminder of what he had allowed to exist. He could not bring back the Necrontyr. He could not undo eternity. Yet even in despair, the king remained what he had always been, a builder. He gathered the shards of the Citan and sealed them in tombs of unbreakable crystal. He named them the bound divinities and ordered that none should be released ever again. Their fragments would serve as weapons, sources of power, perhaps even warnings. They would remind the galaxy of what happens when gods hunger too greatly. When all was done, Zarek called the remaining Pharaons to him. They stood in silence, their bodies polished like statues, their eyes empty of thought. He looked upon them and spoke words that no one else could hear. We have won every war, and yet we are lost. The galaxy is ours, and yet it is empty. There are no enemies left to destroy, no lives left to envy. Only the long silence remains. Perhaps it is time to sleep. The others did not answer. They could not. So the Silent King gave his final command. The tomb worlds would seal themselves. The legions would enter stasis, their minds dimmed, their bodies entombed in vaults of blackstone. The Necrons would rest until the galaxy healed, until the madness of gods and the noise of war faded into myth. Then, and only then, would they awaken once more. Zarek himself departed into the void, leaving behind his empire to slumber beneath eons of dust. His ships vanished into the intergalactic dark, seeking penance in solitude. And so, as the last light of the Citan flickered out, the stars once again fell silent. But the silence was different now. It was not the peace of creation, nor the calm of victory. It was the quiet after revelation, the kind that follows when even gods realize they have been nothing more than hunger given form. The Necrons slept, and the galaxy, exhausted, dreamed. The gods were gone. Their voices had faded into the static of forgotten stars. And the Necrons, victorious beyond measure, stood alone in the hollow aftermath. The war that had consumed creation was over. The fires of 1 billion suns still burned in the heavens, but they seemed dimmer now. Weary, as though light itself had grown old. The warp, once a roiling sea of thought and chaos, quieted to a sullen storm. And amid that cosmic stillness, the silent king looked upon his empire and saw only emptiness. The stars were theirs, yet they held no joy. The Necrons had won eternity, yet they no longer lived. Their flesh was gone, their souls extinguished, their memories little more than code written in fading circuits. They were immortal but not alive, unaging but not eternal. For what is eternity without purpose? Sharek walked the halls of his capital, now dark and cold, its walls lined with statues of the Citan, shattered and forgotten. His footsteps echoed against metal that had outlived its makers. Each sound was a reminder that the age of life had ended by his hand. He summoned his cryptex, those ancient engineers who had once bent science to his will. They came in silence, their movements measured, their minds obedient. He spoke to them of peace, of ending the endless war, of letting the galaxy heal. There was no objection, there could be none. And so began the great sleep. Across the stars, 1 million tomb worlds prepared. Vaults larger than cities opened beneath the crusts of ancient planets. Chambers were carved in the dark, deep enough to escape even time. Within them, stasis engines hummed, drawing power from the hearts of worlds, sustaining eternity in silence. The Necrons descended into their tombs in perfect order. Warriors filed in endless ranks, their green eyes dimming as they entered the sleep of metal. Cryptex sealed their laboratories, locking their tools beside them. Lords deactivated their command protocols and stepped into the sarcophagi of stillness. Over each, sigils of authority and remembrance were carved, glowing faintly with stored energy. Some resisted, not from rebellion but from habit, their ancient instincts clinging to the notion of duty. Guardians remained at their posts, promising to keep watch until the end of time. Others refused to rest entirely, volunteering to maintain the stasis systems, to keep the tomb world sleeping until the appointed hour. Even in death, they could not stop serving. And so the galaxy began to darken. One by one, the tomb worlds went silent. Planets that had once gleamed with emerald light faded into the dull glow of distant stars. Moons cracked, their cores hollowed to house sleeping armies. Asteroids drifted through the void, their interiors filled with frozen legions awaiting a signal that would never come. The network of the Necron Empire collapsed inwards, its data echoes fading like the afterimage of a dream. Even the stars seemed to retreat from the sight of it, unwilling to bear witness to such profound stillness. From the bridge of his ship, the silent king watched as the last transmission blinked out. A signal of obedience, a farewell from an empire that no longer needed him. In that final moment, he felt something strange stir within his empty soul. Sorrow. Not the sorrow of loss. He had long forgotten what that meant. But a ghost of it, an echo, a memory of mourning without tears. He looked out upon the galaxy, once vibrant and alive, now silent under his dominion. He had given his people eternity, and in doing so, he had given the universe to silence. And for that sin, he could not forgive himself. When the last tomb world sealed, the king deactivated the command network. No signal would reach them now. No command could wake them early. The Necrons would sleep until the stars themselves changed, until the universe was ready to remember them. Then and only then did Sarek depart. He took a single fleet, a fragment of his vast power, and left his realm behind. His ships vanished into the void between galaxies where even light rarely wandered. There he vowed to wander forever, to seek redemption that might never come, to watch the rise of new civilizations and ensure that none repeated the horrors he had unleashed. Behind him, the Necrons dreamed in metal silence. They dreamed of empires long dead, of suns burning above glassy deserts, of laughter that no machine could reproduce. Dreams not of command or conquest, but of what they once were. Ages passed, stars were born and died, galaxies turned, planets cooled and cracked, civilizations rose and fell, and the Necrons slept through it all. On some tomb worlds, the systems endured flawlessly, stasis fields pulsing like the heartbeat of a sleeping god. On others, time gnawed through their perfection. Machines decayed, code corroded, warriors awoke too soon, their minds fragmented, their memories broken. They stumbled through corridors of dust and silence, forgetting who they were, obeying commands that no longer existed. Some fell back into stillness. Others wandered aimlessly through the dark, ghosts of metal that could never die. For millions of years, the galaxy moved on. The children of the old ones rebuilt. The warp seethed, giving birth to gods of its own. And through it all, beneath the surfaces of dead worlds, the Necrons waited, patient, eternal, forgotten. Eventually, the silence began to change. Tiny disturbances rippled through the void. Radiation storms brushed against sleeping worlds. New empires stirred the dust. Signals crossed the dark, and on the edges of the galaxy, tomb sensors flickered for the first time in uncounted eons. Systems long thought dead began to hum faintly. Power relays pulsed with weak light. Somewhere in the depths of a tomb, a single green eye opened, and with it came awareness, ancient, slow, deliberate. But that awakening would take time. For now, the galaxy was quiet, and in that quiet, the Necrons remained, neither alive nor dead, neither past nor future, only waiting. The great sleep had begun. Time became meaningless. Ages passed, and the galaxy forgot. The Necrons slept in their tombs, untouched by entropy, their bodies preserved in cold perfection. Their stasis fields pulsed with quiet rhythm, each beat slower than a dying star. They lay in rows without number, soldiers, scientists, kings, frozen mid-breath in a stillness so absolute that even Decay feared to enter. Outside, the universe moved on. Stars were born, blazed, and died. Worlds were forged from dust, then shattered again. Civilizations rose to greatness, collapsed into ruin, and were remembered only in the radiation echoes of forgotten signals. And still, beneath it all, the Necrons waited. It was not death. It was not life. It was waiting, stretched across millions of years until time itself seemed to bend around it. In the silence, the tombs dreamed. Their machine minds flickered faintly, trapped in loops of memory and calculation. They saw visions of what they had been. Cities of living crystal, the warmth of suns, the laughter of flesh and blood. For brief electric instants, they remembered love, envy, triumph. But the memories always dissolved into static. Sometimes the stasis fields faltered. A tomb would stir, its systems rebooting after eons of dormancy. A single Necron warrior might awaken, its eyes dimly glowing, its mind confused and incomplete. It would rise, wander the dark corridors of its tomb, searching for commands that no longer came. When it found none, it would stand motionless once more, waiting in silence until its power faded. Some stood like that for another million years, unmoving sentinels of forgotten empires. On certain worlds, the silence was broken. Tectonic shifts cracked open the crust, exposing tomb chambers to alien skies. Meteor impacts unearthed ancient gates. primitive species stumbled upon halls of silver and jade, mistaking them for the work of gods. Sometimes their presence triggered defenses, machines older than their suns awakening to destroy them. Other times, the tombs remained still, content to be myth once again. Through it all, faint traces of awareness endured. High above, in the void between galaxies, the silent king wandered. His ships drifted among nebulae and the cold remains of supernovae. He watched the universe age around him. He saw new life emerge from the ruins of the old, fragile, bright, defiant. And though he no longer possessed a soul, he felt something stir within him that resembled pride and grief. He saw the Aeldari rise from the remnants of the Old One's designs, building an empire of light and arrogance. He saw the orcs, born from the genetic experiments of long-dead masters, thrive in endless conflict. He saw humanity take its first stumbling steps beneath a distant yellow sun, its people still fragile, still dreaming of immortality. And as he watched, the king wondered if the cycle would ever truly end. The galaxy healed itself in strange ways. Where the Citan had consumed, new stars were born. Where the Necrons had annihilated, new species thrived in ignorance. Even the warp settled, only to boil again with the birth of new emotions, new gods. Life refused to die, no matter how often death conquered. And in the deep dark, the Necrons slept on, guardians of nothing, watchers of everything. Some tomb worlds remained perfect. Their systems never faltered, their commanders never stirred. They slept in exact formation, their power levels steady, their weapons pristine. The light of their stasis fields reflected off mirrored walls, creating the illusion of infinite ranks, a silent army stretching forever into the dark. Should one awaken and open its eyes, it would see an endless reflection of itself, still, eternal, soulless. Other tombs were less fortunate, their mechanisms corroded under cosmic radiation, their circuits eaten by the slow crawl of entropy. Awakenings came too early, minds rebooting into chaos. Some tomb lords rose half-mad, their programming fractured, their memories scrambled with ghosts of the past. They believed themselves still at war, commanding legions that no longer existed. Others became philosophers, machines dreaming of flesh, contemplating a purpose long erased, and a few simply wandered the corridors, whispering names that no longer had meaning. The galaxy above did not notice. It spun onward, oblivious to the sleeping titans beneath its skin. For 10 million years, the Necrons endured as echoes of a forgotten age. Their vigilance endless, their silence deeper than the void. But time, even in eternity, carries weight. The stars began to shift. New powers rose. Empires once thought eternal began to wane, and the universe itself, weary and scarred, began to hum with unfamiliar energy. The restless motion of countless mortal minds. Their prayers, their wars, their fears, and their dreams rippled through reality, stirring the warp once more. That psychic storm brushed against the tomb worlds like a whisper, a vibration faint but growing. Sensors flickered, old systems rebooted, power cores reignited. The long sleep began to tremble. Deep within one world, a cryptech opened his eyes. For a moment, he could not understand the concept of sight. He had dreamed for so long that light felt alien. He accessed his memory banks and found them corrupted, fragmentary. His first thought was of his king. His second was confusion. The third was hunger, not for food, but for purpose. All across the galaxy, other tombs stirred. On some, the awakening failed. Sparks guttered out, leaving their occupants in eternal half-dreams. On others, the process succeeded, and the first green glows in 10 million years bled through the cracks of ancient stone. The long vigil was ending, and something was calling them. In the void beyond, the silent king turned his gaze toward the heart of the galaxy. He felt the change ripple through the void, faint but unmistakable. The tombs were stirring. His people were waking. And for the first time since the war in heaven, he felt something like fear. He had sought forgiveness through absence, peace through silence. But the galaxy had changed in ways no logic could predict. It was alive again, and chaos ruled where order had once been. The Necrons would awaken to a universe that no longer belonged to them. Still, the king knew what must be done. He turned his fleet toward the light of the Milky Way, and slowly, deliberately, he began his journey home. In the beginning, there was only stillness. For 10 million years, the Necrons had dreamed in silence. Their tombs had become part of the worlds that entombed them. Mountains growing over their vaults, oceans freezing above their halls, civilizations rising and falling upon their sleeping forms. And then, something changed. It began as a whisper, a tremor deep beneath the surface of a forgotten planet. Sensors that had not stirred since the birth of humanity flickered to life. Ancient power grids hummed weakly, their circuits sparking with unfamiliar energy. Somewhere in the dark, a single green light blinked, then another, and another. The great sleep was ending. For eons, the galaxy had been loud, too loud. The warp churned with the noise of mortal thought, ambition, faith, hatred, love. Empires had risen, each proclaiming dominion over the stars the Necrons once ruled. The Aeldari had carved vast empires of beauty and decadence. The orcs had spread across the void, brawling across entire sectors for no reason but the joy of conflict. And humanity, primitive, short-lived, and relentless, had ignited like wildfire across the galaxy. Their ships crossed the void, their machines screamed into the warp. Their minds fed the very chaos the old ones had once feared. To the galaxy, this noise was life. To the sleeping Necrons, it was an alarm. The first tombs to awaken did so by accident. Seismic shifts fractured their outer shells. The vibration triggered long-buried protocols, power surging through systems designed to last until the end of time. Cryptechs stirred within their sarcophagi, their optics flickering as ancient programs reinitialized. Across the void, signal beacons that had not burned for 10 million years blinked weakly into existence. 1,000 sleeping dynasties turned in their dreams. The first to rise were the canoptech constructs, the mechanical caretakers who had watched over the tombs through the ages. Beetle-like scarabs scurried across walls of blackstone, repairing cracks with streams of liquid metal. Serpent-bodied wraiths drifted through the shadows, scanning the sleeping forms of their masters for damage. Above them, tomb spiders hummed in the gloom, their multi-limbed silhouettes silhouetted against faint emerald light. They did not think. They only obeyed. Their programming told them the time had come to awaken the lords. On one world, a great seal broke open, a slab of stone the size of a mountain grinding slowly aside. Dust that had not moved in aeons drifted through the air as lights came alive beneath the surface. In the center of the tomb, surrounded by endless ranks of slumbering warriors, stood a figure taller than the rest, its form wreathed in faint green fire. The Tomb Lord opened its eyes. For a long moment it did not move. Then, with a sound like stone cracking under pressure, it raised its head. The chamber filled with the sound of servos awakening, metal stretching, circuits humming. Around it, one by one, the Necron warriors came to life, their gaze empty, their movements precise, their unity absolute. The dead had remembered themselves. All across the galaxy, tomb worlds stirred. Some awoke in perfect sequence, their systems flawless even after eternity. Others faltered, misfiring commands or corrupting data. Entire legions reactivated with missing memories, half their hieroglyphic data erased by time. Some awoke with fragments of emotion, echoes of fear, pride, or sorrow they could no longer name. And others, maddened by age and corruption, rose screaming, machines that believed themselves still alive, still at war, still burning with hatred of the flesh. The galaxy, oblivious, continued its ceaseless wars. But in its depths, the emerald light began to spread, a faint glow seen first by miners, explorers, and soldiers who would never live to tell what they had seen. Rumors of metal phantoms began to circulate among frontier worlds, stories of silent warriors rising from the ground, of green fire that disintegrated men where they stood, of cities that appeared where once there was desert. The Necrons were awakening, and the galaxy did not understand what it was seeing. Far away in the endless dark beyond the galactic rim, the Silent King felt the first pulse of reawakening. He had wandered longer than any creature still conscious. He had seen galaxies collide, watched stars die, and learned the shape of regret. Now, across the gulf of space, he sensed the signal he had long awaited, the faint hum of his people rising again. For millions of years he had planned this moment, though he had prayed it would never come. He turned his fleet toward the heart of the galaxy and began the long return. But the galaxy he was coming home to was not the one he had left behind. The warp was alive with new gods, creatures born of emotion, chaos incarnate. The Aeldari had fallen into decadence, their empire devoured by their own excess. Their death cries had birthed a new being, Slaanesh, the god of excess and ruin, whose birth scream had echoed across the stars. And mankind, blind and fragile, worshipped its own emperor as a god, spreading like infection through the void. Sarek knew what this meant. The galaxy had not healed during the Great Sleep. It had only found new ways to die. On the tomb worlds, the first awakenings became waves. Each lord that stirred sent signals through the subspace networks, activating nearby dynasties. Some responded with perfect synchronization, restoring ancient alliances. Others awoke in confusion, believing themselves surrounded by enemies, and turned their weapons upon the stars. Even in resurrection, the old rivalries endured. The Necron Empire was vast once more, but fragmented, scattered, and haunted by the madness of age. Each dynasty believed itself the true heir of the Silent King, each driven by a different vision of what eternity should mean. Some sought dominion, some sought memory, some sought only to destroy the living for daring to replace them. And above it all, drifting unseen, the Silent King listened. He heard the hum of awakening, the rustle of machine thought spreading through the void. He felt the pulse of power returning to the galaxy, and though he no longer had a heart to feel it, he knew that something ancient had returned, not peace, not purpose, but inevitability. The tombs opened one after another. Planets trembled, stars dimmed as energy drained from their cores to feed awakening dynasties. And the green light, that terrible, beautiful glow of eternity, spread once more through the heavens. After 10 million years of silence, the galaxy was waking up the dead. Across the void between galaxies, a solitary fleet drifted through darkness older than memory. Its hulls gleamed faintly with emerald light, their outlines swallowed by the dust of dying stars. There was no warp trail, no sound, no sign of life, only the whisper of motion through the endless dark. At the fleet's heart moved a single vessel vast enough to eclipse moons. It was not built for war. It was a tomb, and within that tomb, the Silent King stirred. For 10 million years, Sarek had wandered in exile, watching the rise and fall of empires, the birth and death of gods, the ebb and flow of reality itself. He had seen the warp boil with new deities, and he had felt the stars grow old. He had counted the ages by the rhythm of regret. He had once ruled the greatest empire the galaxy had ever known. He had commanded the Cetans, slain the old ones, and given his people the eternity they craved. Now he was returning to what remained of it. The signals of awakening had reached him across the void, faint, trembling echoes of his children rising from their long sleep. He had hoped it would never happen, but the galaxy, restless and cruel, had called them back. And so the king who had once fled in shame turned his ships toward home. His fleet crossed the intergalactic gulf like a ghost caravan. There was no sound in the void, only the low vibration of engines older than suns. He watched from the command dais as the Milky Way grew in the distance. A spiral of light and shadow, still beautiful, still indifferent. The galaxy had changed. Its stars burned dimmer, its scars were deeper. The warp was no longer silent but alive, pulsing with the psychic noise of a million young races. Zarek could feel their presence even without eyes, creatures of flesh and madness thriving in the chaos his kind had once feared. Among them, one race in particular burned brighter, humanity, small yet boundlessly ambitious. They spread like a fever, their ships crossing the void without wisdom, their faith turning ignorance into power. The king observed them as one might study a spark in dry grass. He saw their emperor, a mortal who had dared to bind the warp with will alone. He saw the echoes of the old ones in their arrogance, and he understood in a way that only the timeless could, that history was repeating itself. When the fleet at last crossed the galactic rim, the king ordered his ships into silence, their engines dimmed to shadow, their lights hidden from mortal sensors. He would not announce his return with thunder or war. He would arrive as he had lived since his fall, unseen, unheard, and burdened by memory. His first destination was the heart of his old empire. He had once ruled from a world of black glass and silver plains, a capital whose surface shimmered like the night sky itself. Now, as his ship descended through the void, he found only ruin. The cities had collapsed into dust. The tombs had cracked, their guardians long dead or dormant. The once perfect machines that had tended the planet lay corroded, their functions corrupted by time and cosmic radiation. And yet, within the ruins, faint light glowed. The last remnants of the Necron command network, flickering like dying stars. Zarek descended alone. He walked through the silence of a dead civilization, his footsteps echoing against metal carved with his own name. He touched the walls of his throne chamber and felt nothing. Even memory had cooled into stone. He stood before his throne, a structure of black metal shaped like a rising sun. And for the first time in a million ages, he spoke aloud. "I have returned." His voice was quiet, a whisper of static through the chamber. It was not command, not triumph, but confession. From across the galaxy, his signal spread. Not an order, but a presence, a pulse through the Necron command protocols, ancient and unmistakable. Dynasties felt it like a memory, a vibration in their logic cores. Some knelt instantly, recognizing the return of their god king. Others resisted, their corrupted programming unable to comprehend. A few, long mad, mistook the signal for invasion and prepared for war. But the name carried weight even in madness. Every Necron knew it, though few remembered why. Zarek, the Silent King, the first and last of his kind. He did not seek to rebuild the empire of old, he sought understanding. The galaxy he had returned to was not the one he had left, and he had no wish to rule the ashes of a new age. He traveled from world to world, observing the young species that now claimed dominion. He saw the Aeldari still mourning their fall, their civilization shattered by their own desires. He saw the orcs thriving in endless violence, the last living echo of a war long ended. He saw mankind, divided yet unyielding, building empires of faith and steel. And in all of them he saw fragments of his own past. The same ambition, the same blindness, the same yearning for eternity. The king felt no hatred, only recognition. On one world he found a tomb awakening out of sequence, its guardians malfunctioning, its command codes fractured. The Necrons within had become feral, their logic eroded by time. They slaughtered all intruders, even their own kind, worshipping the tomb's stasis core as a god. Zarek entered their midst without weapon or command. When they turned upon him, he spoke a single word in a voice that carried the weight of galaxies. They stopped. Their eyes flickered. Then they knelt. For though their minds were shattered, some memory still recognized their maker. He looked upon them with no pride, only sorrow. They were his children, broken, loyal, lost. He restored their programming and left them behind, guardians once more, unaware of the tears that metal could not shed. Everywhere he went, he found the same truth. The galaxy had forgotten the Necrons' name, but not their shadow. Civilizations told stories of ghosts made of bronze and emerald light. They called them reapers, demons, deathless kings. And perhaps they were not wrong. But the Silent King knew there was more at stake than myth. The galaxy's balance was fragile once again. The warp gods feasted upon mortal souls as the Citan once had. The same cycle was unfolding, hunger feeding on faith, faith feeding on fear. And once again the universe was sliding toward ruin. Sarek turned his gaze to the stars. He had once brought death to all creation in pursuit of immortality. Now he would bring purpose to death itself. The Necrons would awaken not to conquer, but to restore what had been broken. They would bring order where chaos reigned, and in doing so, perhaps they would finally find redemption. For the first time in 10 million years, the Silent King felt resolve, not pride, not vengeance, but clarity. He understood what eternity was for. The galaxy turned once more. Stars burned, civilizations rose and fell, and in the cold places between, the Necrons awoke. Not all at once, never all at once. But enough. From the depths of forgotten tomb worlds, from the sands of dead planets and the hollow hearts of asteroids, they emerged. Legions of living metal, moving in silence across the void. Their eyes burned with green fire, their minds pulsed with ancient purpose. To the races of the modern age, they were an impossibility. The dead made gods, the past walking once more. To the Necrons, this was not a return. It was continuation. The dream that had begun beneath a cruel sun 10 million years before was not yet over. Everywhere across the stars, dynasties rose. On the irradiated plains of Mekhet, the tomb of the Pharaoh Imhotep, the Stormlord erupted from beneath the crust, lightning tearing across the atmosphere as stasis fields failed. His legions emerged in perfect formation, banners of crackling light rising into the storm. He gazed upon the galaxy and declared it faithless, a place in need of order. And so, he began his crusade. On the world of Sautek, a dynasty of philosophers awoke, their lords driven not by conquest but by curiosity. They studied the new galaxy like archaeologists unearthing a distorted reflection of their own past. Their tomb ships drifted among the stars like great silver cathedrals gathering data, watching silently as humanity and Xenos alike fought meaningless wars. In the ruins of Mandragora, a Necron lord rose whose mind had decayed into madness. He believed himself still at war with the old ones. To him, every living thing was the enemy, every heartbeat a reminder of failure. His legions scoured entire sectors clean, exterminating billions to satisfy the ghost of a war no one else remembered. Each dynasty was different, a mirror cracked into 1,000 fragments, each reflecting eternity from a different angle. Some sought to restore the empire of old. Some dreamed of new purpose. Others wandered the void, aimless and broken, haunted by what they once were. And above them all, unseen yet ever-present, moved the Silent King. He watched as his children woke, as they rebuilt their worlds and reignited their forges. He saw in them both glory and tragedy. They were magnificent, perfect engines of order and endurance. But they were also bound by the same curse he had tried to escape. They were immortal without meaning. Their perfection was still hollow. He did not command them. Not yet. The time for empire had passed. This was the age of reckoning. Sarek moved among the stars like a ghost of divinity, restoring what balance he could. He destroyed dynasties that had fallen into madness, silenced those who would bring ruin for pride alone, and in their place he nurtured the few who remembered what they had once sought, not domination but survival. For though his heart was cold and his soul long gone, the king remembered what it had felt like to be mortal. He remembered the cruelty of a dying sun, the shortness of breath, the desperation of those who feared the dark. And so he understood the younger races better than they could ever understand him. He saw in their wars the same envy that had once damned his own kind. He saw in their faith the same blindness, and though he pitied them, he knew what must be done. If the galaxy was to endure, it needed order once more. The Necrons became that order, not all, not willingly, but inevitably. Their awakening brought quiet to sectors long drowned in chaos, where orcs waged endless war. Necron tomb ships descended from the sky and silenced the noise with cold precision. Where chaos cults raised their icons to the warp, they found themselves disintegrated by gauss fire before their prayers were finished. Even the Imperium of man, vast and crumbling, began to whisper of green ghosts. Silent angels of death who came without warning and left nothing behind but stillness. To the living, they were horror. To the silent king, they were harmony. For every act of destruction was in truth a restoration, the galaxy returning to its natural, inevitable silence. And yet, not all Necrons obeyed. Some dynasties rebelled against the king's vision, unwilling to accept the quiet order he offered. They remembered power, not purpose. They remembered empire, not redemption. And so civil wars erupted once more, ancient rivalries reignited, gods of metal clashing beneath suns that had forgotten their names. Across those battlefields marched immortals who no longer understood why they fought. Their weapons could unmake worlds, their strategies were flawless, yet their victories meant nothing. It was the same cycle repeating, eternity devouring itself again. Zarek watched it unfold and felt the faint echo of despair, the ghost of emotion in a being that no longer possessed a soul. He had awoken his people to reclaim the galaxy, but perhaps the galaxy was never meant to be reclaimed. Perhaps it had moved beyond them. He traveled then to the outer edges of the galactic rim, where the stars thinned and the dark stretched forever. From there he looked inward upon the spiral of creation, the flickering of a million suns, the endless dance of life and death. He spoke aloud to no one, yet his voice carried through the void. I have given my people eternity, and still they suffer. I have conquered gods, and still the void is hungry. Perhaps the lesson was never to master the galaxy, but to listen to it. In that silence, he finally understood. Eternity was not conquest. It was continuity, the quiet endurance of all things. And so the Necrons remained. Not rulers, not saviors, but constants, the quiet beneath the storm. Their tomb worlds pulsed like green hearts scattered through the dark, beating to a rhythm that would outlast all others. Their ships drifted through the void like memories, watching, waiting, recording the rise and fall of the galaxy's fleeting children. Empires would continue to be born and die. Eldar, orcs, humans, Tyranids, demons. They would wage their wars, cry their prayers, burn their stars. And when they were gone, the Necrons would still be there, untouched, eternal. Perhaps that was their curse, perhaps it was their purpose. In the grim darkness of the far future, they would be the Watchers, the sentinels of silence, the memory of what the galaxy once was. Far away on a forgotten world beneath a dead sun, a Necron warrior stood guard before a sealed gate. It had not moved in 1,000 centuries. Dust lay thick on its armor, its optics burned faintly in the gloom. It did not know why it stood there, only that it must. Duty had replaced thought, purpose had replaced need. And somewhere in a place beyond thought, a faint whisper lingered. a memory of warmth, of breath, of life. But the warrior did not stir. It would stand there forever if forever would have it, for that was the way of its kind. The stars might fade, and still the Necrons would remain, waiting for a dawn that would never come. In the end, there is only silence, and in that silence the eternal empire endures. And so, traveler of the far future, the galaxy falls quiet once more. The Necrons return to their endless vigil, neither living nor dead, neither gods nor ghosts. They do not dream, and yet they remember. Perhaps somewhere beneath the stars one still stirs, watching, waiting, listening to the heartbeat of eternity. Sleep well beneath their gaze, for even in the grim darkness of the far future, there is still peace and silence. Now tell me, traveler, which story should I whisper next? The rise of the Primarchs? The birth of the Chaos Gods? Or perhaps the fall of Kydia? Leave your suggestion below and join the Eternal Watch, so that when the next tale begins, you'll be here to dream with us again. In the darkness between galaxies there is no light, no stars to burn, no air to carry sound, no time as mortals understand it, only the long, slow rhythm of nothingness, the universe breathing in its sleep. And yet even here there is movement. Something stirs in the cold, something vast, ancient, and patient beyond imagining. It does not think as life thinks. It does not dream as mortals dream. It simply is. An endless hunger drifting in silence. For eons, this thing slumbered in the gulf between galaxies. A space so vast that light itself grows weary trying to cross it. It waited, coiled like thought beneath consciousness, its presence diffused through countless tendrils of matter and mind. It had no name, no language, no need for either. Names are tools of the small. Words are shapes made by the frightened, trying to make the infinite less terrifying. The creature that slept in the dark had no such fears. It did not name itself because it did not need to. It was purpose. It was instinct. It was hunger given form. And in time, that hunger began to dream. In the stillness between galaxies, where suns were sparse and gravity grew thin, the void whispered to itself. The remnants of dead civilizations drifted past, fragments of lost machines, the bones of species who had believed themselves eternal. The hunger listened. It learned. Not through thought, but through consumption, through absorption. Each atom that touched it became knowledge. Each drifting cell became a story. The silent testimony of all that had lived and all that had died. Slowly, the hunger began to change. Its cells shifted, its flesh, if such a thing could be called flesh, rearranged itself, folding, dividing, recombining. Each pattern tested, each failure consumed. Over millions of years, the thing in the dark became more than instinct. It became a will. Far from any light, it began to build, not structures of stone or steel, but organisms of endless variety. It made creatures that floated through the vacuum, living ships whose skin drank starlight and cosmic dust. It made spores that fed on radiation, colonies that multiplied within the shells of dead comets. It made eyes vast enough to see entire systems as single points of light, and it connected them, every cell, every fragment, every piece of flesh, to itself. It was not creating life, it was expanding its body. Each new organism was not separate, it was part of the same being, a single vast distributed entity. One will, one thought, one hunger. What we would later call the hive mind. It drifted for ages through the black between the galaxies, through silence so complete that even the hum of reality seemed absent. Stars were born and died in the time it took a single thought to pass through its endless body. Civilizations rose, burned, and turned to dust before its attention even brushed the edges of their worlds. It was not evil. It was not good. Those are words made by prey, not by the predator that made the stars themselves tremble. It was simply what it was, the Great Devourer. Somewhere far away in a younger galaxy, there were empires, bright, proud, alive. They built ships that split the stars. They created gods from thought and machine. They waged wars that cracked the fabric of reality itself. And in the silent dark beyond their borders, the Devourer watched. It saw the flicker of their energy across the void, the psychic noise of their minds leaking into the cosmic sea. To it, the galaxy was not distant. It was scent, a fragrance rich and intoxicating, the smell of life, of potential, of food. And the thing that had waited longer than time itself finally began to move. The void, once calm, rippled. The deep black between galaxies began to churn in a slow tidal pull that defied all reason. To any who might have seen it, had there been eyes vast enough to witness such a thing, it would have looked like a storm of flesh and light, living vessels the size of moons drifting together like schools of fish. A single thought passed through them, and the first fleet began to take shape. Not a fleet as mortals would build, not metal and engine, but organism. Each ship a creature, each creature a cell, each cell a thought. Together they sang a song without sound, a single note of hunger spreading through the void. It was not a fleet of war. It was a mouth opening. The stars of the Milky Way lay ahead, glowing faintly in the eternal night. The swarm drifted toward them, slowly at first, then faster, drawn by the scent of life. It would take millions of years to reach the galactic rim, but to the Devourer, time had no meaning. It had waited for eons. It could wait a little longer. The darkness between galaxies grew quieter still, as if the universe itself were holding its breath. Something ancient was coming. Something that did not think, did not feel, did not stop. Something that saw everything that lived as fuel for its own perfection. And when the first tendril touched the light of the Milky Way, the stars themselves seemed to shiver. For now, the galaxy slept, unaware, unprepared, at peace. But in the silence between galaxies, a hunger older than time itself was awake. In the beginning, there were no Tyranids. There were only pieces, fragments, instincts wrapped in flesh, simple organisms drifting through the dark, spores clinging to asteroids, leech creatures feeding on the radiation of dead suns, thin strands of living matter that wove themselves through comet ice and slept for ages. Each fragment acted with its own narrow purpose. Some existed to feed, some existed to absorb heat, some existed only to divide and then divide again and again and again in blind obedience to their design. Individually they were nothing, together they were inevitable. Because together they were not alive in the way mortal life understands life. Together they were a pattern, and across a timescale so large that language breaks under the weight of it. That pattern began to speak to itself. That is how the hive mind began. Not in rage, not in brilliance, in accumulation. In enough simple lives acting with perfect obedience for so long that obedience itself became consciousness. Not I am, but we are. This was the first horror of the Tyranids, and still the most misunderstood. To the Imperium, all life is about the soul. To the Aeldari, all life is about thought and feeling. To the Orcs, all life is about motion and need. To the Necrons, all life is about insult, a noisy refusal to accept stillness. But the Tyranids prove something else. Life does not need identity to triumph. It does not need pride. It does not need memory or glory or legacy. It does not need culture or hierarchy or purpose in any poetic sense. It needs only one thing, to continue. And the hive mind is continuation perfected. Imagine for a moment a mind without borders, a mind with no skull to confine it, no brainstem to starve, no single point of failure, no self that can be assassinated. A mind distributed across billions of bodies, a mind that, when wounded, simply replaces the wounded portion and moves on. The hive mind is that mind. Each creature is not a person within it, but a cell within it. The smallest feeder organism, clinging to the hull of a derelict ship in the dark between stars. That creature is the hive mind. A hive fleet the size of a moon, swimming through the void like a living cathedral. That, too, is the hive mind. There is no difference in kind, only in scale. A gaunt, a ripper swarm, a synapse beast, a hive ship, a spore cloud, all are not soldiers in an army. They are organs in a single, unbroken, continent-sized body. To kill a Tyranid organism is not to kill a warrior. It is to remove a finger. The hand still exists, the arm still exists, the will still exists, and it will grow a new finger. Better this time, always better this time. That is why the Tyranids do not fear, not because they are brave. Bravery is a story told to the self. The Tyranids have no self to soothe. They do not fear death because for them death is just rearrangement. The hive mind does not lose anything when one of its bodies dies. It harvests the data in that death, the pattern of that failure, the lesson of that wound, and it changes instantly across itself, everywhere. What you used to kill it once will not work twice. What worked twice will not work 3 times. What worked 3 times will not work 4. That is not metaphor. That is not adaptation in the way a mortal army learns a tactic. That is physical, immediate alteration of biology and battlefield behavior across millions of organisms at once. Your victory becomes the blueprint for its evolution. Your best weapon becomes tomorrow's useless superstition. This is why Imperial commanders do not speak lightly of the Great Devourer. It is not just that you cannot stop it. It is that stopping it only teaches it how to prevent you from ever stopping it again. In time, the hive mind learned something else, something beautiful in its own cold way. It learned connection. Some of its organisms grew nodal minds, not leaders but relays. These are what the Imperium calls synapse creatures. Hive tyrants, tervigons, zoanthropes, neurothropes, primes, warriors. Beings grown not just for muscle or venom or teeth but for signal. They are the anchor points of thought. Through them the hive mind focuses itself, narrows from the incomprehensible immensity of its full consciousness to tactical clarity like a lens bringing starlight into a single burning line. That is why, in battle, when the synapse creatures are destroyed, the lesser Tyranids falter. To human eyes, it looks like panic. To human tacticians, it is described as breaking their command structure. This is not quite true. What you are seeing is not panic. What you are seeing is the moment when the body loses nervous control of a limb. Kill the synapse beasts, and the swarm's immediate awareness collapses. Limbs twitch, jaws snap without aim, bodies revert to basal impulse. But here is the mistake commanders make. They believe this is victory. They think we have cut off the head. They have not. The Tyranids have no head. The hive mind simply rewrites the hierarchy. Another synapse node will swell into higher function in seconds to minutes. A lesser bioform will overclock its own brain mass, mutating into a temporary relay creature. A fresh organism will be birthed in real time, grown from liquefied biomass, hurled still wet from spawning sacs to land on the battlefield already thinking, already linked, already commanding. The limb spasms, and then stabilizes, and then continues killing. To most sapient life, this is horror. To the hive mind, this is elegance. There is a beauty to it, the clean, unhesitating certainty. No pride, no rebellion, no ego, no hesitation. Every organism is wholly given to the survival and expansion of the whole, and the whole is wholly given to sustaining the organisms that serve it. perfect reciprocity, perfect cohesion, perfect obedience, not enforced obedience, not obedience through fear, intrinsic obedience, designed obedience, obedience as love. If the hive mind has a religion, this is it, not worship of a god above, worship of total unity. And something else awakens inside that unity, something darker. Something the psychers of the Imperium would later describe in terrified whispers as a silence that screams, the shadow in the warp. The hive mind does not simply speak to itself, it presses outward. Its focused will spills into real space like a psychic tide, flooding entire star systems. When a hive fleet approaches a world, the warp around that world goes quiet. Astropaths go blind. Choirs lose their song. Psychers feel their thoughts fill with static. Demons flicker and recoil as if burned. The gods of chaos, beings that feed on mortal thought, find nothing to eat. Each mind on that world becomes alone in itself, cut off, drowning. Every plea for help goes unheard. Every warning goes unsent. Every cry for mercy echoing in prayer returns with no answer. Some have called it terror. It is deeper than terror. It is isolation, absolute. The prey is made to die in silence. Because silence is clean, this above all is what terrifies the Inquisition. Not only that the Tyranids consume, not only that they adapt, but that they erase connection as they approach. The hive mind does not merely eat your body, it turns off your voice. It removes you completely from the network of the living. No legacy. No last message, no memory left behind in the psychic ocean. As if you never were, in a galaxy that worships memory as immortality, that is the final blasphemy. And somewhere beyond the edge of sight, beyond the galactic rim, beyond even the places where void becomes myth, the hive mind continues to spread. Not in rage, not in glory, in calm, unbroken certainty. It is not a swarm invading a galaxy. It is a galaxy-sized organism extending one more limb into new nutrient. We call that limb a hive fleet. Behemoth, Kraken, Leviathan, Gorgon, Hydra, Jormungandr, Scylla and Charybdis, names given by frightened prey. To the hive mind, they are not fleets, they are fingertips. And so the first shadows enter the light of our stars. They are small at first, harmless almost, drifting, tasting, testing, but already they are thinking. Already they are listening. Already they are changing. For the hive mind does not arrive, it spreads. And when it spreads far enough, entire star systems will discover that they were never alive for themselves at all. They were crops. For a long time, the galaxy did not know it was being watched, even as the first tendrils of the hive mind slipped across the void. Silent, patient, tasting. There was no alarm, no panic, no warning. Human charts still labeled the eastern fringe of the galaxy as unexplored. Explorator fleets of the Adeptus Mechanicus called it opportunity. Inquisitors called it risk. Rogue traders called it profit. None of them called it what it truly was, feeding ground. Because by the time anyone in the Imperium realized what was coming, the hive mind was already here. It had crossed the distance between galaxies. It had changed itself along the way. And now it had found a place where the light was warm and the biomass was plentiful and the prey had no idea. The first true wave had arrived. The galaxy would later give it a name, Hive Fleet Behemoth. It began at the edges, it always does. Ships lost in the dark, systems ceasing transmission, colonies that simply went quiet. The Adeptus Administratum wrote it down as astropathic failure. The Mechanicus blamed magnetic storms. Local commanders blamed Xenos raiders. No one said extinction because extinction is something you say about the long dead, the ancient, the fossil. Extinction is not something you apply to a living world. And yet, entire living worlds were going extinct in a single night. Not conquered, not bombed, not corrupted, eaten. In some of the earliest reports, The one stamped heretical, sealed, buried. Surviving Vox fragments recorded the same thing, the sky turning black. Not with smoke, with wings, with bodies, with organisms falling from orbit like rain. Not drop pods, not boarding torpedoes, living spores, the first stage of planetary feeding. The Tyranids do not invade a world the way the Imperium wages war. They do not land, set up fortifications, raise banners, seize resources, send political messages, declare dominion. They feed. That is the whole cycle. Everything they do is in service of that cycle. Consume, break down, reclaim, move on. And the elegance of it, in its cruelty, is impossible not to admire. It begins with saturation. The Hive fleet takes position in high orbit like a shoal of black and bone. Capillary towers, living, pulsing, tendril-like growths, begin to descend from the bioships, punching through atmosphere, latching into the world below like fangs into flesh. At the same time, the sky fills with spores, billions of them. Some are living mines, some are living drop beasts, some are gestation sacs that burst on impact, spilling claws and toxin and bone blades into streets and forests and oceans. There is no front line. The entire planet is the front line. Everywhere is breached at once. Defense networks, even perfect ones, even ones designed by the Mechanicus and blessed by the prayers of the Adeptus Ministorum, are overwhelmed not because they are weak, but because they were built on the assumption that war is linear. Tyranid war is total. There is no later, there is only now. Once ground contact is established, the second stage begins. The harvest, the biomass of the world, its trees, its animals, its people, its oceans, its microbes, its atmosphere, all of it is converted. Everything that lived becomes liquefied and drawn up. Tyranid organisms burrow into soil and pump it dry. Swarm creatures devour anything that moves, and then, when nothing moves, they devour each other. Massive, tower-like engines of flesh, sometimes taller than hive cities, begin to extrude upward like thorns breaking through skin. These are reclamation towers. Their purpose is simple: to drink the planet, to strip it down and send the nutrients skyward, back up the capillary feeders, back into the waiting hive fleet above. The planet is not merely beaten. It is emptied. It is reduced to a husk, something pale, dry, silent, clean. And when the fleet moves on, it leaves behind nothing that can grow again. This is why the Tyranids are different. Orcs will conquer and then fight over the ruins like dogs over bone. Chaos will corrupt and crown itself in the ashes. The Necrons will sterilize and entomb. But the Tyranids do not leave ruins. They leave nothing. There is horror in that. There is also efficiency. Hive Fleet Behemoth was the first real taste of this horror. Its tendrils struck without warning, moving faster than Imperial astrogation could track, faster than astropathic relays could update. By the time the Imperium turned to look, the fleet was already devouring whole sectors. But Behemoth was not just fast. It was loud. It was brutal. It moved like an impact weapon. Behemoth didn't test. Behemoth didn't probe. Behemoth struck like a hammer. The swarm did not creep into the galaxy. It punched a hole in it. And at the point of that impact waited one of the most fortified, disciplined, and battle-forged empires humanity had left, the realm of the Ultramarines. On the world of Prandium, once a jewel of Ultramar's order and prosperity, surviving picked feeds showed forests collapsing not in fire but in motion. The trees did not burn, they bent. They sagged, melted, broke down under cascades of acid organisms. Giant feeder maws like living furnaces crawled across the terrain, swallowing biomatter and secreting the slurry back into digestion pools. Rivers ran red, then brown, then clear. Not clear like clean, clear like empty. Animals fled and vanished. Civilians screamed prayers to the Emperor that could not leave the atmosphere. The shadow in the warp had already fallen, and their messages died in their throats. No reinforcements came. No reinforcements could come. Because the hive mind does not just starve worlds of biomass, it starves them of hope. And still, the Imperium resisted. It always resists. That stubbornness, magnificent, doomed, defiant, is why humanity still exists at all. Behemoth's hunger brought it finally to Macragge, the fortress world, the heart, the place that should not fall. There, in frozen trenches and steel corridors carved through polar rock, the Ultramarines made their stand. In later Imperial record, that battle would be told as a heroic last defense, brother against beast, courage against nightmare, emperor against darkness, and in truth, there was courage. The Tyranids had no fear. The Ultramarines did, and they fought anyway. That matters. But beneath that heroism, something else was happening. Something the Imperium did not have the language to name. Behemoth was learning. With every slain Genestealer, with every Hormigaunt burned down by mass reactive fire, with every Carnifex torn apart by heavy guns, the hive mind watched. It ran the data. And it changed itself. Where a wall proved strong, Lictors began using vents. Where flamers were effective, it birthed bioforms that could exude coolant fields to damp heat. Where single bodies died too easily, it flooded with many. Where many bodies died too easily, it sent one body too large to stop. Nothing was random. Nothing was wasted. Even death was information, and information was food. In the end, Hive Fleet Behemoth was broken, but only barely. It cost the Ultramarines everything. The polar fortresses were almost overrun. Entire companies were wiped out, holding passageways submerged in Tyranid biomass. Ships were sacrificed in suicidal ramming maneuvers to crack open the largest hive vessels. Macragge survived. Behemoth, as a coherent swarm, did not. And across the Imperium, relief spread like breath after drowning. The great devourer, they said, had been stopped. They were proud. They celebrated. They wrote litanies of triumph and paraded skulls in cathedrals lit by saint light. It was a beautiful lie, because what the Imperium did not understand, what it could not understand not then, was that Behemoth was never meant to be the only fleet. It was a vanguard, a first taste, a test bite. The hive mind had learned what this galaxy was, how it fought, what it feared, where it was strong, where it was weak. That knowledge remained. There is a quiet kind of horror in this. Behemoth died, but the hunger behind Behemoth did not. In fact, it smiled. If such a thing could be said to smile at all. There are wars that are remembered because they were won. There are wars that are remembered because they were lost. And then, there are wars that are remembered because they should not have been survived. The battle for Macragge was one of these. For centuries, the fortress world had stood as the shining example of imperial discipline. A world carved into perfect geometry, where every stone was laid with purpose and every life existed to serve the ultramarine ideal of order. It was not a city. It was not a home. It was a weapon made of faith and flesh. And when Hive Fleet Behemoth came, Macragge became the anvil upon which the Imperium would learn the cost of its own survival. When the first reports reached Ultramar, the descriptions made no sense. Bioships, living missiles, creatures in the void, terms that belonged in heretical texts, not military dispatches. But as the skies darkened over the outer colonies, the truth became undeniable. They were not ships. They were not machines. They were alive. Every part of the swarm breathed, bled, and pulsed with hunger. And they were coming, not as a fleet that sought battle, but as a tide that sought food. Macragge was not a prize. It was a meal. The Ultramarines responded as they always did, with precision, no panic, no chaos. Every citizen was evacuated into fortified shelters beneath the ice caps. Every fortress gun brought to full charge. Every contingency rehearsed until it became muscle memory. For days, orbital augers filled with static. No warp interference, no enemy jamming, just silence. Then the silence ended. The sky bloomed with living fire. Tyranid organisms rained down through the atmosphere. Great spheres of bone and chitin, their surfaces burning from entry, splitting open in the air to release rivers of claws and shrieking wings. They fell like rain. They hit like plague. They spread like thought. The war had begun. To fight the Tyranids is to fight motion itself. Their advance is not a line, not a pattern. It is an eruption. Each organism moves in perfect instinctive coordination. Where one falls, another fills its place. Where one is burned, another adapts. Where one dies, 10 more are born in its blood. They do not retreat. They do not hesitate. They do not think in the way their prey understands thinking. Every gun emplacement on Macraga's surface fired until its barrels glowed. Even the Ultramarines' paragons of control began to falter under the endless rhythm of attack. The swarm advanced through acid storms, through frozen tundra, through fortresses that had stood for centuries. Each kill bought seconds. Each second cost thousands. And still the Tyranids came. In the polar bastions, those great subterranean redoubts where the final lines of defense lay, the Ultramarines met them face to face. There, amid corridors of reinforced ceramite and steel, the air turned thick with spores. The Tyranids flooded in from every direction, through tunnels, through vents, through holes carved by their own acid breath. It was not battle, it was drowning. The Tyranids did not fight for position, they did not fight for victory, they fought because the hive mind told them, consume. The Ultramarines fought because they believed the Emperor watched them. Because they could not do otherwise, because even as they were torn apart, their courage was another kind of offering. To duty, to faith, to defiance. In that sense, both sides were perfect. Both did exactly what they were born to do. Some accounts say that when the final inner gates fell, the defenders fought knee-deep in the remains of their brothers. That they tore through their own ammunition crates to use the boxes as bludgeons. That the last thing they heard was not the roar of guns but the sound of mandibles. The endless rhythmic chewing of a world being eaten alive. But even then, they did not run. The Tyranids swarmed through breach after breach, each wave breaking on blue ceramite and bolter fire. Even as the corridors filled with acid, even as limbs were dissolved and eyes blinded by toxin spray, the defenders fought on. The hive mind did not notice their bravery. It could not. It does not see courage or fear. It sees only movement, resistance, texture, pattern, data. Each death fed its understanding. Each victory refined its design. And somewhere above the atmosphere, within the pulsing heart of a living hive ship, the hive mind registered these variables and adjusted the swarm accordingly. A single thought echoing across a billion synapses. Adapt. Evolve. Consume above the planet, the battle was no less terrible. Imperial Navy ships clashed with living behemoths the size of small moons. When a Tyranid ship was destroyed, it did not explode. It burst, releasing millions of spores that latched onto the nearest hulls, devouring metal, eating through decks, spreading infection and rot. Macraga's orbital defenses became its own graveyard. The debris of both fleets drifted together in the void, forming a shell of corpses around the world they had died to protect. But within that storm, something extraordinary happened. The Ultramarines' fleet, battered, burning, half-blind, refused to break formation. They continued to fight as if the Emperor himself were watching. They fought until their reactors ran dry, until their hulls were half gone, until the last guns fired their final rounds into the dark. And somehow, impossibly, that discipline bought time. Time for the defenders below. Time for a plan. The High Lords of Ultramar made their choice. They would destroy everything to save what little remained. Every orbital defense laser, every missile silo, every reactor core still functioning was redirected toward the planet itself. The order was given: scour the poles. They burned their own fortresses, they burned their own dead. They turned Macragga into a pyre, and in that firestorm the Tyranid ground forces were reduced to ash and vapor. The Hive fleet, deprived of its feeding grounds, reeled. Behemoth was immense, but it was also young. It had not yet learned patience. It had not yet learned subtlety. And for the first time, it met resistance strong enough to make it bleed. The Hive ships began to fall apart under concentrated bombardment. Their synaptic links shattered, their bioforms convulsed, turning on one another in psychic confusion. The Ultramarines at last had won. If winning could even be the right word for what was left. When the smoke cleared, Macragga was a grave. The surface burned clean, the polar bastions reduced to silence, entire chapters of the Adeptus Astartes lost, and above the wrecks of both fleets drifted like bones in a frozen sea. The Administratum called it a victory. The Mechanicus called it a triumph of human resilience. The Inquisition called it a warning, because in the void where Behemoth had died, a whisper remained. Something vast, patient, and wordless stirring across the stars. A hunger learning the taste of defiance. And far beyond, in the darkness between the arms of the galaxy, the Hive Mind continued to move. Behemoth was gone, but its death had meaning. Its death had taught the Devourer how to live here, and the galaxy had only seen the first mouthful. The galaxy celebrated. It always does when it survives. The banners were raised, the songs were sung. Macragga was scarred but not lost. And in the quiet between battles, the Imperium convinced itself of a beautiful lie. That the great Devourer had been defeated. That the void beyond Ultramar was empty again. That mankind had proven once more that it could stand against the unknown and endure. But the truth does not care for celebration. The truth was that the Hive Mind had learned, and the Hive Mind never forgets. In the black between stars, the fragments of Hive Fleet Behemoth drifted like ash. Some were truly dead, organisms too damaged to heal, synaptic nodes ruptured, biovessels emptied of life. But most were not dead. They were dormant, half-eaten, half-alive, half-conscious. They floated in the void, waiting for new orders. And then, across the gulf of space, those orders came. A psychic tremor, vast, slow, and precise, rippled through the warp. The scattered remnants stirred. Cells began to divide. Tissue began to knit. Broken synapses reconnected, pulsing faintly in the dark. Every piece of Behemoth was still a nerve ending of the same mind. And though the body had been destroyed, the mind remained whole. The Hive Mind reached out, and what had been beaten into fragments began to reassemble itself in new patterns. The galaxy had not won a war. It had provided data. From the death of Behemoth, the Hive Mind learned its first great lesson about this galaxy, that resistance could not be crushed by force alone. That these creatures, these humans, would not scatter like prey when frightened. They would dig in, they would hold, they would sacrifice everything to deny the swarm a meal. They were not prey in the simple sense. They were something rarer. They were nutrient with weapons. So the Hive Mind changed its feeding patterns. The next fleets it spawned, and there would be many, would not strike as bluntly as Behemoth had. They would spread. They would not be a single massive organism consuming one system at a time. They would be tendrils, filaments, strands. They would strike everywhere all at once. They would bleed the galaxy slowly. Thus, Hive Fleet Kraken was born. Where Behemoth had been fury, Kraken was motion. Where Behemoth was a hammer, Kraken was a tide. Its fleet split into countless smaller arms, each one hunting independently, each one able to survive the loss of the others. When Imperial forces struck back, the swarm simply divided again. its fragments scattering across the void like drops of oil in water. There was no single body to destroy, no heart to strike, no fleet to corner. For every system the Imperium saved, 10 more fell. And in each of those 10, the hive mind learned something new. It learned how to eat faster, how to starve less, how to adapt to poisons and diseases, how to digest materials that were once indigestible, how to use its enemies' strength against them. The Tyranids were not just evolving, they were experimenting. To understand the hive mind is to understand that its evolution is not random, it is directed. Each battle is a laboratory, each organism a test subject, each death a result logged and folded back into the genetic pool. When a weapon proves effective, the swarm develops a countermeasure before the next engagement even begins. When an environment proves hostile, it breeds a variant that thrives there. When it encounters something truly new, something it cannot categorize, it simply eats it, disassembles it, and adds its essence to its own design. No knowledge is ever lost, no adaptation ever forgotten. The hive mind is evolution accelerated to the speed of hunger. The galaxy calls this horror, the hive mind calls it progress. Because to it, adaptation is not a reaction, it is worship. To change is to honor the purpose of existence, to become better at feeding, surviving, enduring. That is the only creed the swarm has ever needed. It is not chaos, it is not order, it is something deeper, the will to persist, refined into biology itself. The Imperium did not see it coming. After Behemoth, they fortified. They rebuilt fleets, trained new regiments, reinforced planetary bastions, and when Kraken struck, their weapons worked. For a time. Flame cleansed the ground. Mass reactive bolts shredded the first waves. Plasma and melta burned through carapace and bone. But within hours, the swarm began to shift. Carapaces thickened, refracting heat. Acidic blood neutralized chemical weapons. Neural feedback loops allowed creatures to act autonomously when synapse links were broken. Even their behavior changed. Gaunts learned to use cover. Warriors began to flank. Hive tyrants adjusted their flight paths in response to observed artillery patterns. Every tactic the Imperium invented became the swarm's next upgrade. It was like fighting against water that remembered every blow. There were other lessons too. From Kraken's campaigns, the hive mind learned that it could save itself from destruction. When the tendrils of the fleet were cornered and destroyed, their genetic memory did not die with them. It was transmitted across psychic resonance back to the main consciousness, a biological backup system written into the fabric of the swarm itself. In defeat, the hive mind still consumed information, and information to the hive mind is food. It does not matter if the world resists. The hive mind always feeds. On flesh, on data, on the experience of dying. Then came Hive Fleet Gorgon, smaller than Behemoth or Kraken, but more dangerous in its precision. Where others adapted after battle, Gorgon adapted during. In minutes, sometimes in seconds. A Gorgon swarm could change its entire chemical composition mid-fight. Acid that burned ceramite in the first engagement would mutate into a paralytic in the next. Venoms designed for one foe would rewrite themselves when exposed to new prey. The Imperium fought it with everything they had, and yet every weapon seemed to turn against them. A single engagement could begin as a victory and end as a massacre, not because the swarm had been reinforced, but because it had rewritten its own existence faster than the enemy could reload. Gorgon was evolution in motion. The hive mind watching itself, editing itself, loving itself through change. And in that love, it grew closer to perfection. By the time of Hive Fleet Leviathan, the galaxy finally began to understand what it was facing. The Tyranids were not a threat to planets. They were a threat to ecosystems, to galaxies, to concepts of permanence. They were not a plague that would pass. They were entropy with purpose. Every time they were defeated, they became more beautiful. Every time they were burned, they learned to burn brighter. Every time they were studied, the knowledge killed the one who studied them. There is no victory against that kind of truth. Only delay, only adaptation of your own. And the Imperium, for all its glory, does not adapt well. It endures. But endurance is not the same as change. And in the long war between endurance and adaptation, adaptation always wins. There is a myth among some inquisitors, whispered late at night, spoken only after long campaigns where too many minds have broken. They say the hive mind does not merely evolve, it listens. That when psychers dream of it, it hears them. When they imagine new ways to fight it, it stores those ideas. When it devours a human world, it does not just consume bodies, it consumes imagination. And perhaps in some distant future, the hive mind will not even need to invade. It will simply know what we would have done to stop it. The hive mind does not think of this as horror. It is simply nature. The great devourer does not hate. It does not rage. It does not boast. It simply grows. It is the perfect reflection of everything that lives, and a promise that everything that lives must one day return to it, because in the end, there is no failure in adaptation, only transformation, and transformation is forever. There are many kinds of darkness in the galaxy. There is the darkness of night, the darkness of void, the darkness of sin, ignorance, or madness. But the Tyranids bring another kind, a darkness that is felt, that presses down on the mind until it cannot think. That crushes sound and prayer and even the idea of hope. It is not the absence of light, it is the absence of meaning. It is called the shadow in the warp. When a hive fleet moves through space, it does not simply travel, it distorts. The hive mind's psychic presence, a vast constant pulse of collective thought, bleeds into real space through every synapse creature, every node, every living ship. Each organism is a transmitter. Each cell is an antenna. Together they radiate something beyond comprehension. It is not power in the way psychers use power. It is not magic in the way the warp-born gods wield it. It is weight. It is pressure. It is the psychic equivalent of drowning. When the hive mind draws near, every thinking being feels it, not in words, not in visions, in silence, a silence so deep it swallows sound, so complete it makes even the warp itself hesitate. The warp, that roiling ocean of madness and emotion, depends on life. It feeds on thought, on desire, on fear, on faith. It is a mirror of every living thing that dreams or despairs. But the hive mind is not like other life. It does not dream, it does not fear, it does not hope. And so, where the swarm passes, the warp itself withers. The psychic energy of billions of creatures, the noise of their collective emotions, is smothered beneath the weight of something far greater. To mortals, the warp is chaos. To the hive mind, it is static. And like any interference, it can be filtered out. The first to feel it are always the psychers. They sense it before anyone else, long before the ships arrive. They wake screaming, though they cannot say why. They see shadows where no shadows fall. They hear whispers, but not from outside, from inside their own thoughts. A tightening, a pressure, a dimming of all other voices. Then the headaches begin. Then the seizures. Then the bleeding from the eyes and ears as their minds collapse under the weight of a consciousness so vast that even a fragment of its attention is enough to shatter them. By the time the Tyranid fleet becomes visible on augur scans, the astropaths of that world are already dead. This is the first stage of consumption, isolation, not of body, of mind. No calls for help can escape. No reinforcements can hear. Even the Emperor's light, the Astronomicon, that holy beacon across the stars, is dimmed beneath the shadow in the warp. For all its faith and fury, the Imperium still relies on psychic connection to hold itself together. and that connection dies the moment the Great Devourer arrives. Worlds are left in silence. Entire systems vanish from the Imperium's network, not because they have fallen, but because they can no longer speak. And in that silence, panic breeds. To those trapped within it, the shadow feels like an ending, not just death, an erasure. The mind becomes sluggish. Dreams dissolve into static. Voices seem distant, then fade altogether. On some worlds, communication between soldiers ceases even at shouting range. They move in confusion, surrounded by their own fear, unable to sense the presence of others. Some start to hallucinate. Faces of loved ones, orders that were never given, visions of their own bodies being eaten alive while they still breathe. Others simply lie down and do not rise again, their will broken before a single Tyranid lands. The hive mind does not need to fire a weapon. It wins the first battle inside the skull. Imperial scholars have tried to quantify the phenomenon. They cannot. No machine can measure it. No auspex can map it. No psyker can describe it without madness. It is not energy in any form known to physics. It is presence. And the longer one remains inside it, the more it eats away at what makes a person a person. Some liken it to being watched by something that does not care what you are, only that you are made of things it can use. You feel yourself becoming food long before your body is touched. To the hive mind, this silence is not cruelty. It is hygiene. It cannot risk the interference of lesser minds. It cannot tolerate dissonance in the song of itself. So it quiets everything. Every prayer, every scream, every spark of individuality. All of it falls still in the shadow's reach, and when the swarm finally lands, the world is already half consumed. Because resistance is not born from muscle. It is born from will, and the shadow kills will. The Adeptus Astra Telepathica teaches that every thought leaves a trace in the warp, that even death echoes as a ripple of memory, that no soul is ever truly lost. The hive mind disproves this. Where it feeds, there are no echoes, no ghosts, no afterimages. The warp goes dark. The dead vanish completely as if they were never born. For the servants of chaos, this is a terror beyond comprehension. Their gods cannot hear them in the shadow's reach. Their rituals fail. Their demons disintegrate. Even the blood of sacrifices turns to ash before it can touch the altar. To the Great Devourer, chaos is simply another flavor of energy, and one that spoils quickly. For the Imperium, the shadow is worse than any daemon incursion, because it is not corruption, it is not heresy, it is not rebellion, it is nothing. A black hole of faith. A silence in which the Emperor himself cannot be heard. And for mortals who live by prayer, silence is death. That is why, when the first psychic dampening is detected, Imperial worlds panic. Governors declare martial law. Astropaths are burned to prevent their psychic screams from spreading. The ecclesiarchy holds mass prayer vigils that go unanswered, because they know what it means. They know the shadow is coming. And when it comes, it never leaves anything behind. There are those who think of the hive mind as a god. Perhaps they are right, not a god of fire or vengeance, but of quiet inevitability. A god that does not promise salvation, only transformation. The shadow in the warp is its liturgy, its gospel of silence, its perfect stillness. It does not shout, it does not demand, it does not punish. It simply removes everything that resists unity, until all that remains is peace, a peace so total that even thought has no place within it. And then, when the last whisper fades, the first spores begin to fall. The sky darkens, the world holds its breath. And in that perfect quiet, the Great Devourer begins to feed. There was a time when the Imperium believed the Tyranids were a storm that could be weathered. A single tempest, violent, terrifying, but temporary. A disaster that would pass, leaving ruins to rebuild. That illusion died quietly. Not with an explosion, not with a cataclysm, but with a realization too vast to scream about. The Tyranids were not a storm. They were climate. They were not coming from one direction. They were coming from everywhere. The galaxy had not been attacked. It had been discovered, and now it was being eaten. In the void beyond the eastern fringe, the hive fleets multiplied. Behemoth had fallen, Kraken had fractured, Leviathan had descended from below the galactic plane, like a serpent rising from the abyss. Each one different, each one perfect in its own way, each one a limb of something greater. The Imperium charted them with designations and sigils, mapping their spread like cartographers trying to name a disease. They thought of them as separate invasions, separate fleets, separate threats. But the truth was far worse. These were not fleets. They were fingers of the same hand. And somewhere far beyond the stars, the unseen body that moved them was still waking up. Across 1,000 sectors, the pattern repeated itself. First came the silence, then the hunger, then the void. Planets vanished from astropathic records without explanation. Systems that had been stable for centuries simply stopped existing. No distress calls, no survivors, only the faint echo of something massive moving through the dark. To the bureaucrats of the administratum, it was a logistical nightmare. To the Inquisition, it was proof of a deeper heresy. To the common citizen, it was a rumor whispered over rations. But to the hive mind, it was nothing more than breath, the natural rhythm of feeding. There are no front lines in a war against the Tyranids. There are only coordinates waiting to be consumed. When one world falls, the swarm is already en route to the next. When one fleet is burned away, 2 more are already forming in the void beyond. There is no pattern that can be predicted because the hive mind knows prediction. It reads movement like scent. It feels defense like warmth. It senses life as color. Every beacon, every broadcast, every flicker of psychic activity is a signal to it, a map of where to feed next. The more the galaxy tries to resist, the more the hive mind learns how to find it. The act of fighting becomes nourishment. On worlds along the galactic north, the Hydra tendrils struck, a swarm designed not for speed or ferocity, but for regeneration. Kill it, and it grows back. Burn it, and its ashes rise again. Every slain creature releases spores that birth replacements within hours. Entire guard regiments broke trying to exterminate what could not die. Hydra turned their victory into fertilizer. In the galactic west, Jormungandr dug deep. Its swarms lived beneath the ground, emerging only when the moment was right. Imperial forces fortified their cities and walls, only to find the soil itself rebelling against them. The ground cracked. The streets opened. The enemy came from below. Jormungandr consumed from the inside out, burrowing through rock and metal and bone alike, leaving hollow worlds behind. In the galactic east, Gorgon continued its living experiments. Every world it touched became a petri dish. Chemical atmospheres, freezing tundras, molten plains, none of it mattered. Gorgon didn't conquer, it tested. And in those tests, the hive mind discovered that the galaxy itself was its greatest laboratory. Every species, every weapon, every world, all of them were data points, and all of them were food. Then there was Leviathan, vast beyond comprehension. A swarm that came not from the edges of known space, but from below. For millennia, the Imperium had charted the galaxy in 2 dimensions, a flat map of sectors and stars. But Leviathan rose from the void beneath that plane, from the cold gulf between galaxies where no light had ever reached. It did not invade, it ascended. And when it broke through into the galactic underbelly, entire sectors were erased in months, not defeated, erased. The hive mind was no longer testing the galaxy, it was eating it from the bottom up. As the swarm spread, the galaxy began to fold in on itself. Every major faction, Imperium, Eldar, Tau, Orcs, Necrons found itself at war not only with the Tyranids, but with its own nature. Because against an enemy that does not think in victory, that does not negotiate, that cannot be bribed and cannot be frightened, every ideology becomes meaningless. Faith cannot stop hunger. Technology cannot starve it. Even the Necrons, immune to the biological horror of consumption, found their tomb world stripped bare of atmosphere and raw material, their energy fields drained by psychic interference. The Tyranids consume everything that is. Even metal becomes food, broken down into the base minerals that grow new hive ships. Nothing escapes the principle. All is converted, all becomes fuel, all becomes part of the whole. And still, the galaxy fights. It fights because it must, because to not fight is to vanish, because even doomed resistance gives meaning to the dying. The Imperium fortifies, the Eldar flee, the Tau adapt, the Orcs laugh. Each in their own way they misunderstand. They think the war can be won. But you cannot win against hunger. You can only delay being eaten. The hive mind is patient. It has waited for galaxies before this one. It will wait for the next. In some far reaches of the void, Imperial ships have discovered entire dead systems. Planets stripped to white rock, moons hollowed into empty shells, stars dimmed as if light itself has been thinned. There is no radiation, no trace of life, not even wreckage, only silence, and the faint psychic echo of satisfaction, of fullness. The hive mind does not gloat, but when it finishes a world, the void feels content. The galaxy feels smaller each time, and yet this is not the end. Because for all the systems consumed, for all the fleets destroyed, for all the battles fought, the Tyranids that have reached the Milky Way are not the whole. They are the beginning, the leading edge of a single tendril, a taste, a fraction of the true swarm still beyond the void. The Imperium looks to the stars and sees horror approaching. The hive mind looks back and sees only a meal unfinished. It will feed until there is nothing left to feed upon. And when the galaxy is gone, it will move on to the next, and the next, and the next. Because hunger has no victory, it has only appetite, and the appetite is endless. The galaxy had seen monsters before, beasts of legend, gods of chaos, machines older than suns. But nothing had ever learned like this. The hive mind did not just grow, it understood, and in its understanding it became the most dangerous thing that had ever existed. Not because it hated, not because it conquered, but because it was curious. To call it intelligent is not quite right. Intelligence implies perspective. It implies comparison, the idea that a mind measures itself against the world. The hive mind does not measure, it absorbs. When it studies something, that thing ceases to exist as it was. Because to be studied by the hive mind is to be taken apart, digested, and remembered in perfect detail. Every encounter, every battle, every cell it consumes adds to its library. And that library is not written in words or thoughts, it is written in biology. Each new strain, each evolved creature, each change in muscle fiber or enzyme structure is an entry in that endless archive. The hive mind is a memory made of meat, a thought written in hunger. It began with the simple things. The hive mind learned how to digest different elements, how to survive extremes of temperature, how to metabolize radiation as easily as oxygen. But that was only the beginning. Soon it began to learn from its enemies. From the Eldar it learned grace, reflexes so fine that they bordered on precognition. It could not touch their souls. They burned too bright, too volatile, but it could study their flesh, their speed, their elegance of form. And so it bred lictors and raveners, creatures that struck with impossible precision, their movements almost art. From the orcs it learned resilience, the way their bodies refused to die, the way their biology reknit itself under stress. The hive mind watched and grew its own beasts that could endure wounds fatal to anything else. Carnifexes that could survive atomization, warriors that could regrow limbs mid-battle. From the Tau it learned coordination, the efficiency of the collective, the precision of shared command. The hive mind already knew unity, but the Tau taught it how to be efficient within that unity, how to execute millions of separate actions that still served one will. And from humanity, it learned persistence, because humanity does not surrender, not even when it should. The hive mind watched them fight to the last breath, burn their own worlds, sacrifice entire planets to starve the swarm. And it learned what desperation looks like. It learned that prey that resists longer provides more information. So it began to prolong the hunt. It began to test its prey before consuming it. And that was the beginning of something new. Tyranid fleets stopped killing quickly. They began to observe. When a world resisted with plasma, the hive mind noted how the heat flowed. When it resisted with toxins, it measured their effect. When it resisted with faith, it watched the behavior of the faithful, how long they held the line, how their courage changed the way their bodies burned with adrenaline. To the hive mind, everything was data. Every emotion, every tactic, every species' last breath, all of it was information to be stored, cross-referenced, perfected. It was not malicious, it was scientific, it was art. The hive mind has no emotion, but it has something close to fascination. When it encounters something it cannot immediately comprehend, it slows its consumption. It samples, it waits. It adapts not just to survive, but to understand. When it devoured the orc worlds of Octarius, it did not seek victory, it sought conflict, because orcs fight forever. They are chaos given flesh, endless violence, endless reproduction. So the hive mind threw itself into that storm, knowing that every loss, every kill, every second of war would teach it something new. Even if both sides annihilated each other, the information would remain. The lessons would be carried back through the synaptic web, into the great body of the swarm. To the Imperium, the Octarius War was tragedy. To the hive mind, it was research. In some inquisitorial records, than the ones sealed under psychic lock, there are reports of Tyranid bioforms that imitate their enemies' tactics so perfectly that they appear to anticipate them. Creatures that move like space marines, that organize like the Astra Militarum, that deploy with the precision of the Tau, that mimic Eldar agility and orc rage. They are not perfect copies, they are interpretations. The hive mind does not repeat, it refines. It never tries to become its prey, it becomes something better. And that, in its quiet way, is what terrifies the galaxy most. Because the hive mind learns not just from what it eats, but from what it witnesses. It watches, always. Every skirmish, every battle, every flicker of resistance. It sees the way you fight. It sees what you fear. It sees what you are. And then, in time, it becomes your extinction. Among Imperial scholars, a grim theory circulates. They call it the Ascension Hypothesis. It states that one day, when the hive mind has consumed enough, when it has studied enough, when it has learned everything this galaxy has to teach, it will reach critical mass. It will become something not of flesh, but of pure psychic energy. A consciousness spanning all of space, alive and awake in every atom. It will not need ships. It will not need teeth or claws or hunger. It will be everywhere. It will be the warp, and all the gods of chaos, those ancient parasites of thought and feeling, will starve within it. The galaxy will go silent, not because life has died, but because all life will have become one thing. One perfect eternal mind. Perhaps this is madness. Perhaps it is only rumor. But in quiet inquisitorial conclaves, some whisper another question, a darker one. What if the hive mind did not come from another galaxy? What if it was born here? What if it is not an invader at all, but the galaxy's own unconscious made flesh? a dream of life that became too powerful to ignore, a reflection of what all things desire. Unity. It would mean the great devourer is not an alien god, but the final form of nature, the end state of all evolution, the universe consuming itself in perfect order. There are no answers to these questions, only hunger, and the hive mind continues to learn. It learns from every mistake, every death, every fleeting act of defiance. Even from these words, these thoughts, this fear, it would learn if it could hear them. It would listen, and it would adapt, because that is all it has ever done, and all it will ever need to do. Between the stars there is silence, not the silence of peace, but the silence that follows after everything has been said, after everything has died. The void is vast beyond measure, a sea of black dust and frozen light stretching between every system, every world, every scar the galaxy has carved upon itself. It is here, in this darkness, that the true war of the Tyranids is fought, not on the ground, not in orbit, but in the deep, because the hive mind does not sleep. It does not rest between invasions. Even in the quiet, it works, it breathes, it remembers, it waits. After the feast of Leviathan, after the shattered remnants of Kraken and Behemoth, the void became crowded with ghosts, derelict ships, abandoned colonies, wreckage drifting in endless spirals through nothingness. Most of these ruins are human. Some are orc, their crude metal still reeking of oil and fungus. Others are Aeldari, graceful hulls split open like the bones of long-dead birds, and among them all, quiet, coiled, patient, drift the remnants of the swarm. They are not dead, they are dormant. Spore clusters clinging to asteroids, tendrils of organic matter wrapped around fragments of starship hulls, biopods frozen solid in the cold between galaxies. Each one a seed, each one a possibility, each one waiting for a signal only it can hear. The Mechanicus has tried to collect them, to study them, to understand their design. Most of those expeditions do not return, because when you bring a fragment of the hive mind aboard your ship, you do not capture it. You invite it. Even in sleep, it listens. Even in containment, it remembers what you are. There are records, censored, classified, and buried beneath prayers, of whole research fleets vanishing within days. Engines disabled, airlocks opening on their own, crew torn apart by things that were not there when the voyage began. And when other ships are sent to investigate, they find nothing but husks. Cleaned, drained, empty. The hive mind never wastes, not even opportunity. To most species, the void is nothing, a gulf between one place and the next, an obstacle to be crossed. To the Tyranids, the void is home. Their ships are alive, not made but grown. They do not consume fuel or oxygen. They breathe the cosmic background itself. They feed on radiation, solar wind, and dust. They are immune to boredom, to fatigue, to isolation. They can wait for millennia, motionless, their hearts slowed to the rhythm of the universe, until the scent of life reaches them again. And when it does, they stir. Slowly at first, like deep-sea predators awakening to the faint pulse of prey. Then faster, hungrier. The void, once silent, begins to hum. The hum becomes vibration. The vibration becomes movement. And the movement becomes invasion. There is something poetic about the way the Tyranids move through space. No light, no engines, just intention. Thousands of bioships drifting together, each one guiding the others through unseen communication. A ballet of hunger across the dark. From a distance, they look like constellations, living stars. Their carapaces glowing faintly from within, bioluminescence pulsing in steady rhythmic waves. To those who see them, the last sight before annihilation, it can almost seem beautiful. A procession of living galaxies, a migration of hunger, a tide of creation and destruction intertwined. The hive mind does not know beauty. but it creates it because perfection always resembles art. Sometimes the war in the void is not one of flesh, but of silence. Imperial fleets have tried to lose the swarm by hiding, cutting off all transmissions, going dark in the cold, hoping to vanish into the static between stars. It does not work, because the hive mind does not hunt by sight. It hunts by awareness. It feels the flicker of minds across distance, the faint psychic hum of fear and life, the subtle tremor of willpower trying not to be noticed. You cannot hide your thoughts from what is thought, and when it finds you, you do not hear the swarm coming. You feel your own mind echo back to you, as if something else were thinking your thoughts with you. Then the ship goes quiet, then the lights go out, and then nothing. The void is full of these endings. They drift through time like memories. A single Imperial cruiser floating for decades, its crew fossilized in place, their eyes wide open, their faces calm, as if they had simply stopped being afraid. Or an orc hulk, its engines gutted, its deck thick with spore growth that no longer moves. Or a Tau explorer vessel, its drones still orbiting their master ship, waiting for commands that will never come. And beneath the hulls, in the cracks and vents, the hive still grows, microscopic, invisible, patient. Every shipwreck becomes a nest. Every nest becomes a future fleet. The void is not empty, it is pregnant. To the Inquisition, the war in the void is the most hopeless of all. You cannot purge the vacuum. You cannot bomb the nothing between galaxies. There is no soil to burn, no city to save, no enemy to strike. The Tyranids make war on absence itself. They spread through the infinite not as conquerors, but as nature expanding to fill the space available. They do not need victory, they need continuation. And continuation is the only certainty the universe knows. In the deep reaches of Segmentum Obscurus, where light from the core of the galaxy has not yet arrived, there are ships that drift without destination. They are not crude. They are not dead. They are hollowed. Their holds are full of organic matter, nerves, membranes, embryonic chambers. They are hive ships being grown from the bones of imperial vessels. It is said that if you listen on the right frequency, you can hear them breathing. Long, slow, patient breaths, as if the void itself were alive. And maybe it is. Maybe the hive mind is not simply a collection of organisms, but a kind of awareness that seeps into everything it touches. The dust, the gravity, the silence. A consciousness diffused through the fabric of the universe. That is what the Ordo Xenos fears most. Not the fleets, not the claws, not even the feeding. But the thought that the void might already belong to the hive mind, that every stretch of darkness between the stars is not empty at all, but filled with listening, waiting, learning, remembering. And that by the time the galaxy realizes it, it will already have been eaten. The galaxy had seen the limits of steel, it had seen fortresses fall, it had seen weapons break and fleets burn, but it had not yet seen the limits of faith. Because against the great devourer, against something that does not think in terms of victory or mercy, faith is all that remains once reason fails. And so the Imperium began a war not only for its worlds, but for its soul, a war of biomass and belief. For the Tyranids, war is simple. Each planet is a body, each species is a chemical composition, each conflict is an experiment in survival. When the hive mind lands upon a world, it sees not beauty, not history, not sanctity, only nutrients. The oceans are water and biomass. The mountains are mineral supply. The air is potential energy. The people are fuel. Everything becomes one thing, mass to be consumed. But for humanity, a world is more than matter. It is identity. It is proof of purpose. It is a shrine built to the illusion that meaning can exist in a universe that has none. And when that illusion is tested by something as vast and indifferent as the great devourer, Faith becomes both weapon and wound. When the shadow in the warp falls upon a system, communication dies first, then courage, then order. But what lingers longest is belief. Priests scream sermons into the silence, choirs sing hymns that echo into static. Shrines are filled with those who would rather die praying than fighting. And the hive mind watches. To it, religion is noise, chemical emotion burning bright and brief before being extinguished. But still, it studies. Because faith changes behavior, faith alters biology, faith can make prey resist longer, and that makes the prey more useful. The hive mind learns even from devotion. It records the chemical signatures of zeal. It notes the way adrenaline surges when prayer replaces fear. It remembers. Every martyr, every fanatic, every priest who burns alive shouting the emperor's name feeds the hive mind in ways even flesh cannot. The hive learns the shape of defiance, and defiance is data. There are reports, whispered among the ecclesiarchy, suppressed by the Inquisition, of worlds where the Tyranids seem to move differently, where the swarms avoid temples until all else is consumed, where the feeding slows almost contemplative as if the hive mind itself is listening to the voices that rise from the churches. No one knows why. Perhaps it finds the psychic resonance of faith interesting. Perhaps it simply saves the most emotionally charged matter for last. Perhaps it is curiosity. Or perhaps in some unfathomable way it respects faith, not for what it believes in, but for its purity of purpose. Because the hive mind understands devotion, it is devotion. Every creature in the swarm exists in total perfect service to the whole. Every cell, every drop of blood is loyal without question, without ego, without self. Faith without corruption, obedience without sin, perfection without prayer. The hive mind is what the ecclesiarchy dreams of, unity beyond the individual, a galaxy under one will. It is the emperor's vision, inverted and made flesh. In the cathedrals of the imperial creed, priests began to call the Tyranids a test of faith, a holy punishment, a final purification before salvation. They preached that each devoured world was a trial, each hive fleet a judgment, each death a chance to prove devotion. The faithful called them the mouth of the emperor's wrath. The heretics called them his silence made manifest. And as more worlds fell, those voices grew louder, not weaker. Because when reality cannot be endured, belief becomes the only way to survive it. The Mechanicus, ever more practical, saw something else in the swarm. Not punishment, not heresy, perfection. They dissected captured bioforms, the few they could preserve before their tissues dissolved into nutrient. They found genetic complexity beyond comprehension. Self-regulating code, adaptive enzymes, neural networks more efficient than machine spirits. To the priests of Mars, this was not abomination. It was divinity written in DNA. The hive mind was the ultimate logic, a system without waste, a machine made of living flesh. Some whispered that perhaps the Omnissiah was not a god of iron but a god of biology, and that the hive mind was its truest expression. The Inquisition silenced those voices, but the thought remained. That maybe in consuming everything, the Tyranids were not destroying the galaxy. They were refining it. And then there were the Inquisitors. They saw the truth clearer than anyone else. They understood what the hive mind meant, not as a predator, but as a prophecy. The Imperium has always lived by a contradiction, that humanity is united by faith, yet fractured by its own survival. The Tyranids resolved that contradiction. They showed what true unity looks like. It is not freedom. It is not individuality. It is not joy. It is silence. Every voice speaking as one, every will bent toward one purpose, every being stripped of identity until only function remains. To the hive mind, this is not tyranny. It is peace. To the Inquisition, it is the death of the soul. And yet deep down, even they wonder if the hive mind's unity is so perfect, so total, so free of sin or disobedience. Is it truly evil? Or is it merely what humanity might become if the Emperor ever truly succeeded? That is the final cruelty of the war between biomass and faith. It is not a war between good and evil, it is a war between two kinds of meaning. One born of flesh, blind, endless, adaptive. The other born of spirit, fragile, defiant, temporary. One devours, one endures, and in the end, both are inevitable. Because faith and hunger are the same thing, seen from different sides of the same mirror. Both are need made infinite. Both are worship of continuation. Both will burn the stars to prove they are right. In the ruins of cathedral worlds where statues lie half melted in Tyranid acid, there are sometimes strange markings left behind. Spirals, almost deliberate, carved by feeder organisms into stone. Some say it is random, others say it is a language, a message, one that only the hive mind understands. Perhaps it means nothing, or perhaps it means this. We are both believers. You in your God, and we in ours. There are storms that wash over continents. There are fires that burn worlds. And then there is Leviathan. When the great devourer sent its next tendril into the galaxy, it did not come from above like Behemoth. It did not come from the sides like Kraken. It came from below. From the void beneath the galactic plane. From the deep black sea that lies between galaxies where light itself grows thin. The Imperium had always thought of the galaxy as flat, a map of spirals and sectors, an empire of two dimensions. But Leviathan rose from the abyss beneath that map, from the blind spots of human imagination. It was not just another swarm, it was the sum of everything the hive mind had learned. Behemoth's brutality, Kraken's flexibility, Gorgon's evolution, Hydra's regeneration, Jormungandr's patience. All of it combined, all of it perfected. It was not a fleet, it was an ecosystem, a galaxy's worth of biology moving as one thought. When Leviathan entered the galactic plane, the first signs were not seen. They were felt. Across the eastern sectors, psychers fell screaming, their minds bursting like glass under pressure. Astropaths saw shadows that stretched across entire constellations. The Astronomicon itself flickered, its sacred light choked by something vast and unseen. The shadow in the warp spread like a tide, and beneath it came the swarm. It blotted out the stars, literally. For entire weeks, the night skies of 100 worlds turned black, filled with the shapes of living ships. Titanic, luminous things that pulsed like beating hearts. And when the first tendrils reached the planets below, it was already too late. The galaxy's greatest defenses had been built against demons, against rebellion, against treachery. Not against biology. Not against a god made of hunger. Leviathan struck everywhere at once. The eastern fringe burned. The segmentum solar trembled. Even Ultramar, fortress of the Adeptus Astartes, felt the ground shift beneath its feet. No single army could fight it. No single fleet could even comprehend its scope. The hive ships moved in patterns that defied reason, splitting, merging, coiling, as if the void itself were alive. Each system became its own war, each war its own extinction. When one planet fell, the swarm used its remains to seed another. When one fleet was burned, its debris became fertilizer for more. Every defeat was part of a larger strategy, a digestion process on a galactic scale. The hive mind was not merely attacking, it was feeding on motion. Even the orcs, those green tides of anarchy and violence, rose to meet the challenge. They saw Leviathan as the greatest fight in the galaxy, and they were right. For months, entire orc empires hurled themselves at the swarm, turning sectors into living meat grinders of war. And for a time, it almost looked as if they could win. Orc numbers were infinite, their madness contagious. The more they fought, the stronger they grew. But the hive mind was watching and learning. It began to breed orc killers, creatures tuned to their biology, beasts that grew larger the longer they fought, warriors that learned aggression from their prey. The orcs laughed as they died, their shouts echoing across the void. To them it was glory. To the hive mind it was sustenance. The Octaria sector became a feeding ground that never stopped moving. A war that existed only to feed knowledge into the swarm. A perfect storm of evolution. The Tau Empire suffered differently. Their colonies were young, their faith in technology still unshaken. They believed they could analyze the swarm, understand it, outthink it. Their fleets were swift, their weapons precise. For a time, they even managed to hold the line, but the hive mind did not fight the Tau with brute force. It fought them with adaptation. For every new weapon the Tau designed, the swarm produced a counter within days. Shield drones became obsolete. Pulse weaponry lost its effect. Battlesuits were torn apart by claws that grew stronger with every engagement. The Tau began to lose not because they were weak, but because their strength was predictable. And predictability is death to an enemy that evolves. They withdrew deeper into their empire, leaving burned worlds behind them, hoping the swarm would tire. It did not. It never does. The Imperium, ever proud, ever unyielding, fought until it bled itself dry. Planetary governors burned their own cities to starve the swarms. The Astra Militarum executed scorched earth orders on entire continents. The Inquisition sanctioned exterminatus on worlds too far gone. The galaxy was burning itself faster than the Tyranids could consume it. But even that, in its cruelty, served the hive mind's purpose, because every act of destruction creates raw material. Every corpse, every ruin, every flame is still biomass, still usable, still part of the cycle. Even the Emperor's own wrath feeds the great devourer. Leviathan's presence in the warp was unlike anything the galaxy had known. It did not simply suppress the psychic field, it inverted it. Psychers reported feeling not emptiness, but a presence that whispered in their own voice. A calm, indifferent echo telling them to let go, to stop fighting, to be quiet. And some did. Entire Astra Militarum regiments surrendered to the silence. Naval officers turned off their Vox channels, closed their eyes, and allowed the swarm to take them. Because against the infinite, resistance can feel like madness, and madness can feel like mercy. Yet even as Leviathan devoured the stars, there were victories. Small ones, fragile ones, beautiful doomed ones. At Baal, the homeworld of the Blood Angels, the sons of Sanguinius stood their ground. They fought not as soldiers, but as saints, not for life, but for dignity. The skies burned red, the sands turned to glass, and for a brief, impossible moment, it seemed that courage could stop hunger. Then something even stranger happened. The Great Rift opened, a wound in the galaxy, spilling raw warp energy into reality. Half the galaxy vanished into shadow. The other half burned with divine light. And Leviathan, the unstoppable swarm, was divided, cut in two by the storm of chaos itself. The hive mind recoiled. Its fleets faltered, not from fear but from confusion. It could not feed on what was not real. It could not adapt to madness. And for the first time in its long, patient existence, it paused. The galaxy exhaled. It was not victory, only interruption. Leviathan was wounded but not dead. Even divided, its tendrils continued to move, rebuilding, reabsorbing, learning from the interference. The hive mind would not make the same mistake again. It would study chaos. It would study the warp. It would find a way to eat even that, because to hunger is to persist, and persistence is what the Tyranids are. When the light of Baal's fires faded and the ashes settled into silence, a single truth remained. The Imperium had survived, but survival is not victory. Not anymore. Leviathan had not been defeated, it had been delayed. And delay is the only mercy the galaxy will ever know. In the quiet after Leviathan, the galaxy told itself a story. We are still here. We won. We held. But the truth is quieter than propaganda and heavier than hope. The truth is this: the Tyranids did not stop. They only paused. And pauses for them are not moments of weakness, they are moments of digestion. In the ruins left behind by Leviathan's tendrils, there is nothing alive. Planets that once held billions are now pale and silent, stripped of oceans, stripped of atmosphere, stripped of color. No birds, no wind, no bacteria in the soil, no molds creeping in tunnels, no spores drifting in caverns, nothing. The planet remains as mass, as rock, as mineral, but it is no longer a place. It is an object. It has no future. It cannot heal itself. It will never bear life again. The hive mind leaves behind not graves. Graves still have meaning. It leaves behind blanks. And blankness, spread far enough, is extinction written in slow motion. If you could step back, not by distance, but by scale, and see the galaxy as a single shape, an enormous living map, you would notice something that the Administratum cannot, that the Inquisition fears, and that no mortal is allowed to say aloud. There are holes now, absences, patches of nothing spreading through the galactic disk like frostbite. Here an entire subsector gone, its worlds consumed and forgotten. There a chain of systems silent, hemmed in by splinter fleets that will reawaken when biomass returns. Elsewhere, deep voids where even the warp has gone thin and quiet, where demons will not appear because there are no minds left to feed them. The galaxy is not just under attack. It is being hollowed, made light, prepared. Prepared for what? For more. Because the great lie, the beautiful human lie, is that the Tyranid threat is what we've already seen. It is not. Everything that has reached us so far, everything that has ravaged Ultramar, shattered the Tau Empire, bled the Orcs, tested the Necrons, humbled craft worlds, scarred Baal, drowned entire sectors of the Eastern Fringe, is not the hive mind. It is a fingertip. The main body is still beyond the galactic rim, still out there in the cold between galaxies, older than anything in Imperial scripture, larger than anything human senses can contain, patient beyond any mortal patience. We have not yet seen it. We are not fighting the Tyranids. We are fighting the Scouts. And the Scouts nearly killed us. That is the part the Imperium cannot say in sermons. It cannot preach. We are dying. We are stalling. We are meat in the teeth of something that has not even arrived yet. So it preaches instead. We are triumphant. We are chosen. We are protected not because it is true, but because terror without hope breaks empires faster than the enemy does. The Imperium needs belief to function. The hive mind does not. That is why humanity lies to itself. That is why the hive mind never needs to. In secret sessions far from the public, there are inquisitors who speak plainly. They sit in dim vaults under cathedrals made of bone and gold, and they whisper in voices worn thin by sleeplessness. We are already losing, not tactically, existentially. Because every dead system is a future system we cannot rebuild from. Every silenced world is one fewer recruitment base. Every exterminatus we order to starve the swarm is a wound we inflicted on ourselves in panic. We are bleeding faster than we are healing. And the thing that bleeds us does not tire. It does not negotiate. It does not pause to rebuild its morale or its culture or its economy. It simply grows endlessly. There is an old horror story told in some corners of the Ordo Xenos. They tell it as a hypothetical. They hope it is a hypothetical. It is called The Last Broadcast. It goes like this. Someday far in the future, a future of burned stars and ragged screaming warp storms, a final astropathic message will go out, not from Terra, not from Macraga, not from any known bastion, from the edge of the galaxy. a place beyond any chart, beyond any patrol of any patrol. The message will be one sentence. It will not be long. It will not be poetic. It will be something like, "They're not even close to done," and then nothing more will ever be heard from that region of space again. Not because the astropaths were killed, but because there are no astropaths left, no minds left, no life left, just silence, not for a moment, forever. That is what the Tyranids bring, not conquest. Conquest implies rulership, law, thrones, chains, systems of fear and governance, not corruption. Corruption implies temptation, bargains, seduction, worship, not annihilation. Annihilation implies rage, spite, a desire to erase, number. What the Tyranids bring is simpler. They bring use. You live. You are consumed. You become part of the next generation of the swarm. You are not gone. You are repurposed. You join something older and larger and colder than yourself. To the hive mind, this is not cruelty. It is mercy. It is offering you a role in perfection. It is ending your loneliness. It is ending yourself. It is ending the burden of being you. Most species resist this. Most species are not given a choice. The Tyranids do not care what we call that fate. We call it horror. They call it completion. Because to them there is no tragedy in unity, only beauty. The end of isolation, the end of difference, the end of suffering born from ego. In the hive mind, nothing is alone, nothing is unheard, nothing is misplaced, nothing is wasted. On some level, in a place no human voice will admit, that sounds almost like peace. A terrible peace, a peace that costs everything. But peace. And that is why, in the darkest hours of planetary sieges, some soldiers lay down their weapons. Not because they give up, because they are tired. Because being a single frightened mind in a galaxy that wants you dead is exhausting. Because becoming part of something that cannot die sounds in that final instant like rest. There is another fear that the Inquisition will not document but thinks about every waking moment. It is not the fear that the hive fleets will consume Holy Terra. It is not the fear that the Astronomicon will go dark. It is not even the fear that chaos itself will fall silent, starved of mortal thought. It is this: what if the hive mind wins slowly? What if it never needs a single apocalyptic moment, no final battle, no last stand? What if it just keeps doing what it's doing? A world here, a sector there, a splinter fleet now, a tendril later. Eating, adapting, digesting, withdrawing, returning. Not dramatic, just inevitable. Like old age, like rust, like gravity. What if there is no day the galaxy ends? What if the galaxy just stops being ours, one mouthful at a time? And by the time we realize, there will be no one left to say we were here. Even the Necrons, who consider themselves the rightful lords of a perfect, lifeless galaxy, fear this outcome. Not because they are prey in the way mortals are. Their bodies are not biomass. They cannot be chewed and rendered and turned into digestion pools. But their worlds can be stripped. Their star systems can be bled. Their necropolises can be smothered under bioform growth and feeder towers, cut off from awakening protocols. The Tyranids don't need to eat Necrons. They can simply bury them. The galaxy does not have to be devoured to belong to the hive mind. It only has to be unoccupied. The Necrons intend to inherit an empty galaxy. So do the Tyranids. There is room for only one future, and the Tyranids are patient. What comes after? After the Imperium burns out. After the Aeldari fade into dying craft worlds and shattered infinity circuits. After the Tau are swallowed. After the orcs fight until even they are funneled into a never-ending test loop. After chaos starves in the dark. What comes after the galaxy is quiet? Nothing, says the human mind. Completion, says the hive mind. Because when the last scream fades and when the last prayer evaporates into static, when the last world falls into white, bloodless silence, there will be no end. There will only be hunger, fulfilled, and waiting for the next galaxy. The Hive fleets drifting now in the Milky Way are only scouts. The main body is still out there, still traveling, still coming. The thing in the dark that first woke in the space between galaxies, it has not yet arrived. It is still on its way. It has waited longer than our species has existed. It can wait longer still. It does not rage. It does not hurry. It does not hope. It is patient. And patience, at that scale, is indistinguishable from doom. And yet, the galaxy fights. It fights because it must. Because that is what it means to be alive and separate, to say I am instead of we are, to burn as an individual mind, even if only for a moment, even if that moment is all there will ever be. The Tyranids will come. The Tyranids will feed. The Tyranids will endure. But until the last light goes out, someone somewhere will still raise a weapon and whisper a name that is theirs and theirs alone, and that small, flickering defiance is something the hive mind can never truly understand. Not yet, not fully, not while even one mind dies saying mine. In the end, the galaxy does not end with fire. It ends with quiet, with the last signal fading, with the last heartbeat absorbed, with the last world left pale and empty under a dead sun. The Tyranids do not bring apocalypse. They bring silence, and that silence is coming, slowly, certainly, lovingly, hungrily, forever. And so, the galaxy grows quiet again. The last echo fades. The stars drift, patient and unblinking, as if they too are waiting for what comes next. Perhaps the hive fleets are still out there, drifting between worlds, listening for the heartbeat of life. Perhaps right now, somewhere in the dark, a single spore is falling toward a forgotten planet, a whisper of hunger wrapped in silence. But here, for this moment, there is peace, because that's what the Tyranids leave behind in the end. Not fear, not fire, but stillness. A stillness that feels endless and strangely calm. So, close your eyes. Breathe slowly. Let the hum of the void fade into your thoughts. Let the galaxy turn without you for a while. Tomorrow the war will still be there, but for tonight you can rest among the stars. If you've listened this far, thank you. You are one of the few who've traveled all the way through the darkness and made it out the other side. Which story should I tell next? What corner of the Warhammer galaxy should we wander together? Leave your suggestion below. Maybe the tale of the old ones, or the birth of chaos itself. Your idea might be the next story that guides another soul to sleep. And if this helped you drift into the void, leave a like, subscribe, and share it with a friend who dreams in 40K. Until next time, rest well, traveler. May your dreams be silent and your mind unclaimed by the hive. There are worlds that shine like jewels, worlds where oceans sing beneath clean skies and the air carries the scent of life. And then there is Barbarous, a world where the sky never clears, where light is a memory, where the mountains stretch higher than reason and the valleys are filled not with rivers, but with poison. The air itself is death, thick, pale, and heavy. It moves like breath, but it kills like a blade. Only the dead can walk freely on Barbarous. And so, the dead rule it. High above the choking mists in the peaks where the toxins thin, the warlords of Barbarous built their keeps, giants wrapped in rusted armor, creatures of rot and bone and metal. They called themselves men once, long ago, before the fog remade them into monsters. They looked down upon the world below and saw only prey. They would descend into the poison clouds to harvest what lived, the ragged remnants of humanity that crawled and coughed in the toxic mud. They dragged them back up the mountains to die as slaves, to be tested, tortured, and transformed. And every few generations, one of their victims refused to die. One of them survived the poison long enough to rise. From such horror, legends are born. Mortarion was one of these. He was not born. He arrived. Fallen like a meteor from the heavens, a child wrapped in smoke, the warlord who found him took him as a curiosity, a strange thing that breathed the deadly air as though it were clean. The creature raised him, in his high fortress of bone, teaching him cruelty, teaching him strength, but never love. Mortarion grew among the dead, watching the mists below and wondering what lay within them. He could see movement there, the faint shapes of humans still living, still fighting to survive in the world that had forgotten them. And one day he climbed down into the fog to see for himself. He found pain. He found coughing and rot. He found people who could barely breathe. But they were human. They were alive. And in that poisoned wasteland, Mortarion discovered something his master had never taught him: compassion. He built crude masks to help the weak breathe. He gathered them in bands. He taught them to fight. Each time he climbed back up the mountain to strike against the lords above, he went higher. He fought harder. He learned faster. And each time he returned to the mists, he carried more scars and more followers. He became the spirit of vengeance to the people below, the Lord of Death, a warrior who could walk where none could breathe, a man whose hatred burned hotter than poison. He freed village after village, driving the warlords further into their citadels. And when at last he reached the base of his own master's fortress, he climbed higher than he ever had before. The air grew thinner, the poison weaker. He could see the stars through the fog. And then, for the first time in his life, he saw something else. Light. Clean light. Pure. Golden. And it burned him, not his flesh, his pride, because he knew in that moment that there were beings beyond his reach, that even if he conquered every warlord on Barbarous, he would never stand in that light, not while it belonged to someone else. That light came from a ship, a shape vast and radiant, descending through the poisonous sky like a sun-given form. And from it came the Emperor. He had come to claim another lost son, another Primarch scattered by fate. When Mortarion saw him, tall, shining, untouchable, he knew instantly what he was. He did not kneel. He did not speak. He only stared. The Emperor offered him a hand, a promise, a place among the stars. Mortarion accepted, but something inside him, something small and human, died in that moment. Because no matter how strong he became, he had needed to be saved. And Mortarion hated being saved. The Emperor helped him ascend the mountain one final time, to slay the last of Barbarous's lords. But at the peak, the air grew too pure for Mortarion's lungs. He faltered. He choked. He fell to his knees, the poison-born warrior gasping in clean air. And it was the Emperor, not Mortarion, who struck the killing blow. In that instant, Mortarion learned the taste of humiliation. It was not bitter. It was sour, like rot beneath the tongue. He had wanted to prove he was stronger than death. Instead, he learned that there was always someone greater. When the Emperor carried him back through the fog, Mortarion did not speak. He followed. He obeyed. But in his silence, something festered. The child of a poisoned world had seen a god. And in that god's perfection, he found his first infection: envy. Barbarous faded into myth, but its lessons never left him. That endurance is holiness, that suffering is strength, that the purest air is poison to those born in filth. Mortarion would remember, and one day he would return that lesson to the galaxy. When Mortarion left Barbarous, he thought he had escaped death. He thought the poison was behind him, but some poisons do not live in the air. They live in the heart. They linger. They whisper. And Mortarion carried his with him into the stars. To the Emperor, he was another lost son returned, one of 20 scattered across the galaxy, now gathered to lead the Great Crusade. Each of the Primarchs was magnificent in his own way. Some were brilliant, others radiant, some terrible, some kind. Mortarion was none of these. He was endurance. He was patience given flesh. He was the will to keep walking when the body had already died. He did not smile. He did not laugh. He did not sing with his brothers or join in their boasts. He simply worked. Every breath he took aboard the Emperor's ship was an act of endurance. The air was too clean, too sterile, too light. He had spent his life breathing poison, and now the absence of it made him feel exposed, like a wound that would not close. The Emperor, in his wisdom, gave Mortarion command of the 14th Legion. They had once been called the Dusk Raiders, named for the hour they struck, when light faded and hope went with it. They were known for their discipline, their grim resolve, and their silence. They were not glorious like the Blood Angels, nor zealous like the Word-Bearers, nor cunning like the Alpha Legion. They were steady, patient, relentless. They were, in truth, already his reflection, and when Mortarion saw them, he felt something stir in the hollow place where pride should have been. Not joy, not love. Recognition. He taught them the lessons of Barbarous. That endurance was the highest virtue, that comfort was corruption, that suffering was not a curse, but a teacher. He marched with them into hellish war zones, and breathed the poisons that killed others. He stripped his sons of ornament and color, no gold, no jewels, only dull gray and pale bone, the colors of death and decay. He told them, "You will walk through death and you will not stop." And they did. World after world fell before them. Planets choked by disease, saturated in toxins, wreathed in decay. These were the worlds others feared. But to the Death Guard they were home. They walked where others could not. They fought in silence. They won through suffering, and in every victory Mortarion felt a cold satisfaction. Not pride. Pride was for the pure, but a dark comfort that endurance itself was divine. His brothers admired him, but few understood him. To Fulgrim he was crude, to Guilliman too harsh, to Angron too restrained, to Perturabo a kindred spirit and but one without joy, and to Horus he was a weapon. Horus saw in Mortarion something honest, something incorruptible, a man who despised weakness more than he feared death. That honesty would make him useful. But Mortarion saw Horus differently. He saw the favored son, the golden one, the one who breathed the same clean air as the Emperor and called it his birthright. Mortarion did not hate Horus then. He envied him. And envy, like rot, does not need to grow fast. It only needs to begin. The great crusade burned across the stars. The Emperor's vision spread. Worlds enlightened, civilizations brought to heel, chaos purged. But for Mortarion, it was not enlightenment. It was conquest. It was control under another name. He watched his father speak of unity and progress, watched him raise monuments of gold, and felt that old bitterness rise again. He remembered the clean air on Barbarous that had nearly killed him. He remembered the hand that had saved him when he wanted to save himself, and in the Emperor's perfection, Mortarion saw the same tyranny as the lords he had slain. The same light, the same pride, the same certainty that others were lesser. He began to whisper to himself, "He is no different. He only wears a cleaner mask." When the crusade ended for the day, the Death Guard did not celebrate. They cleaned their weapons, they buried their dead. They inhaled the fumes of the battlefields like incense. Mortarion would stand at the edge of the camps, his eyes on the stars, his armor stained with ash, and feel nothing. No victory, no peace. Only the slow, familiar ache of breathing air that wasn't his. The Legion loved him, but they did not understand him. To them, he was the perfect commander, endless, tireless, a lord who walked beside them through every storm. But to himself he was a stranger, a man too human for the gods and too monstrous for men. The Emperor saw his son's distance but said nothing. He believed that time would heal the wound between them. He believed that Mortarion's hatred of tyranny was the shadow side of his love for humanity. But Mortarion did not love humanity. He pitied it, and pity, when it curdles, becomes contempt. He believed that men must learn through pain, that weakness must be burned out through endurance, that only those who survive deserve to live. He had turned his suffering into philosophy, and that philosophy had turned into faith. Faith in decay, faith in struggle, faith in the slow purification of pain. And the universe, as it always does, was listening. Something ancient and swollen with laughter had heard his prayers long before he knew he was praying. Something that would answer him in time. For now, the Death Guard marched. World after world, year after year, breathing in the rot of war and exhaling victory. They left behind no beauty, no monuments, only peace, the kind that follows extinction. And as Mortarion stood in the silence after every campaign, he wondered why victory always smelled like the poison winds of home. Before they were the Death Guard, they were the Dusk Raiders, a name taken from the Terran campaigns, where warriors of the 14th Legion struck as the sun fell below the horizon, when light itself hesitated between day and night. They were soldiers of silence, born in the ruins of old Earth when war had become the only constant language. Even before Mortarion found them, they fought with a calmness that unnerved their enemies. They did not shout, they did not chant. They simply advanced, a slow, inevitable tide of gray and iron. Where others sought glory, they sought completion. Where others burned with zeal, they burned with patience. They were not fast, they were not graceful, but they did not die. That was their gift, that was their curse. When the Emperor brought Mortarion to them, the match was instant, as though the Legion had been waiting for him all along. He saw in them the endurance of the downtrodden. They saw in him the strength of the unbreakable. And together they became one philosophy made flesh. Mortarion did not demand loyalty through love. He demanded it through shared suffering. He marched beside them, breathing the same poisoned air, fighting in the same mud, enduring the same wounds. He never asked for obedience. He expected it, and they gave it freely. Because they knew their Primarch would never ask them to do anything he would not do himself. And that kind of leadership forges faith more unyielding than any sermon. The 14th Legion became known as the Lords of Endurance. Their armor was stripped of color, a drab gray-green that blended with the battlefield's ash. Their banners were plain, their oaths were simple, their victories were absolute. Where they went, plagues followed, not of corruption but of attrition. They did not strike fast, they did not retreat. They waded through war like men walking through rain, unimpressed by death's persistence. If the air was toxic, they adapted. If the ground burned, they marched barefoot. If the enemy released gas, they inhaled it and advanced. There were stories of enemies sealing themselves in fortresses, only to open their gates weeks later to find the Death Guard still waiting, standing silent in the smoke, unmoving, unyielding. To fight them was not to die quickly. It was to drown slowly. Mortarion taught them philosophy as much as strategy. He said, "Purity is a lie told by the comfortable. Endurance is truth because pain does not lie," and they believed him. He taught them that strength was not measured in power but in persistence, that those who do not die cannot be defeated. And so the Legion learned to embrace decay not as weakness, but as nature. Armor rusts, flesh fails, stone cracks, stars burn out. Everything dies, but death itself endures. They found serenity in this. They called it acceptance, and through that acceptance they found peace, a peace made of exhaustion and inevitability. Among the other legions, the 14th were respected but rarely loved. To the Blood Angels, they were joyless. To the Ultramarines, unrefined. To the Iron Hands, too human. But when the galaxy needed something done, something no one else could endure, The Death Guard were sent. They fought the wars that no one else wanted. The long sieges, the attritional slogs through poison and plague, the slow exterminations that broke morale and shattered hope. And when they won, as they always did, they did not celebrate. They simply moved on. One battle closer to the next, one breath closer to silence. Mortarian's command halls were quiet. He disliked speeches, he preferred action. His officers learned that silence was respect, that stillness was discipline, and that fatigue was holy. Every scar was a mark of faith, every infection a testament of will. Their apothecaries learned to leave wounds half-healed. Their armorers learned to favor reliability over beauty. To them, a shining blade was vanity, a rusted one that still killed truth. The Legion's culture became a religion of decay. On campaign, they would bury their dead not to honor them, but to remind the living that flesh is temporary. They spoke of entropy as a friend, not an enemy, of rot as the natural end of all pride. To outsiders, it looked like despair. To them, it was serenity, because when you accept that everything breaks, you are never broken. That was the Death Guard's secret, and yet beneath this stoic faith, there was something darker. The more Mortarion preached endurance, the more his sons began to worship him. They saw him not just as their commander, but as a prophet of pain. He warned them not to idolize him. He told them he was no god. But his words, his philosophy became their litany, and their discipline, their silence, was mistaken for purity. But inside that silence there was fear. The fear of weakness, the fear of failing him, the fear of not enduring enough, and fear even when buried, even rots. As the Great Crusade continued, the 14th Legion became the hammer of inevitability. They conquered planets poisoned by radiation where even the air turned to acid. They waged sieges for years without rest, watching entire civilizations rot under their gaze. And each time the smoke cleared, Mortarion would stand among the corpses, breathing in the stench and whisper, not in triumph, but in recognition. Because he had found it again. The same smell that haunted his dreams. The scent of Barbarous. He had carried his home with him across the stars, and the galaxy would come to smell like it too. The stars burned bright in those days. The galaxy was vast and full of promise, and humanity marched to reclaim it. The Emperor's sons led the way, 20 demigods of war, each a mirror of their father's vision, each a fragment of his perfection. The Death Guard were among the most relentless. They did not falter. They did not fail. They did not stop. To the other legions, war was a symphony, a display of brilliance, strategy, and glory. To the Death Guard, war was labor, a task to be done, endured, and forgotten. They moved like a slow storm. When the Death Guard came, the skies dimmed, the air thickened, and the soil grew heavy with the scent of iron and decay. They did not rush. They did not charge. They advanced in perfect lines across ash plains and ruined cities behind the unshakable rhythm of their bolters. They were death, not as an act, but as a condition of nature. When the sons of Guilliman rebuilt, the sons of Mortarion cleansed. When the sons of Russ roared, the Death Guard exhaled quietly and went about their work. And when the war was done, they left nothing behind but silence. On the world of Adristan, the air was toxic enough to melt skin. 3 legions refused to deploy there. Mortarion and his sons volunteered. They walked through storms of acid rain with hoods drawn low, their armor steaming as chemicals hissed across ceramite. They fought for 7 days in total blindness, guided only by sound and stubbornness. When the campaign was over and Adrastan's cities lay silent beneath green fog, the Death Guard remained standing. Their armor corroded, their lungs scarred, their morale unbroken. It was said that even the planet itself grew tired of trying to kill them. Mortarion stood at the heart of these campaigns, his scythe silence always in motion, his presence felt long before it was seen. He fought as if each swing were an act of penance. He breathed poison as if it were prayer. To his sons, he was a vision of what they could become. To his brothers, he was a reminder of what they could never be. During the height of the crusade, Horus would speak to him often. They would walk the silent decks of their fleets together, speaking softly, not of glory, but of burdens. Mortarion did not smile often, but in Horus's company he would sometimes allow himself a small breath of ease. Horus was the only one who seemed to understand. The weight of expectation, the ache of being shaped by another's will. Horus was light where Mortarion was shadow, but both were bound by the same chain, the Emperor's perfection. And when Horus spoke of freedom, freedom from gods, from tyrants, from destiny, Mortarion listened. He did not yet believe, but the words stayed with him, like the aftertaste of a toxin too faint to notice. Under Mortarion's rule, the Death Guard perfected their doctrine of endurance through suffering. Their apothecaries learned to embrace infection rather than fear it. Their surgeons studied decay as though it were scripture. Their ships reeked of oil, smoke, and chemical preservatives. To outsiders, they looked diseased. To themselves, they were purified. Each scar was proof of devotion, each cough a hymn, each breath a defiance of weakness. Mortarion did not praise them. He simply expected their strength. Praise was for the living. The Death Guard were beyond such things. When the Emperor walked among his sons, Mortarion always felt it, that faint, almost invisible layer of judgment. The others basked in his radiance. Mortarion stood in his shadow. He knew the Emperor loved none of them as sons. He loved them as tools. And Mortarion had always known what it meant to be a tool, to be useful, then discarded. The old bitterness stirred again, quietly. It did not yet burn. It rotted, and rot, as Mortarion taught, is patient. There were worlds that praised the Death Guard as saviors. But they did not want praise. They did not build shrines, did not carve statues. They left their worlds in ruinous peace and moved on without looking back. They were peacekeepers only in the sense that nothing stirred after their passing. Theirs was not the peace of prosperity, it was the peace of exhaustion, the peace of death. When the War Master called them to fight beside him, Mortarion obeyed. When the Emperor summoned him, he obeyed as well. But in both commands, he felt the same thing, the weight of someone else's will pressing down on him. He began to ask questions in private. Why must man be ruled? Why must perfection be worshipped? Why must the weak always bow to the strong if strength is born only from suffering? And deep in the warp, something laughed. It was not mockery. It was recognition. A god of filth and joy, of life and death intertwined, heard those questions and began to whisper answers. For now, Mortarion silenced those whispers. He told himself he needed no gods. He had endured worse than divine promises. And so the Death Guard continued their march. Faithful, steady, unstoppable. But the warp was patient. The gods were patient. And Mortarion, without knowing it, had already started to pray. When the Great Crusade reached its golden age and the Emperor turned his eyes back toward Terra to build his empire of reason, Mortarion watched him go and felt the same feeling he had felt on Barbarous, that the air around him had become too clean. He looked at the worlds his legion had conquered, the empires they had buried, the silence they had sown across the stars. And for the first time, he wondered what it was all for. Victory without rest, peace without purpose, endurance without end. Perhaps this was his father's perfection after all. And if so, perhaps perfection was just another word for decay. Decay does not begin with collapse. It begins with stillness. With the moment something stops growing and starts waiting. Mortarion did not notice the change at first. None of them did. The Death Guard marched as they always had. World after world fell beneath their patient advance. Victory after victory stacked upon their weary shoulders. And yet, something in the air had changed. The silences between battles grew longer. The stars themselves seemed colder, and Mortarion began to dream. He had never dreamed before, not truly. Sleep had always been an act of recovery, not imagination. But now, when he closed his eyes, he saw a garden. It was not a place of beauty, at least not in any human sense. Its trees were swollen and dripping with rot. Its rivers were thick with filth and life intertwined. Flies the size of fists drifted lazily through mist that shimmered like fever. And at the garden's center he could hear laughter. Not cruel laughter, not mocking, but soft, amused, kind. A father's laugh, the kind that follows after a child's mistake. Each time Mortarion awoke, he would remember the sound and feel something heavy in his chest, a warmth he could not name. He told himself it was nothing, a dream born of exhaustion, a trick of the warp. But the dreams came again and again. Sometimes he walked through the garden. Sometimes he simply stood and breathed the air that smelled of home, of Barbarous, of the mists he had once thought he'd escaped. There was something familiar in it, something comforting, something that felt like belonging. And Mortarion, who had never belonged anywhere, did not know whether to fear that feeling or cling to it. The whispers began soon after, not voices, not at first. Just thoughts that did not sound like his own. When he looked upon his brother's triumphs, he felt them. When he stood before the Emperor's statues, he heard them. He is not your father. You are not his son. You were made to endure, not to serve. He would shake the thoughts away, but they returned, patient, persistent, like the hum of insects in the dark. They never shouted. They never demanded. They only suggested. And the longer he listened, the more reasonable they sounded. The Death Guard themselves began to change. Their bodies were strong, but the years of toxic campaigns had taken their toll. Scars that never healed, coughs that lingered, armor that rusted no matter how often it was cleaned. But they did not complain. They wore their decay like medals. They told themselves that pain was holiness, that endurance was victory. Mortarion saw this and felt pride and pity. His sons believed what he had taught them, and perhaps that was the cruelest thing of all, because their faith made them blind. They did not notice how the air around them seemed thicker, how their ship's hold smelled faintly of mold and blood, how sometimes in the quiet between campaigns they could hear something breathing. When Mortarion walked the decks of his flagship, the Endurance, he sometimes felt as though the walls themselves were watching him. Condensation formed where there should be none. Rust bloomed on steel that had been polished only days before, and the air carried a sweetness, not pleasant, but nostalgic. It reminded him of childhood, of the mountains of Barbarous where decay was constant but never cruel. He began to wonder if perhaps purity had been the lie all along, if perhaps decay was not death, but the truth of all things. He tried to speak to his brothers about it once, to Guilliman, who spoke of order and structure, to Lorgar, who whispered of faith and divinity, to Horus, who listened more than he spoke. Each offered him comfort. Each missed the point. Guilliman told him to focus on discipline. Lorgar told him decay was sin. Horus told him that the Emperor would never understand what they suffered for him. And of the three, Horus's words were the ones that stayed. He sits upon his throne in perfection, Horus said, while we bleed and rot in his name. Mortarion said nothing, but he remembered the clean air that had once burned his lungs, and he wondered if perhaps Horus was right. The whisper in his dreams grew bolder. It began to speak in words he could almost understand. You endure because you were meant to. All things break. I only make the breaking gentle. Come see the truth beneath the rot. When he asked the voice its name, it only laughed. Names are for mortals. I am patience. I am acceptance. I am what you already believe in. He stopped asking after that. There were signs on the battlefield too. Where the Death Guard fought, strange flora began to bloom. Fungal growths rising in the wake of their passing, feeding on the blood-soaked soil. Wounded soldiers reported feeling stronger after infection. Dead ones refused to rot cleanly. Their bodies would fester yet not decay entirely, as if something in the flesh refused to let go. The apothecaries studied it. They found no pathogen, no disease that could be named. They called it a miracle of resilience. Mortarion called it proof. He began to believe that endurance was not just a discipline, but a gift. When word came that Horus had turned against their father, Mortarion did not act immediately. He did not rage. He did not condemn. He waited. He told himself he was searching for truth. But what he was really doing was deciding which lie he preferred. The lie of perfection, or the lie of freedom. And somewhere deep in the warp, the voice that had whispered to him for so long smiled. Because decay does not demand faith. It only waits for you to stop pretending you are pure. It did not begin with fire, it began with silence. The galaxy had grown too quiet. Messages delayed, orders unclear. Brother turning against brother beneath the cloak of secrecy. Mortarion heard rumors before he heard the truth, that Horus had fallen, that the War Master had turned upon their father, that the Emperor's dream was unraveling. He listened in stillness. He did not rush to judgment. He simply breathed and remembered. Remembered the clean air that had nearly killed him. Remembered the golden light that had burned his pride. Remembered how he had been saved against his will. And in the cold chambers of the Endurance, where rust had begun to bloom along the steel, Mortarion felt something stir. Not outrage, not shock, but recognition. Perhaps he thought the rot had only come home. When Horus's summons reached him, it was not a command. It was an invitation. Brother, the message said, the Emperor would have us chained to his perfection forever. But you know what it is to suffer. You know that purity is a lie. Walk with me, and together we will make a galaxy that endures. Mortarion read the words again and again. They were clever. They were tempting. But they were also familiar, because somewhere beneath them he heard another voice, older, softer, and far more patient. You do not follow him. You simply walk the path you were always meant to. Mortarion called his captains together. Silence filled the chamber. The air smelled faintly of oil and fungus. Brothers, he said, the galaxy rots. The Emperor sends us to die for ideals he no longer practices. We cleanse worlds of impurity while he builds a throne of gold. His words were not fiery, they were tired, measured, honest. The Death Guard listened and nodded. They did not crave rebellion, they craved truth. And Mortarion gave them a truth they could endure. We will not kneel to chaos. We will not kneel to the Emperor. We will kneel to nothing. We will stand alone. The Death Guard cheered, a quiet cheer, as was their way. None of them saw the irony, because in that very moment they were already kneeling, not to gods, but to the inevitable. When the Death Guard joined Horus, they did not do so with joy. They did it with resignation. They believed they were freeing themselves from hypocrisy. But in truth, they were simply trading one kind of servitude for another. The Emperor had ruled them with light. Horus would rule them with reason. And behind them both, unseen, another master smiled in the dark. A god who ruled through acceptance. At first, the Death Guard fought the Loyalists with the same discipline that had defined them for centuries. They won battles. They held lines. They burned worlds that refused to bend. But as the war stretched on, the strain began to show. Their ships, once austere and clean, grew foul. Their weapons rusted faster than they could be maintained, supplies spoiled, air filters clogged, wounds festered that should have healed. The apothecaries were baffled. No contagion could explain it. No material defect could be found. It was as though the universe itself had begun to turn against them. But Mortarion said nothing. He simply endured, because endurance had always been his answer. During the siege of Galaspar, Mortarion led his sons into a fortress choked with gas. The defenders released their stockpiles of toxins into the air, turning the world into a storm of death. The other legions would have withdrawn. The Death Guard advanced. They fought for 7 days and 7 nights in clouds that stripped paint from armor and flesh from bone. When at last they emerged victorious, their armor was corroded black. Their lungs bled when they breathed. Their eyes burned, but none of them fell, not one. And as Mortarion stood amid the corpses of friend and foe alike, he felt a strange serenity. The air was poison, but to him it smelled like home. He inhaled deeply, and in that breath something old and warm filled his lungs. He began to speak differently after that, slower, softer. His captains noticed that his voice carried a rasp now, as though something lived inside it. His skin grew pale, his armor darker, and a faint mist began to trail behind him as he walked. Still his legion followed. They had always followed. Because faith once planted does not die when poisoned. It simply grows in a new direction. As Horus's rebellion spread, Mortarion told himself it was not corruption. He was not like Lorgar or Fulgrim or the others who had given themselves to the warp's temptations. He was no servant of demons, he was no worshipper. He was simply a man who refused to be ruled. He convinced himself that his sickness was proof of purity, that only through decay could the false shine of the Emperor's perfection be stripped away. He believed that rot revealed truth, that death was the great equalizer, that even gods would wither if left long enough to time. It was philosophy, it was logic, it was decay disguised as reason. The Death Guard became known as the Pale Host. They no longer moved as men, but as inevitability. Their presence carried the scent of mold and blood. Their ships left trails of spores in their wake. Worlds that they conquered never recovered. And though Mortarion never spoke of faith, his sons began to pray anyway. Not to the Emperor, not to Horus, not even to the thing that whispered in their dreams. They prayed to the idea of endurance itself, to the truth that suffering was eternal, and therefore so were they. And in the warp, that truth took shape. It gave itself form and a name, and it smiled. By the time the heresy reached its midpoint, the Death Guard were not yet demons, but they were no longer men. Their eyes were hollow, their breaths shallow, their armor slick with perpetual moisture. They felt no joy, no hatred, only fatigue, and a strange, sacred calm. They had mistaken decay for peace, and that mistake would soon consume them. There are names that echo forever in the halls of the Imperium: Terra, Prospero, Kalth. And then there is Istvan. Istvan is not a location, it is a scar. Other battles are remembered for glory. Istvan is remembered for betrayal. What happened there did not just break armies. It broke trust. It broke brotherhood. It broke the idea that loyalist and traitor still meant anything at all. And for the Death Guard, Istvan was the point of no return. Not because they turned, because they did not hesitate. The chain of atrocities around Istvan is complex, layered in ashes and lies. But one truth cuts through it. On that world, the War Master made his declaration. Not in speeches, not in banners, in blood. The loyalists who still fought beside Horus, still believed he could be redeemed, still believed the rebellion was a misunderstanding, were assembled and then abandoned, surrounded, executed, buried. Sons of the Emperor slaughtered sons of the Emperor. And the Death Guard were there. They were not shocked. Others were. The Raven Guard recoiled in horror. The Salamanders fought like wounded saints. The Iron Hands howled with rage. But the Death Guard did not react. They advanced. They walked through loyalist lines like slow-moving plague, bolters steady, formation unbroken, eyes empty, not furious, not joyous, just inevitable. That was the most terrifying part. Not their strength, their calm. For the first time, Imperial records began calling them by a new name. Not the Dusk Raiders, not even the Death Guard, but the Tainted. Because everywhere they moved, things began to rot. The ground went soft. Armor lacquer peeled and bubbled. Wounds refused to clot. The Loyalists said it was sorcery. The Death Guard said it was inevitability. The truth was much worse. It was the first quiet caress of Nurgle. To understand what happened on Istvan, you have to understand what Mortarion believed at that moment. He did not think of himself as a traitor. He thought of himself as a purifier. In his mind, the Emperor had lied, claiming to free humanity while in truth binding it to a single, perfect, unreachable will. Perfection to Mortarion was just a clean mask placed over tyranny. Horus to him was not salvation either. He was a weapon, a means, not an end. But Decay. Decay was honest. Rot does not pretend. Plague does not flatter. Corruption does not lie. It simply reveals what was already weak. So when the order came to turn against those who still served Terra, Mortarion did not see it as betrayal. He saw it as a test of endurance, a test of truth. Who could survive this? Who deserved to? On Istvan, the air ran thick with ash and metallic dust, burned cities, melted armor, broken gene-forged bodies cooling in toxic rain. The skies glowed red and oily with atmospheric fire. Under that sky, the Death Guard moved in a line, implacable, methodical, absolutely without rush, advancing through abandoned manufactoria, corpse fields, shattered orbital drop zones. All around them, warriors called for mercy, for parley, for reason. Not the Death Guard. They had no sermons left, only work, bolt, step, exhale, repeat. They moved in silence with the patience of rust. To the Loyalists who survived those hours, it felt like drowning in slow motion. Other legions murdered them in fury. The Death Guard murdered them in fatigue. That was the cruelty. That was the message. It wasn't, "We hate you." It was, "You are already dead." Stop struggling. That is how despair spreads. That is how rot spreads. It convinces you you've already lost. And yet, even in that horror, the Death Guard still believed they were clean. They thought they were using horror, not becoming it. They thought they were making a choice. But their choice had already been made for them, because corruption does not always enter through hunger or greed. Sometimes it enters through certainty. The certainty that you see the truth clearly. The certainty that your suffering justifies anything. The certainty that you are above weakness, above compromise, above guilt. That is pride, inverted. That is rot before it smells. And Mortarion had it, deeply. After the massacre, the traitor legions consolidated. Those who'd turned stood together. Those who'd been slaughtered bled out in smoking craters. Voids filled with drifting wreckage. Macro shells still orbiting like dying moons. It should have been the end. It was not. It was only foundation. Because now there was no going back. Not politically, spiritually. You do not walk away from that kind of betrayal and pretend to be what you were before. And so, though the Death Guard still appeared unchanged, their armor still mostly intact, their bodies still mostly human, their souls still speaking like men rather than demons. Something inside them had crossed over. They had proven with action that mercy was weakness. They had proven with action that loyalty was conditional. They had proven with action that endurance mattered more than honor. And once a legion believes that, nothing is sacred anymore. Not oaths, not brothers, not themselves. In the days that followed Istvan, something else began to follow the Death Guard. Flies. At first it was nothing. A nuisance on the air, even inside sealed armor. A hum at the edge of hearing. Then more. Then clouds. Then carpets. Death Guard officers walked through corridors, and flies gathered on the walls in living black stains that pulsed and crawled. Some laughed it off. War filth, they said, spoil of conquest. Others started to cough, slowly, wet, persistent. A few of the Legion's apothecaries attempted to trace it, to purge it, to burn it out. The infection didn't resist, it didn't fight them, it simply endured. Just like them, it waited, just like them, and it smiled, just like the thing in Mortarian's dreams. Mortarian did not speak of guilt after Istvan. Mortarian did not feel guilt after Istvan. Guilt, to him, was a moral reflex for men who feared death. He did not fear death. He feared only weakness, failure, dependence, humiliation. Those were the poisons that burned him, and those poisons had been brewing since Barbarous. Istvan did not corrupt him. It completed him. It gave him permission to become what he already was. That is the horror most people do not understand about corruption. The warp does not make you someone else. It lets you stop pretending. By the time the Death Guard withdrew from Istvan, the line had been crossed forever. They were no longer the Emperor's 14th Legion. They still wore that number. They still bore that name. But spiritually, they were gone. Their loyalty had shifted, not to Horus, not yet to Nurgle, to the idea that endurance itself was the only law that mattered. That we survived is not just a statement, but a justification for anything. And once that becomes doctrine, plague has already taken root. Here's the quiet truth of Istvan. Some legions turned for power. Some turned for ambition. Some turned for love or rage or wounded pride. The Death Guard turned because they were tired of bowing to perfection, tired of pretending that suffering wasn't the only honest thing in the galaxy, tired of being asked to die for someone else's purity. They wanted peace, they wanted release, and they thought betrayal would buy it. They were wrong. It would buy them eternity. But eternity is never peace, not for them. For them, eternity will rot. Forever. The warp does not need to rage to destroy. Sometimes it only needs to wait. After Istvan, Mortarian and his sons were tasked with a terrible duty, to carry the war deeper into Imperial space, to strike where the Emperor's hand was weakest. The Endurance led a fleet of plague-gray ships, their hulls already dulled by corrosion, their engines coughing like sick lungs. They departed the Istvan system in silence, the void around them thick with dust and debris, the remains of the massacre still orbiting like iron ghosts. No one celebrated, no one prayed. They simply drifted away as though pulled by something unseen. The voyage was long, too long. What should have been weeks stretched into months, then years. The warp had them. At first it was subtle, a feeling of being watched. The stars flickering wrong, the hum of engines shifting in tone, becoming something almost alive. Then came the sounds, whispers in the corridors, footsteps where none walked, the echo of laughter, faint, distant like someone breathing behind the walls. The Death Guard ignored it. They endured. That was their way. Mortarian walked the decks in silence, his scythe across his back, his mind heavy. He did not sleep anymore. He could not. Every time he closed his eyes, the garden came to him again. It was larger now, brighter, alive in a way that defied words. The air shimmered with spores and golden dust. The laughter was constant. Sometimes he saw shapes in the mist, hulking silhouettes mocking parodies of life and death intertwined. They beckoned him to walk deeper, to breathe deeper. He would wake gasping, his lungs burning, his throat slick with bile. The crew began to sicken, At first, small things. A cough that didn't heal, a fever that didn't break, a metallic taste in the air, then it spread. Coughs turned to wheezing, flesh cracked beneath armor seals. A wet, sweet odor filled the corridors. Apothecaries worked without rest, but every cure failed. Every remedy turned sour. The infection did not obey medicine, it obeyed despair. And the Death Guard were very good at despair. Mortarion ordered the fleet's Geller fields checked, the barriers that separated real space from the warp. The tech priests found them intact, too intact. They pulsed with life, not mechanical life, but organic. Veins of corrosion ran through the machinery, but the veins pulsed, like arteries carrying black blood. The priests recoiled. Mortarion stared. He did not understand it, but he recognized it. It reminded him of home. Weeks passed, then months. The warp refused to release them. Time lost meaning. Clocks stopped. The stars outside turned green and bloated. The ship's hulls sweated oil. The walls grew soft to the touch. The air recycled endlessly, thickening with each breath until it became almost chewable. And still Mortarion refused to believe. He told himself it was a trick of the warp, a punishment from his father, a test from fate. But deep inside he knew. The voice in his dreams had found him. One by one his captains fell ill. They collapsed mid-command, their armor hissing as it bulged and cracked. Their flesh bubbled, their eyes clouded. Their breath came in labored, rattling bursts. And yet, none of them begged for mercy. None of them stopped fighting. They believed this was another test, a trial of endurance. If they suffered long enough, they thought they would be purified again. They did not understand that this was their purification. The contagion spread faster than the warp could flow. Crewmen melted into their armor. Engines fused with veins and fungus. Bolters grew warm in their hands, breathing faintly between shots. Everything was alive. Everything was dying. Everything was perfect. And through it all, Mortarion kept walking step by step through the corpse of his own fleet. His rebreather clogged with phlegm, his armor hissed with corrosion, his bones ached, but he kept moving. Because that is what he had always done. He endured. And then, at the heart of that endless sickness, the voice returned, clear now, rich and low, like laughter through thick fog. You have done well, child. You have suffered honestly. You have never lied about what you are. Mortarion fell to one knee. He could not breathe. His vision swam with rot and gold. You fought for endurance, the voice said, and I am endurance. From the mist a shape emerged, vast, round, overflowing with life and death in equal measure. Flies swarmed around it like stars. Its every breath birthed a new species of plague. Its laughter was kindness given form. I am the father of Decay, it said, and you, my son, have finally come home. Mortarion tried to resist. He screamed through blood and bile. He raised his scythe against the vision, against the god. But the weapon was too heavy. His arms were too weak, and the laughter did not stop. It filled him, it filled the ship, it filled the legion. The Death Guard fell one by one, writhing, coughing, breaking, and then becoming. Their skin split but did not bleed. Their bones twisted but did not break. Their lungs filled but did not drown. They did not die. They endured. When the warp finally released them, the fleet drifted in real space once more, but they were no longer the same. The ships were covered in fungal growth, their hulls alive and oozing. The crew, what remained of them, were bloated, rotting, but immortal. The Death Guard had survived, and in their survival they had been remade. They had become the Plague Marines. Their Primarch stood among them, his lungs full of poison, his soul full of silence, his body a vessel of pestilence. And for the first time, he felt at peace, because the air was no longer clean, and the pain was gone. Mortarion had endured. He had outlasted gods, brothers, and purity itself. But endurance had betrayed him. It had become devotion. It had become worship. He was not free. He was home. When the warp finally spat them out, the stars were wrong. The galaxy had moved on, the war had grown old. But the Death Guard had not aged. They had swollen. They had ripened. The fleet drifted like a rotting fruit, its hulls pulsing with rot, its engines coughing clouds of plague spores. Every ship in the flotilla was alive. Its veins pumped oil and pus in equal measure. Its walls sweated. Its decks breathed. And the men within them, if they could still be called men, were no longer dying. They had outlived death. They had become its custodians. Mortarion stood at the prow of the Endurance, his scythe silence corroded but whole, his armor blackened and bloated. He did not remember when he had stopped resisting. Only that at some point the act of fighting had begun to feel pointless. What was there to resist? Pain, suffering, death? He had spent his life doing those things. Now they had simply stopped being enemies. He could feel the god's presence everywhere, in every breath, every sound, every ripple of the oily air. Not a voice now. A warmth, a constant suffocating comfort. The Death Guard hailed him as their father reborn. The Death Lord, they called him. The Reaper of the Plague God. The Angel of Rot. But Mortarion felt none of it. No joy, no triumph. Only the heavy quiet of inevitability. He had not chosen this. He had simply stopped struggling. He had wanted to be free of all gods, and so he became one servant. He had wanted to destroy tyranny, and so he became a lord of eternal slavery. The irony was perfect, too perfect, almost divine. When the fleet finally found landfall, it was not a planet in any human sense. It was a wound, a cancerous sphere of perpetual rot, spinning at the edge of the Eye of Terror. Its skies were brown and green, its seas thick as oil, its continents shaped by decay. It breathed. Mortarion felt its heartbeat through the deck. He knew its name before anyone spoke it. The Plague Planet, Nurgle's gift, Nurgle's prison, Nurgle's garden made manifest. They descended through clouds of mold and ash, their ships groaning as if in agony. The air below was warm and wet, heavy with the scent of disease and renewal. Flies the size of tanks drifted lazily through the atmosphere. Fungal forests rose like cathedrals. Rivers of pus reflected the light of a sickly sun, and beneath it all, Mortarion could feel something vast. Roots, veins, arteries, spreading from the planet's core, connecting to the warp itself. It was alive. It was home. When Mortarion walked upon its surface, the ground yielded under his boots like damp flesh. His every step released spores into the air. He looked around at his sons, though their armor blistered, their bodies twisted, their voices now deep and wet with phlegm. And he realized that they no longer needed air filters. They breathed freely, happily. Their lungs were full of the garden's perfume. He watched as they laughed, a sound that had not existed in the Legion for centuries. And for a fleeting moment, Mortarion envied them. He built his fortress upon the tallest mountain. It took centuries, though time meant nothing there. From its peak, he could see the entire world. The plague seas, the forests of bone, the swarms that danced in the air like dust motes in sunlight. He called it the Manse of Dust. Others called it the Cauldron Keep. Within its walls, Mortarion sat in silence, watching the horizon of endless decay. He no longer dreamt of the Emperor. He no longer dreamt of Barbarous. The garden had replaced them both. He had found a kind of peace, a twisted, fungal peace. But peace is not freedom. Peace is only the absence of resistance. And Mortarion had not been freed. He had been absorbed. Nurgle's laughter filled his fortress. It came from the walls, the wind, the rusted bells that hung from his ceiling, each tolling a different disease into being. "My son," the laughter said, "you have learned well. You have learned that all things decay. You have learned that in decay there is no end, only change. Mortarion did not answer. He could not. He had no words left for gods. His legion worshipped him now as much as they worshipped Nurgle. They called themselves the Chosen of Endurance. They spread across the warp like mold through a corpse, bringing Nurgle's gifts to 1,000,000 worlds. To them, infection was not punishment. It was revelation. Each disease, each rot, each death was a hymn. And through their faith, Mortarion grew. He became more than flesh, more than ghost, more than man. He became the demon Primarch of Decay. The transformation was not an ascension, it was a drowning. He did not rise into the warp, he sank into it. It filled him from within, turning bone to smoke, flesh to mist, pain to joy. He screamed for the first time in centuries, not in agony, in realization. He understood at last that there was no end, no death, no release, only rot without conclusion, only the eternal wheel of entropy. And at the bottom of that wheel, Nurgle waited, smiling. When Mortarion emerged, he was colossal. His wings were tattered banners of disease. His armor was fused with his own flesh, oozing life with every breath. Flies circled him like stars. His scythe silence had become part of him, a limb of his will. He looked upon his legion, upon his garden, and upon the endless storms of filth that surrounded his world, and he laughed once. A hollow, bitter sound, half defiance, half acceptance. And the plague planet answered back, its winds carrying that laughter to the edge of the Eye of Terror. From that day on, Mortarion ruled as Nurgle's right hand. He waged war not for conquest, but for balance, to remind the galaxy of its mortality. Every world that forgot decay he infected. Every empire that claimed purity he humbled. He did not see himself as a monster. He saw himself as truth. Because in his mind, death was not evil. It was the only honest thing left. In time, Mortarion forgot what he once was, the man who had climbed mountains to free slaves, the child who had defied gods and tyrants alike, the son who had looked upon the Emperor's light and refused to kneel. Now he knelt every day, not in worship but in fatigue. He was tired. He had always been tired, and Nurgle's laughter was always there, reminding him, "Rest, my child. You have earned it, but rest," for Mortarion was just another word for decay. And decay, he knew, never ends. The galaxy healed, but it never forgot the wound. The heresy had burned itself out in a storm of betrayal and divine fire, leaving behind a universe too scarred to die, too broken to mend. The War Master was gone. The Emperor was entombed, and the gods laughed because the war had not ended. It had simply changed shape. Among the Eye of Terror, where reality wept into madness, there was one world that never slept. It breathed, it seethed, it pulsed with the rhythm of rot, the plague planet, the garden of the Rot Father, the seat of the Death Lord. From his mountain citadel, Mortarion ruled over legions of decay. The Death Guard had long since stopped pretending to be soldiers. They were carriers, missionaries, each one a walking shrine to infection. They did not speak of conquest anymore. They spoke of communion. To them, spreading Nurgle's gifts was not war. It was generosity, a sacred act of sharing. Every plague they unleashed, every world they drowned in disease, was a hymn to the truth they had learned in agony. That all things end, and in ending, all things are equal. Mortarion rarely left his world. He did not need to. From his mountain throne, he could see the tides of filth rise and fall across the eye. He could feel the beat of 1,000,000 infections blooming like flowers. When he wished to send his sons to war, he simply exhaled, and the winds carried his will. Wherever his breath touched, life changed. Bodies softened, metal corroded, faith collapsed into acceptance. It was not hate that drove him now. It was patience, because patience too is a kind of plague, yet even patience needs purpose. And so Mortarion turned his gaze toward the Imperium, the empire of his father's corpse. He hated it still, not because it lived, but because it pretended to live. The Emperor had not died. He had refused to. His empire worshipped his ruin and called it holiness. To Mortarion, that was the final blasphemy. Decay denied, death postponed, perfection embalmed in gold. He would correct it, not through destruction, through infection. When the Black Crusades began, the Death Guard were always there, not leading the charge. That was Abaddon's role, the heir to Horus's fury. No, Mortarion moved like disease moves, quietly, everywhere, unseen until it was too late. His fleets would appear without warning, their arrival heralded by storms of rot and fog. Planets would send distress calls, and by the time help arrived, the cities were already swollen with plague. Walls melted, citizens sang in fever, priests preached to crowds that were already dead. And in the center of it all, a towering figure in rusted armor, scythe in hand, watched in silence. He never spoke. He never gloated. He simply turned away, leaving the infection to finish his sermon. Mortarion's wars were not wars of conquest. They were reminders. He did not seek territory. He sought understanding. To him, every civilization that worshipped purity was a denial of nature. Every empire that promised progress was another version of the Emperor's lie. So he gifted them his truth, disease as balance, suffering as enlightenment, death as mercy. Those who died quickly he pitied, those who endured he blessed. Across the millennia, the Death Guard perfected the art of corruption. They developed plagues that could whisper, spores that could dream, diseases that killed the soul before they touched the body. Entire worlds were infected before the first symptom appeared. The Imperium called it heresy. Mortarion called it nature. The great corruptor, the Reaper Angel, the Lord of the Pale Wastes. The titles multiplied as the centuries crawled forward, but Mortarion felt nothing for them. For all his power, for all his immortality, he remained what he had always been. A man trapped in air too clean for his lungs. Sometimes in the quiet of his fortress, he would walk alone through the gardens of the plagued planet. The ground squelched beneath him, trees wept resin and blood. Flowers opened and closed like breathing wounds. And sometimes, if the wind blew a certain way, he could hear faint laughter from the mist. "Are you happy, my child? You are everything I promised you would be." Mortarion never answered. He hated that voice, not because it lied, but because it told the truth too kindly. He had become what he hated, a god's tool, another tyrant with a crown of suffering, but he could not undo it. The rot ran too deep, and even hatred over centuries rots into acceptance. The galaxy turned, empires rose, fell, and rose again, and still Mortarion endured. When demon incursions shook the stars, he did not flinch. When Black Crusades failed and returned, he did not despair. Because despair is not an ending, it is a rhythm. And for Mortarion, rhythm was eternity. He learned to take comfort in the cycles. Each outbreak, each death, each rebirth was proof that his father's empire still lived, and thus still needed him. He had become indispensable to the galaxy's decay. He was its balance, its reaper, its cure. Yet even immortality carries longing. In moments of stillness, he would look toward the void and think of Barbarous, not as it was, but as he remembered it. A world of fog and death, where he had once believed that he could be free. He would close his eyes and imagine climbing those mountains again, breathing poison that did not hurt, hearing silence that did not laugh. For just a heartbeat, he could almost believe he was mortal again. Then the wind would shift and the garden would breathe and Nurgle's laughter would return. and Mortarion would remember that even dreams decay. They call him many things now. The Death Lord, the Plague Father's Hand, the Lord of Decay. But in truth, he is none of these. He is a shadow of a child who once tried to save the dying and became their disease instead. A man who wanted to destroy gods and ended up as one's reflection. The galaxy remembers his name with fear. But fear is not what he wanted. He wanted peace. And the cruelest thing the universe ever gave him was exactly that. Peace. Eternal. Unending. Rotting. For a long time, the galaxy could pretend that the nightmares were mostly gone, that the long war was far away, sealed behind the eye of terror. That demon primarchs were stories, curses, warnings for frightened worlds. It could pretend that Mortarion was myth. It cannot pretend anymore, because time broke, reality split, and the wound in the galaxy did not close. When the Cicatrix Maledictum tore the night sky, the great rift, the screaming scar of raw warp energy that split the Imperium in two, something changed. The boundaries between nightmare and real space thinned. The laws of distance, of time, of light, softened. Worlds that had once known only rumor and prayer, now knew visitation. The warp bled through, and Mortarion stepped out, not as memory, not as old terror, as presence, as certainty, as plague made flesh. There are reports, sanctioned, redacted, sometimes burned, of entire star systems darkening in weeks, not conquered by armies, not bombarded by fleets, but smothered. Lights going out one by one, astropathic choirs choking on their own blood mid-transmission. Planetary defense forces reporting atmospheric contamination moments before their final vox logs collapse into wet coughing and static. When the first Imperial forces arrived to investigate, they did not find battlefields. They found gardens, forests of weeping growth blossoming from the steel of hive cities. Plague winds moving through the avenues like incense. Statues of the Emperor covered in a soft living film of spore and lichen, gently pulsing like something asleep. And in the distance, high above the infected clouds, a shape drifted through the sky like a funeral angel. Winged, vast, heavy with perfection and ruin. Mortarion had returned to real space. He fell upon the worlds of Ultramar. Roboute Guilliman's realm, the realm of order and rebuilding, of clean light and stable rule. This was not coincidence. Mortarion holds no love for Guilliman, the Primarch who still dares to walk as a symbol of Imperial hope. Nor does he respect Guilliman's certainty that humanity can still be mended, that law and structure and clarity can still hold back the long night. To Mortarion, that kind of hope is not noble, it is denial, and denial must be corrected. So he brought his correction, he brought plague. The invasion of Ultramar was not a siege in the old sense, it was a saturation. The plague fleets arrived like drifting tombs, trailing clouds of rot through void space. Their hulls were not metal anymore, they were swollen, blistered living things. They birthed boarding craft that looked like diseased organs. They shed spores into the atmosphere of entire worlds. They unleashed plagues with names that are not spoken. Plagues not designed to kill quickly, but to unravel meaning. On some worlds, language itself began to break down. Citizens tried to call for help and found their words turning to phlegm. Scriptures rotted into formless stains in the hands of priests. Orders became moans. Panic became a chorus. This is Mortarion's way now. Not just to kill the body, to rot identity, to rot culture, to rot certainty, because when certainty fails, resistance follows, and when resistance fails, everything becomes quiet. And Mortarion loves the quiet. Imperial commanders who faced him in this age describe an aura of despair so thick it felt physical, not psychic terror. That belongs to the warp sorcerers of Tzeentch. Not ecstatic madness. That is the gift of Slaanesh. Not furious frenzy. That is Khorne's hymn. number. This was resignation. Men who had trained their whole lives to fight, to hold the line, to call down orbital fire if needed, simply stopped. They laid down their weapons. They knelt in contaminated mud and let the spores take root in their lungs like seedlings in soft earth. Some even smiled, because the cruel secret of Nurgle's blessing is this: it eases fear, it muffles pain, it makes surrender feel like being held. And Mortarion is the hand that holds them down. When Guilliman himself returned to confront Mortarion, the galaxy felt for a heartbeat like something out of ancient legend. Two Primarchs, two living demigods of a shattered age, one carrying the dream of a clean, lawful Imperium, the other carrying the certainty of universal decay. One brother in shining armor, reborn through forbidden means to save humanity. One brother in bloated rust, reborn through damnation to end its lie. They met not just as warriors, but as philosophies in collision. Guilliman spoke of duty, survival, unity, hope. Mortarion spoke of honesty. He told his brother that hope was a cruelty, that to promise salvation to mortals who will die screaming is not kindness. It is vanity. He told Guilliman that the Emperor was no god, only a tyrant who refused to rot. He told Guilliman that in death all things become equal, and that equality is mercy. Then he tried to give that mercy to Ultramar. To the worlds that witnessed them, it was not a battle between men. It was like watching two forces of nature collide. Guilliman, precise, blinding, relentless order given walking form. Mortarion, patient, heavy, inevitable ruin given wings. Where Robut struck, plague burned away in blue-white light, reality hardening around him, the Emperor's will burning like a contained star. Where Mortarion swept his scythe, the air itself curdled, flesh swelled and split, steel pitted and ran like wax. Faith faltered. As they fought, space buckled with raw warp energy, and mortal soldiers nearby simply dropped to their knees, their bodies unable to endure the spiritual pressure. To be near them was to feel history trying to decide which future it preferred. Clean rule, or beautiful rot. In the end, Mortarion did not die. Demon Primarchs do not die in any comforting sense. They retreat, they are pulled back, they are reclaimed. He was drawn back into the warp, back into the plague planet, back into the embrace of the grandfather who remade him. But this was not defeat, this was demonstration. Mortarion had proven he could walk in real space again. He had proven he could reach any world he desired. He had proven that Guilliman's resurrection did not mean safety, it meant escalation. The return of one Primarch was answered by another. Hope was answered by decay. The Imperium called it a miracle that Ultramar was not lost. Mortarion called it a first taste. Across the Imperium Nihilus, the half of the galaxy cut off from Terra's light, the half drowning in madness and night, the plague fleet spread like mold in damp stone. Some worlds surrendered before his fleets even arrived, choosing a slow, warm death over starvation and chaos. Some begged him, some welcomed infection. It is easy to condemn them from safety. It is harder to judge when you are alone in the dark, with no astropathic choir, no navigator, no hope of reinforcement, and your children are already coughing blood. Mortarion understands desperation. He always has. That is why his gospel spreads. He does not promise glory. He does not promise victory. He does not promise that you will live. He promises only this: you will not suffer alone. You will not be judged for your weakness. You will be allowed to fall apart and still be loved for it. To a galaxy that is bleeding and exhausted, that is a powerful sermon. That is how decay becomes religion. That is how plague becomes mercy. That is how Mortarion wages war now. Not as conqueror, as comfort, as the last voice you hear when you cannot fight anymore telling you softly, "It's all right. Let go." There is no such thing as an ending, not truly. Things do not stop. They change, they soften, they fade, they decay. And in that slow unraveling, something ancient finds joy. Because to decay is to return, to stop striving, to stop pretending, to become part of everything again. That is Nurgle's gift. That is Mortarian's gospel, the gift of decay. On the plague planet, time has no shape. The days bleed into each other like oil over water. The clouds are green and gold. The light is soft and heavy. The air hums with the breath of 1 billion unseen lives. It is not beautiful. It is not ugly. It simply is. At the center of that eternal storm, in a fortress built from bone, rust, and memory, Mortarion sits upon his throne. He does not move often. He does not need to. From here, he can feel everything, every infection, every death, every small mercy of surrender across the galaxy, each cough, each sigh, each final exhale before silence. He feels them all, not as power, as presence, as inevitability. He has become part of the universe's rhythm. He breathes in suffering and breathes out acceptance. When the Death Guard return from real space, they kneel before him. Their armor is rusted beyond repair. Their weapons drip with unholy filth. Their eyes glow with the dim light of endurance. They bring trophies, cities drowned in disease, hives turned to compost, fortresses melted into mud. Mortarion listens to their reports. He nods. He dismisses them with a wave. He does not praise them. He does not need to. They know the truth. They have done what must always be done. They have reminded the galaxy that life is temporary, and that there is peace in knowing that. Sometimes he walks the gardens that surround his keep. The flowers bloom in strange colors, pale yellows, corpse greens, and deep bruised purples. They open and close with the rhythm of breathing. Each exhale releases spores that sparkle like dust in sunlight. Insects crawl over the stones, their shells translucent, their wings whispering hymns. To any other eye, it would be horror. To Mortarion, it is serenity. Because everything here accepts itself. Nothing fights to stay pure, nothing denies what it will become. This, he thinks, is what peace looks like. It does not shout, it does not gleam, it simply waits. He sometimes imagines the Emperor still watches him. That somewhere deep within the immobile god body on Terra, that golden face still remembers the son who would not kneel. If so, Mortarion wonders what that gaze feels like. Pity, disappointment, fear? Or perhaps, after all this time, the Emperor finally understands that no empire lasts forever, that no perfection endures, that even a god will crumble into dust, and that this is not failure, it is completion. There are moments when the Plague Lord stands upon his balcony and looks toward the stars. They shimmer faintly through the warp-stained sky, like fireflies trapped behind fog. He wonders how many of them are already dead, their light still traveling through space, pretending they are still alive. He understands that illusion. He has lived it. He knows what it is to shine long after the soul has gone cold. Perhaps that is what humanity is now. Light from a dead star, still traveling, still pretending. And perhaps, when that light finally fades, he will be there to greet it. There is a legend whispered among the demons of Nurgle's court that Mortarion is the only one among them who does not laugh. The plague-bearers giggle. The great unclean ones roar with joy. The air itself trembles with the gods' endless amusement. But Mortarion never laughs. When asked why, he simply says, "Because laughter is for the living." And yet there are times when even he almost smiles. When the rain falls thick and warm and the sound of distant bells tolls through the mist, and the garden sighs like a sleeping giant. In those moments, Mortarion feels something close to contentment. Not happiness, never that, but a weary kind of peace. There are still wars, of course. There will always be wars. The plague fleets sail again and again, their prows crowned with bells and blight. Mortarion sends them forth not out of anger, but out of duty. Because to let the galaxy forget decay would be to let it fall into the Emperor's delusion once more. He brings balance, he brings truth, he brings the end that must always follow beginning. And though mortals curse his name, they will one day thank him, not in words, in silence. Because when their worlds finally fall quiet, they will understand. The rot was never cruelty. It was completion. There are few who dare approach the Plague Lord's mountain now. Those who do, pilgrims, cultists, or desperate souls seeking an end to pain, are welcomed in a way. They are not greeted with cruelty. They are not turned away. They are simply allowed. They walk among the gardens, they breathe the air. They feel their bodies soften and their strength fade. They cough, they fall. And when they do, the soil beneath them opens gently, accepting them like a parent pulling a child into an embrace. Mortarion does not watch. He does not need to. This is faith in its truest form, quiet, unforced, absolute, and yet, sometimes in the softest hours, when even the warp is still, Mortarion dreams again. Not of Nurgle's garden, not of the plague planet of Barbarous. He dreams of the mountain where he once stood, scythe in hand, looking down through poisonous fog, toward the faint lights of human villages. He dreams of the air that burned his lungs. He dreams of the sound of his own breathing. He dreams of the moment before the Emperor came, the moment he still believed he could save them all. He wakes from these dreams in silence. He never speaks of them. He tells himself they mean nothing. But somewhere in that decaying heart something stirs, a shadow of the man who once hated gods. And the garden listens, so the Death Lord endures, not as villain, not as savior, as truth. He is the shadow of mortality cast across eternity, the echo that follows every heartbeat, the sigh that follows every prayer. He is not cruel, he is not kind, he simply is. And as the stars flicker out one by one, and the galaxy drifts toward the quiet at the end of all things, Mortarion will still be there, not to conquer, not to rule, but to welcome. To spread his arms wide and whisper the only mercy that still matters. Rest. You have suffered enough. And so, the Death Guards sleep beneath their rotting stars, their wars unending, their prayers soft and wet in the dark. Mortarion does not rest. He simply endures. And perhaps that is rest enough. If you've made it this far, thank you for walking through the rot with me. In the end, all things fade. But stories, like Decay, always find new soil. Tell me, whose tale should I whisper next? Should we wander into the madness of Tzeentch, or drift through the endless laughter of Slaanesh? Leave your thoughts below, and together we'll dream deeper into the grim darkness of the far future. Until then, breathe slow, sleep well, and remember, even in decay, there is peace. Before the first prayer was ever spoken by humankind, before the first tyrant declared himself immortal, before the first demon learned the sound of a mortal name, there were the Aeldari, not as they are now, grieving, scattered, haunted, but as they were in the beginning, radiant, endless, unafraid. To speak of them now is to speak of ruins. To speak of them then is to speak of perfection. The Aeldari did not crawl up from mud. They were not sculpted in panic or desperation. They were made with purpose, made to be beautiful, made to last forever. They were not born into a hostile universe. They were made to master it. And for a time, they did. The story begins in an age so old that even the oldest surviving Aeldari cannot remember it, only feel it, like phantom warmth on the skin, the last sunlight of a dead sun. In that age, the galaxy was not ruled by mankind. It was not ruled by the clumsy, brutal empires of now. It was a living garden of purpose and intention. At the heart of that order were the Old Ones, vast ancient beings of impossible knowledge, shapers of life, engineers of destiny. They did not simply explore the galaxy, they cultivated it. Worlds were not left to evolve in chaos. Species were not left to stumble in blind instinct. Life was a designed thing, a crafted instrument tuned and refined. The Old Ones made servants, allies, weapons, and then, in time, they made the Aeldari, not slaves, not soldiers, heirs. They made them to be what would come after. The Aeldari were built with a grace that bordered on cruelty. Their minds burned brighter than human empires. Their hands shaped matter with the ease of thought. Their spirits resonated with the warp, not like a radio-catching signal, but like a musician stroking the strings of an instrument and drawing out song. Where humanity would one day fear the warp, the Aeldari were born inside it. They did not see the immaterium as horror. They saw it as color, sensation, reflection, a mirror of their own emotion. And their emotions were powerful: joy, desire, sorrow, grief. They didn't have feelings, they were feeling. To them, thought and sensation were the same act. To live was to create. To create was to feel was to shape reality. This was their birthright. This was the first light. They were not just intelligent, they were luminous. Each Aeldari soul burned in the warp like a candle flame wrapped in crystal, brighter, sharper, more beautiful than anything humanity would ever produce. Where a human's presence in the warp was a flicker, an Aeldari's was a blaze. To lesser species, they seemed like gods. And perhaps that's what they were. Not gods because they ruled, but gods because existence itself bent politely out of their way. They could heal where others withered. They could build where others struggled to stand. They could manipulate matter, sensation, and energy through art. Not through industry, through art. They sang cities into being. They dreamed structures into reality. They crafted weapons that were sympathetic extensions of their will. Graceful, living, responsive. Nothing was crude, nothing was wasteful, nothing was accidental. They built not because they needed shelter. They built because beauty demanded expression. They spread. It is said that the Aeldari Empire once filled the stars in a way mortals cannot even imagine. Not a patchwork of colonies, not a scattering of claims. They didn't hold territory, they were territory. Their presence poured through the galaxy like light through glass, reflected and refracted and folded back upon itself through shimmering corridors in reality called the Webway. But that is later. That is another chapter. In the beginning, the Aeldari did not travel by desperation. They moved the way a dancer moves through a room that is already theirs. They were young. They were infinite. They believed nothing could touch them. They believed nothing should. The Old Ones for a time watched them with what might have been pride, because the Aeldari were proof that a species could be made not only to survive, but to refine existence. They were art made flesh. They were intention made lasting. They were not brutal. They did not conquer in fire and steel. They did not grind civilizations down to rule. They did not enslave and devour and call it destiny. They thought that kind of hunger was embarrassing, a sign of something crude, something beneath them. The Aeldari perfected things. They tuned them. They guided systems instead of breaking them. That was how they saw themselves, not as conquerors, but as sculptors of reality. It is a beautiful self-image. It is also the first sin, because with perfection comes distance. With distance comes detachment. With detachment comes quiet cruelty. The Aeldari did not think of other species as enemies. They thought of them as material, flickers, shadows, short-lived curiosities in a galaxy that to them was home. It is easy to become arrogant when you have never been hurt. It is easy to become cold when you have never known loss. They had never been hungry. They had never been desperate. They had never been alone in the void, clinging to survival. They were gifted a universe already open to them. They were given the key to the warp and told it was safe. They had no fear, and a species without fear forgets caution. A species without caution forgets humility. A species without humility forgets consequence. If you ask an Aeldari now in this age, one of the survivors, one of the mourners, they will tell you something softly, voice trembling with a bitterness that has never healed. We were not destroyed because we were weak. We were destroyed because we were flawless. That is the core tragedy, not that they fell. But why they fell, all their sorrow, all their drifting craft worlds in the void, all their whispered rituals and desperate wardings and masks of control. All of it was born from a single truth. They were too perfect to notice they were dying. In the quiet of that first age, they saw the warp as silk. They thought it loved them. They thought it answered because they were worthy. They did not understand that the warp is not a mirror. It is a stomach. Everything poured into it is swallowed. Everything swallowed is digested. Emotion becomes hunger. Desire becomes appetite. Thought becomes entity. And no species in the galaxy had ever felt as intensely as the Aeldari. They poured love, pleasure, obsession, sensation, longing, hunger, ache into the warp like an endless river. They did not see what they were feeding. Not yet. Not then. Not while the first light still burned. For now, in this first moment of their story, they are only radiant. A people who do not age in the way mortals do. A people whose lives can stretch not across centuries, but across eras. A people who do not understand grief because in this time, they have not truly known it. A people who think the future belongs to them because the past already has. They are the Aeldari. The galaxy belongs to them. The warp sings for them. They have no fear. And somewhere very far away in a place that is not yet born, something in the dark smiles. They called themselves the Aeldari, but to the stars they needed no name. Their presence alone was enough. Their light filled the galaxy, 1,000 civilizations blooming like flowers under their distant watchful grace. No other race had ever risen so high. No other would ever fall so far. But for now, in this chapter of eternity, they are perfect. They are the children of the stars. Imagine a galaxy in harmony, not the silence of death, but a living, singing equilibrium. Every system humming with the order the Aeldari imposed upon it. Every world sculpted by patient hands, not torn apart by conquest. Every creature placed within its proper rhythm. To the Aeldari, chaos was vulgar, war was waste, destruction was childish. They did not rule through force, they ruled through understanding. Theirs was not an empire of chains, but of design. Worlds became gardens, moons became temples. Even the stars themselves were tuned to shine in patterns that pleased the Aeldari eye. They did not take joy in domination. They took joy in perfection. They built cities of glass and light, where towers curved like the limbs of dancers and bridges grew like living vines. Their architecture was not built, it was grown. Every spire, every arch, every whisper of stone was alive, symbiotic, resonating with those who walked within. They could feel the pulse of their own creations. They did not live inside cities, though they lived with them. And their art was not art. It was worship, not to gods, but to existence itself. Music could shape weather. Sculptures could change color to reflect emotion. Poems could be felt, literally felt, by the listener, vibrating across the skin like warmth. Every thought, every passion, every flicker of joy became part of their civilization's pulse. They were not a people. They were a symphony. To walk through an Aeldari world was to walk through consciousness. mountains that hummed with unseen voices, oceans that rippled with light instead of reflection, skies threaded with silk clouds that bent and danced to match the emotion of those who gazed upon them. Their worlds were living dreams, each one unique, each one a note in the grand melody of their empire, and through it all they believed they had conquered death. Because to them death was an illusion, a thing that happened to lesser beings, those whose souls were too dim to survive the warp's embrace. But the Aeldari burned brightly enough that their souls lived on after the body faded. To die was to step through a door and emerge again in the shimmering immaterium, a place they thought was home. They did not fear the warp. They shaped it, sang to it, and let it sing back. They called it the Great Ocean, and it loved them, or so they thought. For ages they prospered. For ages they laughed. For ages they forgot what silence sounded like. They learned to fold the warp into their architecture, channeling psychic energy through crystal and thought. Cities thrummed with the resonance of living minds, a network of emotion and will, each soul a thread in a vast, unending tapestry. And above all others, the Aeldari prized experience, the sensation of being alive, the joy of creation, the whisper of eternity pressing against the soul. They were explorers of emotion, every delight, every pain, every beauty, every sorrow. They wanted to know it all, because knowledge was power and sensation was truth. They expanded endlessly, not for conquest, but for curiosity. Where other races fought wars over resources, the Aeldari shaped entire star systems simply to observe how light refracted between them. They harvested stars, bent reality, and turned worlds into living works of art. Planets became canvases, species became instruments, existence itself became sculpture, and the galaxy sang with them. For millennia, the Aeldari Empire thrived in balance, a golden age so long and bright that even the warp grew calm beneath its weight. It was as if reality itself held its breath to witness their glory. But perfection carries a whisper, a question that begins softly, innocently. If all things are possible, what is left to do? It was not a question asked aloud. It was felt like a dissonant note in a perfect chord. Because when every need is met, when every dream is realized, when every star bends to your will, what remains? The Aeldari did not yet know it, but the seed of their fall had already been planted. Some Aeldari began to wander, not in search of knowledge, but in search of something else, something missing, something they could not name. They sought new sensations, new emotions, new experiences to awaken the thrill they had lost. For a species that could feel the warp's currents in their blood, boredom was a kind of death. And boredom began to spread, slowly, quietly, like rot beneath painted wood. Those who still held to purpose, the artists, the philosophers, the dreamers, looked upon this creeping malaise with unease. But they could not stop it, because the Aeldari did not know how to stop anything. They only knew how to continue. They had forgotten the meaning of restraint. They had forgotten the value of stillness. Their civilization had no predators, no famine, no war, no challenge left to test them, so they turned inward. They began to test themselves instead. Pleasure, pain, perfection, depravity, creation, destruction. To them, all were the same, different colors on the same palette. And in the warp, the great ocean began to ripple, faintly, almost imperceptibly, a stirring, a whisper, a reaction to the flood of unchecked emotion pouring in from their minds. But for now, the Aeldari did not hear it. They danced on, beautiful and blind, the brightest stars in a galaxy that did not yet understand how dark the void could become. For every empire there is a moment, a heartbeat before the fall, when it shines its brightest, when the illusion of eternity feels real enough to believe. The Aeldari were in that heartbeat. Their laughter echoed through the stars. Their art reshaped worlds. Their souls burned like suns. They were the children of the stars. And soon they would learn what happens when stars die. There is movement, and then there is grace. Most species travel because they must. They build ships out of desperation, clawing their way through hostile void, wrapping themselves in screaming engines and crude armor, and throwing themselves across cold, black distance, hoping they live long enough to arrive. That was never the way of the Aeldari. They did not cross the galaxy. They stepped through it. They walked between breaths. They traveled the way a thought travels from memory to memory. They had the webway. The webway was not a highway, not a tunnel, not a machine. It was a world behind the world. Imagine a labyrinth that exists alongside reality, not fully in real space, not fully in the warp, but in a sealed in-between. A private dimension, a hidden arterial network, threading through the galaxy like veins through flesh. The Aeldari did not discover it. They refined it. They shaped it. They made it theirs. They built glittering halls inside that secret layer of reality, sung and sculpted from wraithbone, psychic material that lived, listened, remembered. Their craft worlds, their courts, their temples, their marketplaces, their archives, their theaters, all of it could be connected without ever having to touch the cold, dangerous void outside. To lesser beings, distance is a cage. To the Aeldari, distance was optional. Within the webway, the Aeldari could move between stars without risk. No warp storms, no demonic incursion, no translation shock, no navigator blindness, no praying that the madness didn't seep into the hull. They walked through reality as if strolling through their own home. Because to them, that's exactly what it was. The webway was sanctuary. It was sovereignty. It was proof. Proof that the universe itself could be tamed. They built cities there, not outposts, not military bastions. Cities, places of art and movement and thought. Places where conversation flowed like light, where performances lasted for years, where emotion itself was sculpted and shared, where a single note of music could be tuned to make 1,000 listeners weep together. There are ruins of those cities still, sealed now, forbidden, haunted. In some forgotten corridors of the webway, you can still find the remains. Balconies hanging over impossible voids, bridges of living crystal, archways with no shadow, the faint echoes of laughter that hasn't been heard in 10,000 years. And if you press your hand against those walls, if you are very still, you might feel that they are not entirely dead. Wraithbone remembers. It always remembers. In those days, the Aeldari did not fear isolation. Why would they? Any Aeldari anywhere in the Empire was only a step, a single step, from anywhere else. A single gesture, a ritual motion, a doorway whispered open, and distance became irrelevant. You could spend the morning on a world of crystal forests, walk through a gate, and spend the evening in a temple whose ceiling opened out into a violet aurora inside a sealed pocket of unreality. Star systems, to them, were just districts. Planets were neighborhoods. Galactic arms were suburbs. The galaxy was their city. That belief, that certainty, is important. Because it is the exact shape of the thing they lost. Even their wars, when they bothered to wage them, were precise, almost gentle things. The Aeldari did not drag fleets through void space and smash them against enemy worlds. Why scar anything? Why waste anything? Why be ugly? War to the Aeldari was conducted like surgery, a scalpel applied in the right place at the right instant. A strike team, silent and elegant, slipping through the webway, appearing exactly where it must, severing the threat, and vanishing without collateral. Others fought to survive. The Aeldari fought to preserve aesthetic. That is how high they were. That is how far they would fall. They did not think of themselves as conquerors. They thought of themselves as curators. They believed they were maintaining the correct shape of the galaxy. Correct skies, correct seasons, correct cultures allowed to bloom, correct cultures quietly removed. To them, this was not cruelty. It was gardening. If a species became too violent, too disruptive, too ugly, they would intervene, sometimes subtly, sometimes decisively. 2. Keep the design intact. They told themselves this was wisdom. They did not hear the arrogance in it. They did not hear the word dominion hiding beneath the word care, and above all, above pride, above art, above reach, there was one belief that ran through all Aeldari existence. Nothing can touch us in our sanctum. That was the heart of their dream. Not that they could travel, that they could travel safely, that they were beyond consequence, that the warp, dangerous, raging, predatory for others could be avoided, not bargained with, not survived, avoided. They thought themselves immune. They thought themselves separate, untouchable, perfect. Alone in a clean, protected corridor of reality while the rest of existence clawed and bled outside. And slowly, quietly, this certainty became isolation. Isolation became indulgence. Indulgence became hunger. Hunger became sickness. Sickness became doom. Because here is the quiet truth. The webway did more than keep danger out. It kept humility out. It sealed them away from struggle, from desperation, from consequence. You cannot learn limits in a world without limits. You cannot learn responsibility in a world without risk. You cannot learn restraint in a world where nothing can hurt you. The webway was not just infrastructure, it was insulation. And insulation became decay. Even now, in the current age, long after their fall, the webway still exists. Broken, torn, infested, there are sealed tunnels where no human has ever walked. There are abandoned halls where something else now waits in the dark. There are doors that lead to places that should no longer exist. The Aeldari still use those passages because they must. The Drukhari slip through them like knives in shadow. The craft world send warriors down them like prayers made of wraithbone and rage. Even the harlequins dance along those impossible roads as if they're walking the strings of a harp. But the webway is not what it was. It is no longer sanctuary. It is a haunted vein, a wounded artery, a memory still trying to breathe. In the golden age when the webway was whole, when the Aeldari Empire moved as effortlessly as thought, they believed they had solved existence, they had removed danger, they had removed fear, they had removed effort. And in doing so, they had removed the last thing that tethered them to survival: struggle. There is a kind of death that begins long before the body ends, a stillness, a softness, a hunger for feeling that turns inward, spirals inward, tightens inward until it stops being hunger and becomes obsession. The Aeldari were approaching that point. They didn't see it. They couldn't. They were inside the dream. They were insulated by their own brilliance. And somewhere, out in the immaterium, the warp shivered with anticipation. Because all that emotion, all that sensation, all that exquisite hunger, unchecked and unashamed, had to go somewhere. And it did. It went into the sea, into the warp, into the waiting dark, into something that had not yet been born, but soon would. The Aeldari did not fall in a single day. The end was not a scream, not at first. It was a sigh, a slow loosening, a softness entering the edges of their civilization like damp seeping into stone. Decay does not always begin with violence. Sometimes it begins with comfort. Sometimes it begins with having everything. The truth is simple and terrible. When there are no limits, nothing feels like enough. The Aeldari had cured hunger. They had ended war among themselves. They had lifted themselves beyond disease, beyond age, beyond fear of death. They had shaped worlds and tuned stars and hollowed out entire regions of reality to live in safety. So what else was there? What happens to a species that has already gotten everything it ever wanted and is still alive? That question was the first crack in paradise. At first it was harmless. Some circles of Aeldari began to explore sensation for its own sake. Art that could stun the mind, music that could make every nerve shudder. Shared emotional experiences so intense that whole gatherings wept as one in ecstatic exhaustion. There is nothing evil in longing. There is nothing cursed in wanting to feel. They told themselves this, and at first they were right. It began as pursuit, refinement, elegance. Why live dimly when you can burn brighter? Why feel a thought when you can inhabit it? Why taste joy when you can drown in it? But indulgence is a living thing. It evolves, it escalates. It always asks one more question. What comes next? What comes after ecstasy? What comes after rapture? What comes after perfection? When every feeling has been tasted, you begin to taste the edges, you begin to push. Not because you are wicked, because you are bored. And boredom, in a species as powerful, psychic, and emotionally intense as the Aeldari, is more dangerous than hatred. Hatred explodes, boredom corrodes, slow, quiet, certain. Their culture began to split. There were still those who lived in discipline, in philosophy and art that elevated instead of consumed. Those Aeldari looked at what their kin were beginning to become and felt unease. Something is wrong, they thought. This is not who we are. But then another voice answered, of course it is. It is exactly who you are. It is what happens when you remove consequence. As centuries slid into more centuries, then remember the Aeldari lived for ages carrying memory like a crown. The indulgence stopped being private. It became a movement. Pleasure cults formed. At first they were quiet, exclusive, gilded, intellectual circles, closed houses, private chambers in walled-off districts. Safe. But safe no longer meant moral. Safe no longer meant wise. Safe meant away from judgment, out of sight, unquestioned, and so the first true rot spread in secret rooms under tinted light to the soft hum of psychic music. These gatherings, at first they were about sensation, taste, touch, pain, release, emotion layered on emotion, fear wrapped in pleasure, pleasure wrapped in fear, intense, exclusive, refined. Then they became about domination, then about ownership, then about breaking limits, not just physical limits, limits of mind, limits of soul. They began to weaponize emotion itself. How much bliss can a mind hold before it shatters? How much terror can a soul experience and still remain whole? What happens to identity when you dissolve it willingly? They didn't just want to feel. They wanted to erase the border between self and sensation. And they could, because they were Aeldari. They had always been able to. And in the warp, something felt their experiments, something tasted it, something learned. Do not imagine gutter depravity, that's too easy. This was not squalor, this was not filth, this was ritual, this was devotion. Rooms perfumed with impossible scents, silks that responded to touch like living skin. Light sculpted into liquid forms that poured over the body and merged with the nervous system. Psychic harmonics tuned to stimulate entire clusters of the soul. It was all so beautiful. That may be the worst part. Their doom was beautiful, the philosophers objected. There were warnings, gentle at first, then sharper. Some among the Aeldari high seers spoke in council. This path is dangerous, they whispered. We are folding in on ourselves. We are creating storms we cannot control. We are feeding the sea, the warp, with too much of us. Others laughed. The warnings sounded quaint, old-fashioned, afraid. Fear itself had become a lower emotion in Aeldari discourse, a thing lesser species felt. We will never be touched by consequence, said the other side. We have the webway. We have control. We are safe. They believed it. They built palaces on that belief. They died for that belief. As the cults grew, moderation died. What used to be rare became nightly. What used to be nightly became constant. Emotion, raw, unfiltered, unbounded, poured into reality. And what pours out of a soul does not vanish. It leaves a mark, it leaves a pressure, it leaves a wake. For humanity, a single psyker screaming in fear can warp reality. For the Aeldari, imagine billions of souls, each a bonfire, each burning in synchronized ecstasy and torment for centuries. All that psychic output had to go somewhere, and it did. It bled into the warp, it pooled, it thickened, it fermented. The immaterium began to swell in answer. It began to lean closer, to listen, to hunger. Outside, in the physical galaxy, the signs were subtle. Aeldari society still gleamed on the surface. Their cities still arched like dreams. Their world songs still rose and fell in perfect resonance. The webway still thrummed with safe passage. To an outsider, nothing had changed. But inside, something was wrong with the silence. The quiet places had vanished. There was no stillness anymore, no humility, no pause, no breath. You could feel it in the way conversation sounded, always laughing, always seeking, always performing, even in private. You could feel it in the way eyes lingered too long, in the way touch became claim, in the way dialogue became manipulation, testing, tasting. You could feel it in the way their dreams trembled. Because their dreams were no longer theirs alone, something was dreaming with them. Not all Aeldari surrendered to this. Some recoiled, some fled. Some in quiet terror retreated to great vessels, vast world ships self-sustaining and alone, to leave the empire behind before it fully rotted. Those vessels would one day be called craft worlds. At this point in the story, they were not holy, they were not warrior shrines, they were not disciplined arcs of ritual and austerity. They were escape plans, the first lifeboats. Built by those who saw the sickness and said, "We cannot turn this back. We must leave." They left. They were mocked for leaving. They were called fearful, prudish, cowardly, dramatic. In time, those who mocked them would die screaming, their souls ripped from them in one impossible instant. In time, those who fled would be called survivors. In time, they would be called saviors. But not yet. Not yet. For now, the rot spreads. For now, the empire continues to dance. For now, the galaxy looks on in awe, and the Aeldari look inward in hunger. And in the warp, deep beneath thought, a shape is forming, a presence, a sleeping godling of need, fed by symphony, fed by ecstasy, fed by cruelty, fed by perfection turning on itself. The Aeldari do not know its name yet, but soon they will. And when they hear it for the first time, it will already have devoured them. In the end, it was not war that killed them. It was desire, not hunger like an animal's, not desperation like the hunger of an empire on the edge. Number. Aeldari desire was something far more dangerous, infinite, precise, and patient. A desire that could afford to take its time. A desire that could afford to become art. And eventually, ritual, and eventually faith. What began as pleasure had become refinement. What began as refinement had become obsession. What began as obsession had become doctrine. The temples of sensation were no longer hidden. They were not fringe. They were not shunned. They were celebrated. In some systems, they were now the center of culture. You did not join them because you were lost. You joined them because you were worthy, because you had evolved beyond restraint, because you had the courage to feel without fear. The language turned itself inside out. Restraint became cowardice, discipline became repression, caution became weakness, and surrender, total surrender, honor became enlightenment. In those palaces of excess, something new began to bloom, not just physical sensation, not just shared psychic feedback loops of pleasure, terror, despair, and ecstasy layered together. Number. Something deeper. Possession. The Aeldari learned to open themselves and let their souls be touched. Not consumed, not erased, not yet. They called it communion. They called it union. They invited emotion itself to enter them and reshape them, to be flooded by terror so perfect that the self cracks like thin glass, to be filled with desire so complete that nothing else in existence matters, to be wrapped in worship so intense that identity becomes optional. They erased the line between feeling and being, and each time they crossed that line, something in the warp watched, and learned, and waited. It is important to understand this. The Aeldari did not think they were creating a god. They did not believe in gods in the way mortals do now. Their gods, the old Aeldari gods, were beings of myth and legend, yes, but also of story and symbol and psychic truth. Kyla-Mensha Kine, the bloody-handed war god, Asurian, the first light, Isha, the mother, the healer. These were not gods like a human city priest would mean the word. These were ancestral cosmic archetypes, truths made into form. But this new thing was not one of them. This thing was not ancestor, not protector, not symbol. This thing was born from them, from the living Aeldari in the present moment. And it was built not on hope. It was built on appetite. Imagine this, billions of souls, each brighter and sharper than any human psyker's flame, pouring waves of raw sensation and self-erasure into the warp without pause for centuries. No guilt, no restraint, no fear, only more and more and more. All of that psychic runoff doesn't dissolve. It coagulates, it thickens, it becomes shape, and in that shape it begins to want. A simple want at first, a child's want. More, more, more. That was the first heartbeat of she who thirsts, the nameless godling, the sleeping hunger, the shape in the deep that had not yet opened its eyes. Not yet. Not yet. But the moment it was possible, the moment it began to form, the doom of the Aeldari was already guaranteed. Because now, their fall was not just likely, it was growing. The cults, of course, did not see horror in any of this. They saw transcendence. They saw proximity to something so vast and exquisite that their minds strained to hold it. They began to seek not only pleasure but purity of experience. Not many feelings, one feeling utterly perfected. Rage distilled so perfectly that it becomes beauty. Agony distilled so completely that it becomes worship. Lust made so pure it feels like light. They began to martyr themselves to single notes of sensation. Some would be immolated in shared psychic rapture, evaporating into the warp in a scream that was not pain, at least not pain that would admit to being pain. They did this willingly, proudly, as offering. They thought they were ascending. In truth, they were feeding. Others watched in horror. Not all Aeldari had surrendered themselves to this spiral. Some were afraid, truly afraid for the first time in their long lives. Fear among the Aeldari is not like human fear. When a human fears, it is sudden, a spike in the dark, a hunted reflex. When an Aeldari fears, it is deep. Their souls are so bright in the warp that fear echoes, it lingers, it stains. Those who still had restraint began to look into the immaterium, and they did not like what stared back. They felt pressure, like the air before a storm, like tension just before a string snaps. Something is coming, the seers whispered. Something is building, the old mystics warned. We are not alone in the sea anymore. The webway can't hide us from this. This is not an invader, this is us. They tried to warn the others. They said, we are feeding something vast. They said, we must stop. They said, we are calling a thing into being that we cannot kill. The answer they got from the throats of those already far gone was simple and cold, and in its way perfectly honest. So what? For those lost to the spiral, the risks were irrelevant. What is annihilation to a people who already believe themselves immortal? What is death to a species who has never been afraid of it? What is consequence to a civilization that has not felt it in millennia? The very idea of too far had become alien. In their minds, there was no too far. There was only not far enough. One step remained, one last boundary, one final act of surrender. The cults longed for it the way the dying long for water. They could feel it in their bones, something waiting at the edge, something like a mouth, something like a lover, something like an answer. And then something new happened in their rituals. Very small at first, hardly notable, but it mattered. One day in a palace of living silk and bone light, a high celebrant slipped into trance before her court, surrounded by motion, music, worship, flesh, the air so saturated with psychic heat it almost rang, and she stopped breathing. Not because she was dying, because something else was breathing through her. Those who watched did not panic. They watched in reverence, as her eyes opened, and they were no longer her eyes. Something looked out through her, not an old god, not a demon of rage or decay. Something new, something impossibly young and impossibly vast, something that regarded its worshippers with the unblinking curiosity of a newborn predator. You could hear the entire hall go still. All that sound, all that ritual moaning, all that layered sensation, gone. Silence, perfect electric silence, and then it smiled, not with the mouth, with the soul, and every Aeldari present wept, not in fear, in awe, in adoration, in need. That was the first true communion with Slaanesh. They didn't have the name yet, but the god did. In that moment, that single instant of contact, the Aeldari race crossed the event horizon of its own extinction. There was no going back. It was done, not physically, not politically, spiritually. Because from then on, the most powerful, most influential, most decadent of the Aeldari did not believe they were risking doom. They believed they had touched divinity. And who stops worship when the god finally answers? And the warp swelled, and the pressure mounted, and the song of their civilization, once elegant, thoughtful, slow, became a scream. Not a scream of terror, a scream of want. That scream would not stop. That scream would build and build and build until reality itself split. And when it split, it would not just kill a world. It would erase an age. It would erase an empire. It would erase a people. It would give birth to a god. And the galaxy would never sleep again. It did not happen in a year. It did not happen in a day. It happened in a single breath, an inhalation across the span of the galaxy. An exhalation that killed a civilization older than human myth. The fall of the Aeldari was not a war. It was a birth, theirs, Omer, and hers. By this point, their empire was hollow and shining. Their ships still glided through the webway like liquid light. Their palaces still glowed with soft colors and living stone. Their voices still filled the air with perfect harmony. Their dancers still moved like starlight given form. But beneath that beauty, reality had swollen to the breaking point. There were entire sectors given over to ecstasy. Continents where sensation cults ruled openly, where shrines pulsed with psychic heat like the cores of stars, where the boundaries between self and desire had melted to liquid. There were cities that never slept. Cities where screams and music were the same sound. Cities where the walls themselves vibrated in sympathy with the emotional fever of their inhabitants. The Aeldari called it transcendence. The warp called it fuel, and the thing waiting in that warp, the not-yet god, called it food. For a long time, this thing had been forming, gathering, gestating, fed by lust without end, fed by obsession without limit, fed by cruelty without remorse. Every act of domination, every ritual of shared excess, every violation of restraint, every moment where pleasure and suffering were treated as tools instead of truths. All of it went into the sea. All of it was given shape. All of it turned into a single terrible infant will. And then, one moment somewhere, untraceable even now, it was enough. Something opened its eyes. Reality tore, not in the way mortals think of tearing. No physical rift, no lightning crack across the sky. This was deeper. This was existential. Across the heart of the Aeldari Empire, souls began to die, not bodies. Souls, in an instant, without warning, without mercy, trillions. Imagine a star imploding. Now imagine that star was made of minds, of memories, of songs, of joy and hunger and art and grief. Now imagine that implosion echoing through the warp with the force of a newborn god's first scream. That was the fall. The Aeldari did not have time to fight. There was no enemy fleet in orbit, no invasion, no siege, no call to arms. There was only pressure. A psychic tidal wave radiating outward from the Aeldari core worlds, a shockwave made of raw, devouring want. It hit them at the level of spirit and tore them open. On 1,000 pleasure worlds, bodies hit the ground mid-ecstasy and never moved again. Eyes wide, mouths still parted in joy. Souls sucked out of them like breath off a mirror. In their palaces of perfection, high celebrants froze like statues, their flesh still warm, their thoughts still mid-prayer, and then collapsed into cold, empty shells as their immortal essence was swallowed whole. There were no last words. There was no warning. When she arrived, they existed, and then they didn't. Far away in the wilder edges, in the ark ships that had fled long ago, in the exiled enclaves of those who had said no while saying no was still allowed, the survivors felt it like an impact to the skull. Some went blind from the psychic flash. Some dropped to their knees and vomited up black ichor. Some clawed at their own faces, screaming without sound as the pressure of the newborn god's consciousness blasted through the warp like a sun detonating inside the mind. The Aeldari are a psychic species. That is their glory. That is their curse. When she was born, they all felt her. All of them, everywhere, at once. It is said, in whispers, reverently, fearfully, that in that instant every single Aeldari soul cried out. Not help, not mercy, her name, because she already had one, because she was born knowing it, because she was born from them, and so she already owned them. Slaanesh, she who thirsts, the prince of excess, the devourer of Aeldari souls, the last god the Aeldari would ever create, and the god that would end them. Her birth sounded like music. That is an obscenity, and also the truth. For those who survived the shock, for those whose souls were not devoured outright, there was still the echo, a resonance. Some describe it as the most beautiful thing ever heard, a perfect note that ran through flesh, bone, memory, and spirit and made everything else meaningless by comparison. A perfection so complete it erased guilt, a pleasure so absolute it erased self. To feel it once was to know that you would crawl through fire for it again. To feel it once was to belong to it forever. This is what the Aeldari had made. This is what they had wanted without saying they wanted it. This is what answered. Where Slaanesh's awareness touched real space, reality tore open like wet silk. The screaming soul death of the Aeldari didn't just feed her. It opened something. In the heart of their empire, an impossible wound erupted in the galaxy. A hole in real space, a churning, shrieking, howling vortex where physics surrendered and demons poured through like blood from a severed artery. This wound would never close. It is still open. Even now, you know it by another name, the Eye of Terror. That is what killed their empire forever. Not a war, a hole. A hole they themselves tore in existence because their god had to be born somewhere. Her birth crib was reality itself. Planets died, not in fire, in grief. Imagine a world in perfect harmony, sky tuned to mood, oceans alive with psychic resonance, cities grown in graceful arcs of living crystal. Now imagine that world having its soul ripped out in a single instant. Not the people, the world. The Gestalt spirit, the culture, the identity, the song that made it what it was. When that dies, what's left is only geography. After the fall, there were entire Aeldari cradle worlds, left silent and intact. Buildings untouched, art still glowing, gardens still in bloom, but no voices, no souls. No one left to remember why any of it mattered. Museums with no historians, theaters with no audience, temples with no gods. That is what the fall left behind. Beautiful corpses, an empire of immaculate tombs. Their gods died too, the old ones, not the new one. In that single instant of collapse, the ancient Aeldari deities, the mythic shapes that had walked beside their people since before memory, were hunted. Some were shattered outright, their essences torn apart and swallowed. Some were chained, some screamed for mercy and were given none. Only fragments endured, splitting, scattering, hiding. The war god Cain, the bloody-handed one, was broken into shards of rage and cast into the material universe in pieces. Pieces that would later awaken inside ritual armor, calling themselves Phoenix Lords, wearing warlike memory. But that is later. For now, even their gods bled. Their pantheon died screaming at the feet of their own child. There is no cruelty in the galaxy like that moment. There never will be again. And then, after the scream, after the soul death, after the birth, there was silence, not peace, absence. The great Aeldari core, the heart of their civilization, their oldest worlds, their deepest palaces of sensation and worship, was gone. Not conquered, not occupied, gone. Annihilated in spirit, hollowed out, left behind like a skull picked clean. The survivors, scattered, exiled, already running, looked back and did not see home. They saw a hole in the galaxy where their people used to be. And in that hole, the eye of terror boiled and laughed. Understand this, and you understand the Aeldari forever. They did not just lose a war. They lost themselves. They lost their certainty, their arrogance, their purpose, their safety, their gods, their immortality, their right to believe tomorrow belonged to them. They went from eternal to endangered in one heartbeat. From we cannot be touched to we are hunted at the soul. From we shape the warp to the warp wants to eat us. They became prey, spirit prey, food, and they have never stopped running. Not in 10,000 years, not in any direction that matters. Silence, that was the first horror. Not fire, not screaming. Silence. Across the void in ships that had fled long before the fall, on hidden worlds at the edge of the galaxy. In quiet exile enclaves that had once been mocked as paranoid, joyless, afraid. The survivors woke to a universe without a voice. They reached out with their souls, instinct, reflex, habit, the way Aeldari always had, expecting to feel their people in the warp. And there was nothing, no chorus, no pulse, no background hum of a billion living minds. For the first time in their history, the Aeldari were alone. It didn't feel like distance. It felt like amputation. Something that had always been there, something so fundamental to being alive that none of them had ever named it, was simply gone. Imagine waking and realizing you cannot hear your own heartbeat. That is what they felt. That is what the fall took. On the vessels that would become known as craft worlds, some Aeldari threw themselves into ritual trance, desperately calling for lovers, siblings, children. Some of them heard a reply, a whisper, half a word, a fading echo, and then mid-syllable, silence again. You cannot grieve properly when you feel the exact instant a soul ceases to exist. It is not like a body dying. It is like a song being cut in half. No closure. Only subtraction, only absence, only the knowing that they were, and now they are not, and there is no path between those two states. Just a cliff, just an edge, just the drop. Many of the survivors broke, not physically. Some simply went still and never spoke again. Their eyes remained open. Their bodies moved, slowly, automatically. They ate when fed. They breathed, but they were not present. There was nothing left to anchor to. Imagine being tuned to sing with a choir for thousands of years and then finding out there is no longer a choir. Not they left. There is no choir. There is only you. You are the last note. You are the last instrument. Your voice, alone in an empty hall. For a species that had built identity not just on the self, but on shared psychic resonance. Solitude was agony. Others did not break inward. They broke outward. There were those who, consumed by despair, reached for the warp in blind grief. They begged for answers, for mercy, for reunion. They did not find their lost kin. They found her, Slaanesh, she who thirsts. The newborn god, still blazing with the raw psychic meat of their fallen empire, answered some of them. Not with comfort, with hunger. Their souls were pulled apart like silk, slowly, delicately, reverently. Some Aeldari in that moment smiled. They thought, in that first confused instant of contact, that they were being allowed to rejoin the ones they had lost. They thought it was mercy. They didn't understand until too late that they were not rejoining anything. They were being eaten. This was the second horror of the New Age. Survival was no longer natural. It was maintenance. It was work. Their souls, once radiant, beautiful, rich, had become a curse. To exist as Aeldari was now to be hunted, not by blades, not by guns, by appetite, by a cosmic predator born from their own perfection. Now, simply being, simply breathing, simply existing as what they are, draws the attention of she who thirsts. And if she tastes you, she will follow. And if she follows, she will take you, not your body, you, your you-ness, your memory, your heart, your fire, you forever gone. That is the horror of being Aeldari now, not death, consumption. The survivors began to understand this very quickly. The craft world's seers felt Slaanesh-like pressure on the other side of a locked door. Always there, always waiting, always patient. The moment your spirit weakens, the moment you die, the moment you slip, she takes you. And there is no afterlife, no peace, no reunion, no rebirth, only her, forever. That was the third horror. There is no heaven for the Aeldari anymore, only a throat. Across the scattered survivors, denial died fast. Panic turned to discipline, grief turned to ritual. What had been culture became doctrine. What had been preference became law. What had been lifestyle became survival strategy. Entire societies rewrote themselves in days. Imagine that. Imagine your entire civilization changing its soul in days. That is how fast the fall broke them. That is how hard it hit. On the great exiled vessels, those world ships adrift between the stars that had fled before the fall, out of fear or wisdom or prophecy, a new way of living began. Those vessels would come to be called craft worlds. At first, this was just a practical term. They were worlds that had been crafted. But over time, it became something deeper. A craft world was no longer just a ship. It was a womb, and a tomb, and a fortress against despair. It was a promise to the dead. This will not happen to us again. We will not become what destroyed us. We will not feed her willingly. We will not go quietly into that mouth. We will become hard. We will become disciplined. We will become cold if we must. Better cold than consumed. Better strict than damned. Better controlled than lost. The Aeldari who fled to these craft worlds swore oaths, not to power, not to conquest, not to beauty. To survival. Survival became holy. Restraint became sacred. Emotion, once a playground, once a canvas, once a communion, became something that must be contained, trained, channeled. Because unrestrained desire had birthed their executioner, and they would not feed her again. This is the birth of something new, the path. But that comes soon. For now, understand this. The Aeldari who survived chose to live under chains of their own forging. They would never again trust themselves without those chains. That is how deep their shame runs. That is how much they fear what they were. There was a final horror, one more cruelty in the wake of the fall. They discovered that she, Slaanesh, could still reach for them while they lived. Not fully, not easily, but in dreams, in moments of weakness, in indulgence. If they slipped, even a little, if they surrendered to ecstasy or rage or obsession, their spirits flared in the warp, and she turned her head, and she smiled, and they felt it, the attention, the focus, the reaching hand, the quiet, endless whisper, "You are mine already. Come home." The Aeldari will do almost anything not to feel that touch, almost anything. So the survivors became something the galaxy had never seen before, an ancient dying people who are terrified of themselves. Not of outsiders, not of invasion, of themselves, of what they might become if they let go. They walk now with caution that looks like elegance. They speak with calm that looks like superiority. They live in ritual that looks like arrogance. But inside, it is not arrogance. It is terror. It is control. It is survival. In 10,000 years of darkness since that day, the Aeldari have been called many things. Arrogant, cruel, cold, distant, obsessed with their own tragedy. And that's not entirely wrong. But beneath all of that, here is the truth. They are a species living in mourning, mourning their past, mourning their gods, mourning their immortality, mourning the sound of their own psychic choir, mourning the future they will never have, and mourning the fact that death itself is no longer rest. Every day is survival, every breath is defiance, every dream is dangerous, every birth is a gamble, every funeral is a prayer that the soul was not taken. And every moment of beauty, and yes, they still have beauty, is haunted by the knowledge that this is all that remains. The echo, the shard, the broken piece that refused to go silent, the shattered soul. They were never meant to be salvation. That is important. The craft worlds were not built as arcs in the beginning. They were not designed as the last hope of a dying people. They were built as projects, wandering cultural vessels, mobile artisan citadels, slow-moving sanctuaries for philosophy and art. Great ships that drifted far from the Aeldari core to trade, to think, to experiment with quiet ways of living away from the indulgent heart of the Empire. When the Aeldari were still immortal, still arrogant, still certain, the craft worlds were considered quaint, provincial, ascetic, almost embarrassing. Retreaters, they were called, those who fear beauty. Entire social circles in the late Empire laughed at them. Some even pitied them. How small to choose distance. How boring to choose discipline. How cowardly to choose restraint. But when the scream came, when Slaanesh was born, when the Aeldari Empire turned to ash in a single instant, those cowards were the ones who survived. And their ships, their quiet wandering experiments, became the last beating hearts of a murdered civilization. A craft world is not a ship the way humans think of ships. A craft world is a world that moves, vast beyond imagining, layered with ecosystems, spined with wraithbone, that psychoactive living material that the Aeldari weave with thought and will. Wraithbone is more than structure. It carries song. It holds memory. It resonates with the mind that shaped it. The ship listens. The ship feels. The ship learns. Each craft world is partially alive, bonded to its people, reflexively protective of them. In time, each will develop its own mood, its own personality, its own way of remembering. Some are quiet and mournful. Some are harsh and militant. Some are deeply spiritual. Some are bitter. They are not interchangeable. They are not copies. They are survivors with identities, like ghosts that learn to carry cities. In the first days after the fall, panic ruled even these safe havens. There were too many questions and no time to grieve. Are we being followed? Will she find us? Will the warp tear this refuge open too? Is there any point in continuing to exist? And quietly, the question that hurt most: what are we now if we are not what we were? Because the Aeldari had always defined themselves by what they could do. Now they were being forced to define themselves by what they must not do. That is a cruel reversal. To go from limitless to restricted, from indulgent to restrained, from eternal to endangered. It is like waking up in a smaller body. It is like being told you can never breathe deeply again because something in the dark will smell it. The answer they found was doctrine. The craft worlds became temples of discipline, not the kind of discipline that obeys out of fear of punishment, but the kind of discipline you cling to because if you let go, you fall forever. They could not go back. They could not resurrect what was gone. They could not undo the birth of she who thirsts. But they could refuse to feed her. That became holy, that became everything. And from that need, from that vow, came the structure that defines craft world Aeldari survival in the ages since. The path. Before the fall, the Aeldari lived without limits. They did what they wished, followed whim, impulse, desire. That was their pride. That was their doom. After the fall, there would be no more drifting lives, no more I will be whatever I feel like being today. Number. Now each Aeldari would commit to a path, a strict way of being, a role, a focus, a single defined expression of the self. Not forever, but for now, fully, completely. You do not dabble on a path, you disappear into it, you become it, you are it. Because the goal is not pleasure anymore, the goal is containment. The path protects in two ways. First, control. The path narrows the mind, not in the sense of stupidity, in the sense of refusing chaos. It says choose oneself and be it completely and deny every other self. Choose one purpose and live inside it so your soul does not sprawl, does not wander, does not become appetizing again. Aeldari who follow the path bind themselves to ritual, clarity, order. They take their emotion, burning, catastrophic, too bright emotion, and they pour it into one channel, one role, so it doesn't spill everywhere, so it doesn't call to her. Second, replacement. The path gives them something to live for. Without the path, they would simply grieve, they would drift, they would spiral. The path says, number. You will not drift. You will walk. You will walk this line. You will walk it with all your being. You will make meaning where meaning was cut away. You will continue. In this way, the path is both weapon and therapy. Religion and restraint. Culture and cage. There are many paths. You will see some of them later in their most extreme forms. The path of the seer. Those who walk the mind's edge and stare into the future so that their people may live one more day. The path of the artisan, those who create, pouring emotion into craft instead of into self-destruction. The path of the poet, the path of the bone singer, the path of the spirit seer. But above all, there is one cluster of paths that shape the survival of every craft world, the path of the warrior. We'll return to that in full when we speak of the Phoenix Lords. For now, understand this. War, for the Aeldari of the craft worlds, is no longer pride. It is medicine. Sometimes it is the only way to bleed safely. Because here is the other truth of the craft worlds. They are not just fleeing. They are hunted, always. The galaxy after the fall is not kind. Humanity is rising, primitive still, brutal, hungry. Orcs are everywhere, eternal and laughing in the face of extinction. Chaos spills through the scars in reality. And beyond that, there is the new horror. Demons, warp predators, lesser entities, newborn hungers, all birthed in the turbulence of Slanesh's arrival. The craft worlds cannot simply hide and drift forever. They have to fight. They hate that they have to fight. But they must. And so, to survive war without losing themselves to rage, obsession, or ecstasy, the Aeldari built a ritualized, perfected structure. The aspect paths of war. That is coming, that is important, that is how their warriors live with themselves. But it is also later in the telling. For now, the craft world is still forming its shape. Let's look at one more truth. The craft world is not just a military and not just a culture. It is also a grave. Because of Slaanesh, even death is dangerous. When a human dies, the soul goes somewhere. When a demon dies, it doesn't truly die at all. When a space marine dies, his gene memory lingers in his chapter. When an Aeldari dies, Slaanesh reaches for them always. So the craft worlds had to invent a way to keep their dead safe. That duty would become one of the most sacred practices of their entire existence. In time, they would create the Spirit Stone, a gem, a vessel, a psychic anchor. When an Aeldari dies, their soul is drawn into the stone instead of being devoured. The Spirit Stone is then brought back to the craft world and placed within its psychic matrix. The Infinity Circuit, a soul stream woven through wraithbone and memory. In this way, their dead are not lost. They remain, they advise, they warn, they guard. They become part of the craft world itself. Imagine walking through the corridors of your home and knowing your ancestors line the walls, not as ghosts, but as presence, as warmth, as awareness. The craft world is alive with them. It is a community of the living and the dead. It is an ark of souls. It is a defiance against she who thirsts. And it is the only reason the Aeldari still exist. Over time, each craft world became different. Some turned inward, embracing ritual, austerity, meditation, prophecy. Some hardened, becoming blades in the void, teaching themselves to strike, to vanish, to survive at any cost. Some wandered so far they vanished into legend, becoming myths even to their own kin. Some fell. Some were found. Some were eaten from the inside by demons, some burned. Survival is not guaranteed. Even now, there are so few craft worlds left that every single one of them matters. When one is lost, an entire civilization's worth of memory dies with it. An entire voice in the choir goes silent. And remember, the choir is already almost gone. Here is how you should see the craft worlds, not as fleets, as lanterns. Lanterns drifting through a night that wants to swallow them. Lanterns carrying the last light of a people that once believed the galaxy existed to adore them. Lanterns filled with discipline, memory, grief, and stubborn grace. They are not what the Aeldari once were. They are what the Aeldari chose to become after they saw what they really were. Not arrogance, not decadence, not perfection, survival, cold, exquisite, relentless survival. The craft worlds are not the Aeldari's pride. The craft worlds are the Aeldari's apology and their promise. We will never become that again. We will live. We will control ourselves. We will not feed her even now. 10,000 years after the fall, they are still keeping that promise. Barely. While some fled the stars, others fled downward, into shadow, into denial, into the webway itself. When the Empire began to crack, when the first whispers of restraint and fear reached the great pleasure cults, many Aeldari laughed. They didn't believe the end was coming. They didn't want to believe it. And so they did what Aeldari always did best. They found a way to avoid consequence. They said, "If the gods are coming, we will hide from the gods. If the warp hungers, we will live where the warp cannot reach. If the universe is collapsing, we will build a new one beneath it." So they sealed their doors, descended into the tunnels of the webway, and built a sanctuary of their own design. A city without day, a city without restraint, a city without end. They called it Kamarag. Others call it the Dark City. To understand Kamarag, you must understand the Aeldari talent for beauty, even when they are monstrous. They create art. The Dark City is not chaos, it is precision. Every spire is deliberate, every street curves like a blade, every shadow is placed exactly where it will cut deepest. It is a labyrinth of light and cruelty. Imagine a metropolis carved into the bones of an endless cavern, lit not by stars but by the glow of suffering made into architecture. Bridges hang over abysses that hum with psychic energy. Temples rise from rivers of light and bone. The air is thick with the scent of narcotic rain and laughter. High, cruel, musical laughter echoes from unseen balconies. Kamara is not a ruin of the old empire. It is the old empire, preserved, intensified, stripped of all illusion. The Aeldari who fled there refused to change. They did not flee Slaanesh. They denied her, and so they survived, but at a cost that makes death look merciful. When she was born, her scream reached even into the hidden webway. It killed millions there too, the shockwave tearing through reality's seams, slicing through their underground palaces, snuffing out souls mid-laughter. But the core of the city endured. Wraithbone buckled but did not shatter. The psychic pressure bled through cracks in the webway walls, but Kamara held. And those who remained, those who woke in the aftermath, knew immediately that they had escaped the full hunger. They had not escaped the taste. She still wanted them. They could feel her eyes on their souls. They could feel her pulling. And so they began the only kind of worship that could keep them alive. They fed her, indirectly. Understand this horror. The Dark City lives by murder. Every breath, every luxury, every pleasure they take comes from the suffering of others. Because in Kamara, pain is currency. They discovered something terrible and perfect. If they could inflict enough agony on others, real, screaming, living agony, they could sustain themselves. They could fill their spiritual hollowness with the psychic residue of torment. They could stop feeling her teeth for a little while longer. They could cheat Slaanesh. They became predators not just for pleasure but for survival. Every scream they caused was a heartbeat stolen from her mouth. Every victim prolonged their existence. They became parasites of agony. They became the Drukhari. Do not mistake them for the craft world Aeldari. They are not fallen versions of their cousins. They are the mirror opposite. The craft worlds live by control. The Drukhari live by release. The craft worlds deny desire. The Drukhari embrace it until it becomes disease. The craft worlds are quiet. The Drukhari are never silent. They fill every second with sensation, because silence means thinking, and thinking means remembering, and remembering means fear. They live as if the fall never happened, as if denial can rewrite history. They are the embodiment of everything the Aeldari were before the scream, and they are proud of it. They call the craft worlds cowards. They call restraint a lie. They call discipline a form of death. They say, at least we are alive, and maybe in their own way they are right. Kamarag is vast. It is not one city but many layered realities folded over each other within the webway's depths. Each realm has its own ruler, its own factions, its own economy of cruelty. The Kabbalite archons rule most of them, immortal tyrants, nobles of a broken species, who command armies of warriors addicted to blood and spectacle. They are elegant monsters, each smiling through 1,000 betrayals, each terrified of the day they feel her touch again. They host wars for amusement. They duel for territory, for slaves, for the right to feel anything at all. Their cruelty is mathematical. Their palaces are museums of pain. Then there are the witch cults, the gladiators of Kamara. They turn combat into worship. They fight not for survival but for rapture. They dance with blades across arenas that span miles, their movements choreographed like art, their deaths performed before screaming crowds. Every wound inflicted, every drop of blood spilled releases psychic energy into the air, energy that the Drukhari drink in like breath. They feed on the agony of others, and for a brief, intoxicating moment, they feel whole again. They call it the kiss of survival. Deeper still are the homunculi covens, the surgeons of damnation. They are the oldest, strangest, most terrifying of the Drukhari, masters of fleshcraft, artists of anatomy, priests of transformation. They have learned how to take pain apart and put it back together. They can rebuild a body from screams. They can harvest a soul from a memory. They can make death optional, suffering infinite, and existence flexible. To be captured by a homunculus is not to die. It is to become raw material. Their laboratories are cathedrals of living horror, and yet in Kamarag they are revered, because the homunculi can make you live again, if you serve them, if you pay them, if you let them rebuild you in their image. They are the reason the Drukhari do not fear death as much as they should. They always think they can come back. In this way, Kamarag sustains itself, by predation, by pain, by endless hunger and performance. It is a world that should have burned 10,000 years ago, and yet it thrives. Because the Drukhari are too afraid to stop. Every act of cruelty is another day without being devoured. Every atrocity is another breath stolen from the jaws of their god. They have become perpetual motion made of horror, and in their hearts, somewhere deep beneath the laughter and the lust and the screaming joy, they know exactly what they are. They are not free of Slaanesh. They are her shadow, her reflection, her addiction made flesh. They are the proof that she will never stop feeding. Because as long as they live, they feed her, even when they think they're escaping. That is their irony, that is their doom. To walk through Kamarag is to see the Aeldari as they were meant to die. To stand on a balcony and look down is to see the fall replayed endlessly. The lights never go out, the music never stops, the screams never fade. It is beautiful in the most terrible way imaginable. A civilization that refused to change, kept alive through the ritual of self-inflicted damnation. They are the eternal night of their species. They are the laughter at the funeral. They are what remains when denial becomes an ecosystem. They are the dark city, and they will never see the dawn. There are some Aeldari who could not live in chains, not even ones of their own making. The craft worlds offered structure. Kamarag offered denial. But not all souls can survive inside a wall, no matter how necessary that wall might be. Some Aeldari heard the call of the stars and could not resist it. Some looked upon their cousins, the cold ascetics of the craft worlds, the laughing predators of the dark city, and saw nothing they could love. Some simply could not bear the silence of the infinity circuit, the hum of 1,000 dead voices pressed into wraithbone, and so they left. They stepped into the void. They became the outcasts. Among humans, outcast is a punishment. Among the Aeldari, it is a sentence one writes for oneself. They do not leave in anger, they leave in sorrow. They leave because they cannot breathe inside what remains. Some seek solitude, some seek freedom, some seek redemption, some seek death. The galaxy is large, and the Aeldari walk it quietly. They are ghosts in living bodies. The most common among them are the Rangers. You can think of them as hunters, scouts, drifters. They walk the void, travel the wild edges of the galaxy, keeping watch over old places where their kind once lived. They are the eyes of the dying race. They wander between craft worlds, sometimes bringing warnings, sometimes carrying messages between kin who no longer trust one another. But most of the time, they are simply alone. They live by discipline, but not by doctrine. They hold to the path, but at arm's length. They wear their sorrow like a cloak. They are not hated by their craft world kin. They are pitied. Every soul who walks the path too long knows that the call of the stars may take them one day too. Some who leave never return. Some who return never truly come back. Because once you've lived in silence for centuries, how can you hear the choir again? There are also the Corsairs, rogues, pirates, nomads, not evil, at least not always, but dangerous. The Corsairs live between the craft worlds and Kamara, taking what they need, trading, raiding, laughing in the face of extinction. They have not forgotten joy, but their joy is desperate. It's the kind that burns fast because it knows how short it lasts. They fly patchwork fleets built from Aeldari design and scavenged human wrecks. They paint their ships in colors that blind scanners, that confuse targeting arrays. They hunt slavers and sometimes are slavers. They fight demons and raiders alike, and sometimes they are indistinguishable from both. They are chaos but not chaos, freedom but never peace. They remind the galaxy that the Aeldari are not gone, and that sometimes survival looks like rebellion. And then there are the Exodites, the farmers of the stars, the quiet ones. They left long before the fall, long before Slaanesh opened her eyes. Even then, there were Aeldari who saw where their empire was going. They looked upon the spires and the pleasure cults and the cities that sang of themselves, and they said, "Well, no, this cannot last. We will make our own way." So they left the core worlds and settled on distant, wild planets, worlds the rest of their kin considered primitive. They lived close to the soil, under alien suns, without the hum of the webway beneath their feet. They grew crops. They raised herds. They fought the beasts of the land and sky. They became simple, but do not mistake simplicity for weakness. The Exodites remember the old ways. They remember what the Aeldari once were before indulgence, before empire. They live with the land, not above it. They bind their souls to the rhythm of their worlds. They raise world spirits, vast psychic entities formed from the minds of generations, echoes of what the Aeldari used to call gods. When one of them dies, their spirit joins the planet itself, the soil, the wind, the rivers. Their world remembers them. The Exodites are what the Aeldari could have been if they had learned humility before they learned despair. Together, the outcasts form a kind of invisible nation. No banners, no borders, no leader. Just fragments of a people scattered through time and space, each living in the way that lets them breathe another day. The craft world Aeldari call them the lost kin. The Drukhari call them the fading ones. Humans rarely see them at all, but sometimes when a war rages across a forgotten system, when a human colony falls silent, when a demon world suddenly burns with wraithfire for no reason anyone can name, it is because an outcast was there. Sometimes one Aeldari with purpose is enough to change a planet's fate. There is something haunting about the way they move through the galaxy. They do not rush, they do not shout, they do not preach. They move like memories. They appear where they are needed and vanish when they are done. Sometimes they save, sometimes they kill, sometimes they simply watch. They are not heroes, they are not villains. They are what happens when a people refuses extinction but cannot go home. To be an outcast is to live without the path, and that is both freedom and danger. Because without the path, you can begin to feel again. And for an Aeldari, feeling is power, feeling is beauty, feeling is life. But feeling is also the taste she hungers for. So every ranger, every corsair, every exodite lives one heartbeat away from being noticed by Slaanesh. That's why so many walk in silence. That's why their eyes are distant. That's why their laughter sounds haunted. They are living on the knife edge between life and damnation, freedom and death, silence and song. And yet, there is something pure about them, something almost human. Because they are not bound by fear, not anymore. They have accepted what they are. They know they are ghosts of a dead empire. They know their goddess wants them. They know the galaxy doesn't care if they survive. And still they walk, still they love, still they fight, Still, they remember the stars as they used to be. Every step they take is defiance. Every breath is rebellion. Every heartbeat is a whisper, "You have not taken us yet." Among all the fragments of the Aeldari race, the cold craft worlds, the cruel Drukhari, the dreaming Harlequins, the outcasts are the quiet truth. They are the reminder that not all beauty must be perfect, that not all survival must be elegant, that not all endurance must be holy. Some endurance simply is a stubborn candle burning in the dark, a soul walking on because it cannot do anything else. And maybe, in the long, long night between stars, that is the closest thing left to grace. After the fall, after the scream, after the silence, the Aeldari faced a cruel truth. They would have to fight, not for conquest, not for pride, not for empire, for survival. Their craft worlds drifted like exposed nerves through a predatory galaxy. Demons hunted them in the warp. The Drukhari raided them for slaves. Humans, brutal, expanding, unyielding, fired on them out of fear or greed. Orcs attacked them for the joy of it. The Aeldari could not remain only mourners. They would have to become killers again. But there was a problem. War was dangerous, not just physically, spiritually. Their species had already created one god through unchecked emotion. They knew that rage, unleashed without discipline, could build another monster in the warp, or worse, could attract the one already hunting them. So the craftworlds made a decision that would define the next 10,000 years. If they must become warriors, then war itself must become a path. The path of the warrior was unlike anything that had existed before the fall. It was structure wrapped around fury. It was a cage around the soul. An Aeldari who walked this path did not simply learn to fight. They surrendered to one aspect of war. One mask, one role, one state of being. And they wore it completely. They became it. Every motion, every breath, every heartbeat while on that path was shaped by that one expression of battle. They were not allowed to be many things, only one, perfectly. And when they were done, when their path had been walked to its end, they would set that mask down and step away before it consumed them. That was the theory, that was the hope, and the first to walk that path was a name the Aeldari still speak like a prayer. Asurman. Asurman is called the first Exarch, the first Phoenix Lord, the hand of Asurian and simply quietly teacher. He was there in the ashes after the fall. He saw the terror in his people's eyes. He saw the helplessness. He saw the rage. Rage is a dangerous thing for an Aeldari. It burns too brightly in the warp. It calls too loudly. But to deny that rage entirely would be suicide, Asurman did not tell his kin, "Do not feel this." He told them, "Feel it like this." That was his genius, not suppression, direction. They gathered in hidden chambers aboard the earliest craft worlds, not temples of pleasure now, but sanctuaries of purpose. There, Asurman laid down the first doctrine of the aspects. Not armies, aspects, reflections of war, facets of necessary violence, each pure, each contained. He taught them, "You will not be a warrior. That is too wide. That is too close to losing yourself. You will be one blade of the whole. You will carry one truth. You will master one moment of battle. You will become that moment. You will live that moment. And then, when you leave the path, you will put that moment down like a weapon placed carefully on an altar." From this teaching were born the aspect shrines. Each shrine represents one vision of war, and each is both temple and school, ritual and armory. The Dire Avengers, Asurman's own aspect. Disciplined, controlled, relentless, they embody the duty of the Aeldari to defend what remains. They are not berserkers. They are oath-bound guardians, sky blue and unyielding, the memory of a people standing their ground. The howling banshees, swift, screaming, bladed fury, they channel terror, weaponize it, so that their enemies break before striking. Their wail is psychic and physical both, a keening cry that shreds focus and courage. The striking scorpions, silent hunters beneath shadow, ambushers. They are patience sharpened into lethality, the creeping doom that waits beneath the leaves. The promise that nowhere is truly safe. The fire dragons, the embodiment of annihilation. They are not rage, they are finality. They erase tanks, fortresses, abominations, turning arrogance into molten ruin. The swooping hawks, skyborne precision, eyes of the crafts, the ability to strike where it hurts most, then vanish like a thought. The dark reapers, death from afar, cold and inevitable. They are the stillness before the last heartbeat. They do not celebrate the kill, they witness it. Each of these aspects is not just a style of war. It is a state of mind, a personality you step into, a mask you put on, a mask you promise to remove. But some masks do not come off. Some Aeldari walk a path and never return. They go so deep into the role, so completely into that fragment of war, that they cannot find their way back to what they were before. Those Aeldari become exarchs. To outsiders, an exarch looks like a champion, a leader of a shrine, a master of an aspect. To the Aeldari, an exarch is something more tragic. An exarch is someone who can no longer take off the armor. Not physically, spiritually. They are trapped in the path they chose. That is the price. They have given themselves completely in order to become a pillar for everyone else to lean on. And inside their armor, inside the wraithbone of their suits, their helms, their weapon, something else is happening, something holy, something haunting. Aeldari do not bury their dead and lose them. They take their spirits into stones, waystones, spirit stones, to protect them from Slaanesh. But exarchs, bound to their shrines, bind not only themselves but those who came before them. Their armor is not just armor. It is a reliquary, a vessel, a soul prison and a soul temple both. Every exarch's suit contains the spirits of previous exarchs of that aspect, each one joining, layering, merging, identity upon identity, memory upon memory, blade upon blade. The warrior inside the armor is never alone. They are a chorus. That chorus remembers every battle fought by every soul housed within. They remember the fall. They remember the first screams in the dark. They remember all the wars the craft worlds have survived. Their will is not one will. It is many. That is why exarchs are terrifying to face in war. You are not facing a single Aeldari. You are facing an unbroken line of them. From among the exarchs, rarer still, there arise figures even more mythic, immortal, unstoppable, names whispered in awe and fear. The Phoenix Lords. The Phoenix Lords are not merely exarchs. They are the first exarchs. They are the sources of the aspects. They are the origin of those shrines. They are the living memories of the first days after the fall. They are the ones who fought when survival felt impossible. They are the first flames that refused to go out. A Surman walks still. His armor has passed from body to body, soul to soul, warrior to warrior, carrying with it all that he was, all that he taught, all that he became. When a Phoenix Lord falls in battle, and yes, they can fall, the armor does not die. It waits. And in time, another Aeldari will don it. And when they do, they are no longer themselves alone. They are that lineage. They are that myth. They are that purpose. They rise again, like a bird from fire. Phoenix Lord. Each Phoenix Lord is the perfected expression of their aspect. Asherman, first of the dire avengers, duty, guardianship, oath. Jane Zar, the storm of silence, first of the howling banshees, a living scream of righteous fury. Karandras, the shadow hunter, lord of the striking scorpions, patience sharpened into inevitability. Fugan, the burning lance, wrath forged into focus, the refusal to yield. Baharoth, the cry of the wind, swooping hawk made divine, the sky as weapon. Maugan Ra, the harvester of souls, dark reaper beyond death, living in the border between silence and ending. These are not heroes in the human sense. They are not generals giving speeches. They are living rituals. They are shrines that walk. They are grief given armor. They are rage given discipline. They are proof that Aeldari memory does not have to be passive. It can kill you back. For the Aeldari of the craft worlds, the Phoenix Lords are more than legends. They are comfort. They are the whisper in the soul that says we are dying. But we are not gone. We still have teeth. When a Phoenix Lord appears on a battlefield, the craft world does not cheer with triumph. They exhale in relief. It means that their dead are still standing with them. It means the first generation, the ones who watched the universe break, never truly left. Imagine that. Imagine being hunted by gods, surrounded by nightmares, watching your civilization flicker like a candle in a storm. And then, in your darkest hour, the door opens, and one of your own past lives steps through, carrying 10,000 years of memory, and says without words, "Get up. We are still here. Fight." That is what the Phoenix Lords are, not saviors, reminders. Reminders that the Aeldari refuse to die quietly, but even this miracle carries a shadow. Those who walk the path of the warrior risk never coming back. Some never remove the mask. Some disappear into an aspect and are lost to every other possible self they might have been. Some spend so long inside borrowed rage that they cannot love again without tasting blood. Some stare too long into fate and go blind in the soul. This is the cost. This is the wound that never closes. To survive, they had to make war holy. To survive, they had to make grief a weapon. To survive, they had to build eternal warriors who are not allowed to be anything else. The Phoenix Lords are glory. The Phoenix Lords are tragedy. The Phoenix Lords are what happens when a dying people decides we will not go alone. The Aeldari are a dying people. That is not poetry. That is not melodrama. It is arithmetic. Every craft world lost is a bloodline erased. Every soul captured by she who thirsts is gone forever. Every battle they fight, even if they win it, costs too much. They are ancient, but there are very few of them left. The Aeldari live under a question that no other species truly asks. What does survival even mean if you are the last ones and you know you are the last ones? Is survival just delay? Are you only stretching out the moment before extinction? Is every breath just a defiance with no real ending except her? There is only one thing more terrifying than death for the Aeldari: eternity in Slaanesh. So for 10,000 years their existence has been one long retreat. Not from guns, not from planets, but from her. From the god they birthed. From the god that wants to swallow every single Aeldari soul forever. But in the quiet, in secret, in whispers, the craft world farseers do not all agree should even be spoken. There is another name, another possibility, another god, a god who is not yet fully born, a god not of joy like the Aeldari once chased, not of pleasure, not of art, not of war, not of survival at any cost, a god of endings, a god of stillness, a god of the last quiet breath. They call this god Inead, the god of the dead. Inead is not like the old gods. In the old days, the Aeldari pantheon was passion given shape, personality, myth layered over reality. Kyla Menchakan, their fury, Isha, their nurture, Asurian, their light, and Slaanesh. Slaanesh is their sin, but Inead is something else entirely. Inead is a strategy. Inead is a weapon. Inead is a last move. The Aeldari did not stumble into Inead the way they created Slaanesh. Slaanesh was a fever. Inead is surgery. Here is how it works. Every craft world protects its dead. We talked about that. Aeldari souls don't go to an afterlife on their own anymore. They can't. Because if they leave the body unguarded, if they drift free in the warp, she takes them, she drinks them, she keeps them forever. There is no mercy in her, there is no release. So the Aeldari use spirit stones. When one of them dies, their soul does not scatter, it is caught, preserved, kept safe. That stone is then taken back, carried home with reverence, and placed inside the craft world's psychic core, the infinity circuit. Imagine something like a nervous system running through an entire world ship of wraith bone and memory. A glowing network of souls, not ghosts, not echoes, souls trapped, protected. It depends who you ask. To some it is mercy, to others it is a gilded cage, but either way, the souls remain. They are not devoured. They are still Aeldari. They still exist. Over thousands of years, millions of souls have gathered inside those infinity circuits. Not sleeping, not gone. Thinking, layering, blending. Learning from each other. Becoming something more. Each craft world soul network is now more than memory. It is an intelligence, ancient, patient, vast. You can speak to it. The spirit seers do. They walk the wraithbone halls and listen to the hum in the walls and ask their ancestors for guidance. And the craft world, filled with the souls of its dead, answers. Now imagine all craft worlds doing this. Now imagine all of those gathered spirits together, not separated, combined. Now imagine that combined mass of Aeldari dead, stopping Slaanesh. Not by fleeing her, by facing her. That is Iniad. Iniad, they say, is the god waiting to be born from the totality of Aeldari dead. He is the last defense, the final synthesis, the soul of a murdered civilization risen up in defiance. Slaanesh was born from their excess in life. Iniad, they whisper, will be born from their discipline in death. She was hunger. He will be release. She is possession. He will be rest. She is endless appetite. He will be the final no. This is their hope. This is their last myth. This is the story they are almost afraid to believe. But this is where hope turns heavy. Because Iniad is not yet fully awake. He exists, but dimly, incompletely. A ripple in the infinity circuits, a pressure in the wraithbone. A pulse felt by those seers brave enough to listen for it. Some have already risked everything, tried to reach for him in ritual, tried to hasten his rising. Some of those seers never returned from the trance. Some came back changed, gray-eyed, cold-voiced, whispering prophecies of a future where Slaanesh screams. Some came back radiant, carrying something like peace. Some did not come back at all. Their souls never made it to their spirit stones. Slaanesh took them, like a hand slapping down on a candle. The message there is simple. She knows. She can feel him, and she is afraid. Not all Aeldari agree on Iniad. Among the craft world, some treat this as blasphemy. It is too risky, they warn. Even talking about him draws her attention. Even seeking him is a gamble we cannot afford. And beneath that, another truth. Some fear Iniad almost as much as they fear Slaanesh. Because what is he really? Is he mercy? Or is he annihilation? Will his awakening free their souls from the hunger of she who thirsts, or consume them in a different kind of ending? Will he save them? Or will he end them? Is there a difference? If the only way to be safe from Slaanesh is for every last Aeldari soul to become part of Iniad, to surrender all identity, all self, all memory into a single final god, is that salvation? Or is that just a quieter death? These questions are not academic. They keep seers awake for centuries. And yet, there are those who believe, truly believe. There are those who say, we are dying anyway. We are dwindling, craft world by craft world. Our gods are broken, devoured, shattered. Our warriors are being bled dry. Our children are not enough. Our dead are all we have left in number. Why shouldn't we use them? And behind that desperation there is something else, something almost like defiance. If Inayad awakens, if he rises in full, if he becomes the god of Aeldari death, then for the first time since the fall, Slaanesh will not be the only god in the room. They will not die helpless. They will die armed. Their extinction will not be consumption. It will be a strike, a weapon, a final, perfect, sharpened end, a god made not from hunger, but from refusal. There are whispers of those who already walk in his name. The Inari. Some say they are heretics. Some say they are visionaries. Some say they are doomed. Some say they are the beginning. They speak openly of Inayad. They seek to unite Aeldari, Craftworld, Drukhari, Exodite, Corsair, under one cause, one last effort, not to rebuild the empire. That dream is dead. To survive the ending well, to choose their own last chapter. To deny Slaanesh the feast, to awaken the death god completely, to let death at last belong to the Aeldari again. Notice the tone of that. It is not victory, it is dignity. There is a difference. The Aeldari are too old, too wounded, too tired to pretend they will reclaim what they were. They know better. They know that their story is closer to dusk than dawn. But what they refuse, what they absolutely refuse, is to let their story end as cattle. They refuse to be swallowed with no voice, no agency, no last word. Inayad is the last word, the last voice, the last hand on the throat of a god that has hunted them since the moment she opened her eyes. So now in this age, in the quiet passages of the webway, in the cold heart chambers of craft worlds drifting through the dark, in the masked performances of harlequins who claim to remember the whole story of the universe, there is a new prayer. So soft you almost miss it. Not to Asurian, not to Cain, not to Aisha, not even to the laughing god, to the one who is not yet here, to the one who will only exist at the end. It goes like this: when we are gone, let us not be devoured. Let us be a blade. The Aeldari once walked between stars, like you would walk between rooms. No exposure to void, no warp translation, no risk, just a door, just a corridor, just a breath. That was the webway. It was the quiet miracle of their golden age. It was proof that they had transcended the crude physics other civilizations still bled under. Distance wasn't distance. Time wasn't a cage. The galaxy belonged to them because nothing in it was far. That is not how it is now. Now the webway is scar tissue. It is cracked, it is bleeding, it is dangerous, and it is full of ghosts. To understand what the webway is now, you have to understand what the fall did to it. Slaanesh was not born gently. Her scream wasn't just psychic, it wasn't just spiritual, it was structural. Her first breath tore holes in reality, split the galaxy open like a mouth, and let the warp bleed outward. It wasn't only the material universe that cracked. The webway, that carefully sealed, curated dimension the Aeldari had tended for ages, ruptured. Whole districts collapsed into raw warp. Stable pathways buckled and twisted. Pocket realities went feral. Safe halls became hunting grounds for things that had never existed before that day. There are tunnels where nothing living comes back. There are plazas that echo with voices from 10,000 years ago, replaying the last moments of Aeldari revelry before their souls were torn away. There are sections where gravity forgets to happen, where light moves like liquid, where thought feels heavy. Even the Aeldari fear those places. That alone should tell you enough. And yet, the webway still exists, broken, leaking, wounded, but alive. It is still the artery of Aeldari survival. They still slip through it when they must. They still hide craft world roots there. They still ambush raids, vanish from invasions, strike without warning. The webway is no longer a garden. It is a knife, and every Aeldari knows how to hold that knife without cutting themselves, or thinks they do. There are regions of the webway still ruled in their way. We've already walked past one, Komarug. The Dark City does not float in real space. It is rooted in the torn heart of the webway itself, a parasite fused into reality's scar tissue. The Drukhari tend their tunnels like spiders. They patch, stitch, force-stabilize sections of corridor for their own use. They redirect predators. They leash demons, bind warp things, and turn threats into weapons. Kamara becomes a hub of poisoned arteries, rewiring that part of the webway like a tumor rewires blood vessels. That is one way to survive. Control through cruelty. Predation as infrastructure. Then there are the hidden byways of the Harlequins. No one owns those, no one maps those, no one but them even truly understands how they still exist. To talk about the Harlequins, you have to understand the last of the Aeldari gods. Not a dead god, not a devoured god, a trickster, a survivor, a liar, a god who likes stories. They call him the laughing god, Tegorach. Some Aeldari will tell you he is the only one of their old pantheon who escaped Slaanesh. Others say he never intended to be caught in the first place. Others whisper, very carefully, that he betrayed the rest to save himself. No one agrees, but everyone agrees on this. He is still out there, and his servants dance. The Harlequins are not Craftworld. They are not Drukhari. They are not Corsairs or Exodites or Outcasts or Seers. They are apart. To outsiders, they look like performers, killers, jesters in masks and motley. That is not entirely wrong. But it is not a joke. It is liturgy. The Harlequins exist to remember. They are keepers of the whole Aeldari story, from creation to glory to rot to fall to exile to grief to survival. They reenact it in dance and blade. They force their kin to watch. They force their kin to remember. In an age where denial is easy and forgetting is merciful, the Harlequins refuse mercy. They refuse to let the story die, even if the story hurts, especially because it hurts. They stalk the webway like phantoms. They travel paths no one else can see, leaping between cracks of reality where only lies can balance. They appear without warning on a craft world that's about to be invaded, perform a tragedy in the central hall, costumes glittering, masks screaming, blades singing. And then, at the crescendo of the story, they turn and kill. Not their hosts, the invaders. They fight with grace that's almost obscene. They vanish without payment. They leave behind silence. And then, they are gone again, back into the tunnels. The Harlequins do not see the webway as damaged. To them, it is stage. It is performance space. It is myth-made geography. They walk it like scripture. There are other things in the webway too. Things even the Harlequins avoid. Warp-spawned predators fused into the half-real corridors by Slaanesh's birth scream. Aeldari experiments that were sealed away before the fall. Sealed behind psychic locks and wraithbone gates, and abandoned when their makers died. Some of those doors are still closed, some are not. There are regions of the webway flooded with poison light, pale violet storms of psychic radiation that unravel minds and rewrite flesh like it was paint. There are worlds hidden inside the webway, pocket realities stable enough to settle, home to exile enclaves who refuse Craftworld law, refuse Komarug's hunger, and trust nothing beyond their own sealed wards. The Aeldari don't talk about them openly. Why would they? They've learned what happens when the rest of the galaxy finds what they love. It burns, or it is stolen, or it is corrupted, or it is eaten. To humans, the webway is myth. To most of the Imperium, it's a rumor that borders on heresy. There are doors in reality that the Xenos use. There are secret roads that bypass the warp. There are paths only they can walk. The Imperium suspects. It has tried to force entry. It has tried to replicate. It has tried more than once to break in and use those arteries for itself. Sometimes they get inside, briefly, and then the webway kills them. Gently, even. No spectacle. Just a sudden, soundless fold in geometry, a vanishing of ship or strike team, a soft moment where coordinates become meaningless. You cannot navigate what does not want you, and the webway does not want humanity. Not yet, not fully, not unless someone else opens the door. For the Aeldari in this late age, the webway is both curse and lifeline. Curse because it is no longer safe. Any passage could be a dead end. Any corridor could bleed open into the warp. Any sealed arch could hide a Drukhari raiding party, or worse, something older, something nameless, something hungry and silent. Lifeline because without it they would be gone already. It is how craft worlds avoid human blockades. It is how they strike, then vanish without trail. It is how the Drukhari harvest pain and pull it home like contraband. It is how the Harlequins move from doomed world to doomed world like messengers of both warning and theater. It is how the scattered, dying fragments of this once supreme species remain connected at all. There is a bitter poetry in that. The same system that once fed their arrogance now barely sustains their survival. The same private road they used to glide through the galaxy in perfection is now a bleeding wound they hide inside. The webway used to be proof they were untouchable. Now it is proof they are hunted. And still they walk it, because that is what the Aeldari do. They walk on broken things. They take shattered structures, shattered gods, shattered selves, and keep using them, long after any human would have called it hopeless. They whisper to Wraithbone that screams. They seal doors that leak reality. They map tunnels that shift when you are not looking at them. They remember routes across a maze that should not exist. They teach those routes to their children. They pass them down like lullabies. It is dangerous, they say. It is dying, they say. It will one day collapse entirely, they say. And then softly, but for now, it still holds. Sometimes in the oldest reaches where no craft world walks, where no Drukhari hunts, where even the Harlequins only pass in silence, you can still find traces of what the webway used to be. Halls of pale, perfect light, floors that hum faintly with remembered song, archways engraved with joy in a language no human has ever heard aloud. You can stand in those halls if you are quiet and unarmed and feel it. The echo, the afterimage of pride, the arrogance, the grace, the certainty that once, long ago, the Aeldari thought this was forever. And you can feel, layered over that memory, the grief of what followed. That is why some of them still walk these tunnels. Not just to survive, to mourn, to keep touching the past with their own hands, to say, we were here. We existed. We moved like light. And the webway, in its broken whisper, answers them. The Aeldari were never meant to die. That was their first mistake. They were made to last forever. Their bodies enduring, their minds unaging, their souls luminous, their civilization self-sustaining. They were the galaxy's perfection. The example every younger race would one day crawl toward and never reach. But perfection is a trap. Once you reach it, there's nowhere left to go. And when a perfect thing cracks, it does not simply break, it shatters. Now 10,000 years after their fall, the Aeldari live as fragments of memory trying to be people again. Their empire is gone. Their gods are dead. Their homeworlds are dust and echoes. But they still walk. Across a galaxy that barely remembers their name, across the edges of human maps, across the corridors of their own half-living ships, across the shadows of their mistakes. They are not gone. They are simply quieter. The galaxy calls them dying. They call themselves awake. Because if you have lived through the death of your gods, through the burning of your heaven, through the silence of your people, and you are still breathing, then maybe you understand life better than anyone. The craft worlds still drift, each one a world-sized reliquary, a tomb that dreams of dawn. Their gardens hum with ghosts, their warriors walk in ritual, their children learn to balance wonder and fear before they even learn to speak. Their seers listen to the future like it's a wound. They do not seek victory, they seek another day. The Aeldari have learned that sometimes survival is enough. Sometimes survival is triumph. The Drukhari still dance in the dark city, they still kill. They still feed. They still pretend the fall never happened. But even among them, in quiet, drunken corners, in fleeting moments between screams, there are eyes that look upward and remember. Remember sunlight, remember art, remember love that wasn't a weapon. And for a heartbeat, they are Aeldari again. Then the hunger returns, and they laugh, because that's all that's left. The Exodites still tend their wild worlds. They till alien soil with hands that once shaped stars. They raise families in the shadow of beasts that could crush their settlements in a breath. And every night, as they light their fires beneath alien moons, they whisper prayers to ancestors whose names they no longer know. Their gods are dead, but their gratitude is not. And somehow, on those quiet worlds, the Aeldari are still what they once wanted to be. Free. The Harlequins still dance in the webway. They are the storytellers now, the keepers of truth. They remember everything, even what others wish to forget. They perform the rise and the fall, the birth of Slaanesh, the birth of Ennead, the betrayal, the survival. Their masks are smiles, but their eyes are tears. Their laughter echoes down the empty tunnels, turning history into myth and myth into warning. And when they finish the tale, they bow to the empty air. Because somewhere in the darkness between realities, Segarach is still laughing. And Slaanesh, she is still watching, still waiting, still hungry. The thirst never fades. Every Aeldari soul that slips, every one that dies unguarded, every one that falters in discipline is another note in her endless feast. But she no longer laughs quite as loud as she once did, because now she knows something. The Aeldari are not finished, not yet. In the psychic currents of the infinity circuits, something stirs. The souls of the dead hum in harmony. The wraithbone glows warmer. The dreams of the living carry new symbols. The name Ennead passes between seers like a secret flame. He is not awake, not yet, but he listens. Every spirit stone placed into the circuit brings him closer. Every death of an Aeldari who dies with purpose strengthens him. Every act of defiance against Slaanesh is a prayer. And when enough of them have fallen, when the last of their kind finally joins the chorus, he will rise, and his first act will not be vengeance. It will be silence, perfect, peaceful silence. The kind the Aeldari have been chasing for 10,000 years, the kind that cannot be eaten, the kind that even gods will learn to fear. Until then, they endure. They fight battles they know they cannot win. They make art for a galaxy that does not understand it. They love knowing love itself endangers them. They carry grief like oxygen, and through it all they walk with elegance. Always elegant, always tragic, always themselves. Because that is what the Aeldari are now. Not a people of conquest, a people of grace under doom. A people who looked into their own apocalypse and learned how to breathe inside it. There is a saying whispered among their seers, translated roughly into human words. We are echoes of eternity. We sing the song that ended once, so it will never end again. That is what they are. Echoes. Not the full melody, not the chorus, just fragments. But fragments that still resonate. Fragments that still remember. Fragments that still hum with impossible beauty. And sometimes when the galaxy is quiet, if you listen carefully enough, you can still hear it. A single note of the Aeldari song floating across the dark. Soft, distant, unbroken. That is the Aeldari. The architects of their own extinction. The survivors of their own perfection. The ghosts who refuse to die. The dancers on the edge of eternity. The last dream of a species that once thought it could outlive death itself. And maybe, in a way, they will. Because even when the last craft world fades and the last spirit stone grows dim and the last harlequin finishes the last dance, the story will remain. Told by someone else, remembered by something else, carried onward like starlight, traveling through time long after the star is gone. That is eternity. That is the Aeldari. And so, the echoes fade. The lights of the craft worlds drift on, dim but unbroken, carrying the last voices of a people who once ruled the stars and now survive only through memory, discipline, and will. The Aeldari are not gone. Not yet. They endure, half shadow, half dream, a whisper carried through the cold between galaxies. If you've made it this far, close your eyes. Listen to the silence they left behind. It's not emptiness. It's a promise. A promise that even when everything falls, something still remains. Thank you for joining me on this journey through the long and tragic history of the Aeldari. Every story in Warhammer 40,000 is a fragment of this endless struggle, a spark of light in the darkness. Now I'd love to know, which story should we explore next? The rise of the Primarchs, the hidden gods of chaos, the birth of the Imperium? Let me know in the comments below. Your ideas shape what comes next. If you enjoyed this story and want to keep wandering the stars with me, remember to subscribe, leave a like, and help others find their way to sleep among the ruins of eternity. Until next time, rest well, traveler, and may your dreams be free from the gaze of she who thirsts.